To the west of the Heavenly Mandate boundary stone was the barren land where few human cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate realm set foot on. Only the best cultivators dared to enter this chaotic area. Although the land of human cultivators was also cruel to those who failed, at least there were some social rules to follow. Thus, humans felt more secure to live amongst their kind. The demon realm's territory was full of unknowns, and people needed to be more cautious about anything they didn't know. However, a large number of human cultivators had recently stepped into this barren zone. The 5 top forces of the Heavenly Mandate realm took the lead, with countless people following them. At this time, there was a group of people in the vast wilderness steering swords and swiftly flying in the vacant sky. They were Yi Futian and his companions who came from afar. Even though the Purple Underground sect was located in the west of the Heavenly Mandate realm and thus adjacent to the barren land of the Demon realm, the Heavenly Mandate realm was too large. Thus, it still took them a while to arrive. When they sometimes looked down, they could see a demon beast or two come into view. However, most demon beasts chose to hide from them as they perceived the sword will in the air. Just like in the world of human cultivators, the vast majority of demon beasts in the demon realm were the weaklings. The world of cultivators was always pyramid-shaped. The higher the level was, the fewer the cultivators were. Yi Futian always met with the most powerful cultivators only to get stronger and meet people of his level or greater. Otherwise, it would have been so easy for him to find a place and be a lord. Furthermore, many demon beasts lived together in clans within the barren lands of the demon realm. Some of them built caves in mountains as their dwelling places. Yi Futian had traveled for so long without seeing a city. Demon beasts who could turn into human shapes were also very rare. Disregarding the descendants of powerful demons who had the innate ability to transform, ordinary demon beasts were able to do it only after they reached the Saint Plane. There is a very strong demonic aura ahead. There should be a powerful demon, Qi Shengang said while steering a sword. He looked serious, with a pair of eyes looking through the mist and into the distance. Let's go and see, said Yi Futian. They had lost their way since they came here as if they were chickens with their heads cut off. Although he had controlled demon beasts before, ordinary monsters had no idea how vast this barren land was. They had never left their territory but knew how vast the demon realm was. Demon saint-level powerful beasts certainly knew about something. Their swords suddenly accelerated, roaring above the sky dome, flashing across the void sky, and piercing through the sky like a lightning. A battle broke out on a plain. Many corpses were scattered on the ground. Yi Futian and his companions steered their swords and stopped in midair. They looked down and saw a group of warriors besieging a lady. The lady looked dainty and beautiful, but now her body released a chilling life force. She held a sword. Wherever the sword arrived, a rain of swords would rise between heaven and earth. Each of the falling swords contained horrifying penetrating power, shrouding the surroundings. This lady had the Saint Plane cultivation ability, but now several powerful demons were besieging her, their roars destroying one's spirit and willpower. When they raised their hands, they aggressively attacked the lady. She kept bleeding, the bloodstains on her body growing. Bang! Another loud noise arose. The lady was hurt by a sharp claw that pierced through her delicate body. Her white dress was stained with bright red blood. A burly, powerful demon beast with a stout stature was standing nearby watching the battle. He stared at the woman with intimidating and emotionless eyes. Qingyang He, you enjoy disguising yourself as a human and studying human cultivation methods. His Highness likes human beauties, so I assure you he will pamper you very well, the powerful demon beast said loudly. Guys, don't hurt the verdant gazelle goddess. The people encircled the lady. That powerful demon beast raised his head and took a look at the vacant sky and said, Friends, please ignore our business. He figured that these travelers were human cultivators. As a powerful demon beast of his level, however, he had grown used to this. Yi Futian's companions looked at him and wondered if he would intervene. At that moment, Yi Futian looked down and saw the lady named Qingyang He, raising her head and looking at them. Her mouth was stained with blood. She looked quite sorrowful. I am Qingyang He from the Verdant Gazelle Palace. Can you please help me? she said to Yifutian. She knew very well that if she was taken away, she would, unfortunately, become an evil beast's plaything. Ma'am, you should be able to tell that we are human cultivators. We're not supposed to get involved in the business of the demon realm, Yifutian replied. Even though he sympathized with her, he didn't dare to take arbitrary action within the demon realm. If he offended any demon emperor-level beasts, not to mention that he might not keep himself safe, he could not only put himself in danger but also bring misfortune to people around him. He had to be careful. I'm the daughter of the Lord of the Verdant Gazelle Palace. I don't know why you came here, but I'm sure the Verdant Gazelle Palace can help you. These people are beasts in training of the White Tiger Castle in this territory. The Lord of the castle is just a demon saint. He can't do anything to you. That lady hastily spoke. Yifutian thought about leaving but stopped. This was quite a dilemma. Trust me, please. Qingyang, he pleaded, looking up into his eyes. Yifutian saw the plea in Qingyang's gorgeous eyes. He took a glance down and said, "Let her go and leave." What? The human-shaped demon beasts frowned. The beast in training who took the lead stared at them fiercely. He opened his mouth and let out a low roar. Suddenly his head turned into a terrifying large tiger head. We serve under the throne of the Holy Lord of White Tiger Castle. Humans, are you sure you want to mess with our lord? The tiger demon said fiercely. A very strong, baleful force flew out from his body and turned into a horrifying aura that shrouded the area. Be gone! Yaya took a step down, her sword while enveloping the space and letting out shrieking wind whistles. Her sword flows directly purified those baleful air streams and shielded Yifutian's side. Having perceived Yaya's sword might, he glanced at Yifutian and his group, taking an especially long time looking at Qi Xiangang. Although little life force was released from this person, his intuition told him that this human being was the most dangerous one. Let's retreat. Once the tiger demon immediately ordered an evacuation, the demon beasts directly released Qingyang and retreated. These demon beasts were pretty quick. He let out a howl and rose into the sky. These great demon beasts made rumbles at the same time. There seemed to be anger hidden in the roars. They would keep the grudge in mind. Yifutian raised his head and watched them before he heard Qi Xiangang whisper, "They can't go now." As Qi Xiangang finished speaking, an old man with a white beard in a white robe arrived at where the tiger demons departed. Suddenly, an appalling killing will enveloped the sky and earth. The faces of those tiger demons suddenly turned pale. The old man with the white beard moved forward step by step, and the chilly killing will between the sky and earth progressively increased with each step he took. Virum. The old man's body suddenly turned into a broken shadow, flashing rapidly. The tiger demon's howls terrified the sky, but one could only see the blood rain splashed in the sky mixed with their screams. We didn't touch Qingyang. Those humans did it, that great demon yelled. The old man with a white beard ignored him. His body turned into a broken shadow, and the sword will swept across space like a shower of falling stars. It looked as if he only brushed that beast's shoulder. The old man with the white beard continued to move forward as the body of the great demon turned into ashes and dissipated in the air. A Nirvana saint, Yifutian said to himself while looking at the old man. He saw that the old man was turning into a white shadow like a drifting cloud, directly approaching Yifutian and the others. Everything happened before he could react to any of it, but Qi Xiangang had already made a palm strike. The old man's sword was coming, and a giant palm print turned into a light curtain shielding Yifutian and the others. "Father, stop!" Only then did Qingyang's shout ring out. The old man with the white beard swiftly retreated and looked at Qingyang. "They saved me," Qingyang said hurriedly. The old man with the white beard restrained his life force and took a special look at Qi Xiangang. He cupped his hands and said, "Just now I was too hasty and took impertinent action. Please forgive me." "It doesn't matter," Qi Xiangang replied, looking at him in amazement. Not only did he resemble a human, but his behavior was no different from that of human beings, even his courtesy. This was the one who arrived was the Verdant Gazelle Holy Lord, the master of the Verdant Gazelle Palace, and the ruler of the territory. The verdant gazelle palace lord flashed beside Xianxia and asked, "Are you all right?" Xianxia shook her head and said, "Yes, thanks to their help. I don't know how to repay your kindness. Please follow me to the verdant gazelle palace." Verdant gazelle palace lord said, "Sure." Yifutian nodded without declining his offer. His party set off directly, and the verdant gazelle palace lord led the way. "Sir, have you been to the other side for cultivation?" Qi Shengang asked the verdant gazelle palace lord into the empty air. "Yes," said the verdant gazelle palace lord, nodding. "Human beings are the primate of all beings. Bloodline is more important for demon beast cultivation, but I am just a goat beast with limited talents. Thus, I went to the human realm and cultivated there for many years. When the verdant gazelle palace lord was young, he was unable to transform in human shape and even served as a mount for Saint Plain humans. He had become the man he was today after years of acquisition. I am under my father's influence and have been wanting to go to the other side of the heavenly mandate realm to study. My father would never allow it, so I have to stay here and gather information on human cultivation." He said softly. Yifutian also found out that he wore a long dress and acted elegantly as if she were a human lady. "It must have been very difficult for you to have accomplished what you've done today," Qi Shengang said. "The verdant gazelle palace lord must have taken more effort than other demon beasts." "Indeed," the verdant gazelle palace lord said and nodded. "Did you also enter the demon realm for Gu Tianqing?" During this time, countless cultivators from the other side of the heavenly mandate realm had come. Of course, he was also aware of their movements and knew something from the humans' mouths. Yifutian said, nodding. "Sir, we need your help. Most areas in this district are overrun by chaos. The land was separated by many great demons' regimes. My verdant gazelle palace and the white tiger castle are both under the control of the celestial demon city, the largest demon city near the heavenly mandate realm. Maybe you can inquire about something there. You can briefly rest at my verdant gazelle palace first, and then I will accompany you all to set off for the celestial demon city," the verdant gazelle palace lord said. He wanted to repay the kindness of Yifutian and his companions. The barren land of the demon realm was vast and boundless, with countless groups of demon beasts. Similar to how the verdant gazelle palace guarded its territory, several powerful demon beasts dominated the land around the white tiger castle. Additionally, battles happened constantly between different demon clans. The strong devoured the weak, and the strong ultimately survived. No matter how these monsters fought, they needed to obey the order of the demon emperor of the celestial demon city. The celestial demon city was the largest in this boundless area, as well as the ruling regime of this territory. They guarded the territory closest to the world of human cultivators and attracted the most powerful demon beasts nearby. At that moment, Yifutian and his companions were steering their swords and flying in the air at the outskirt of Celestial Demon City. The verdant gazelle palace lord and he also accompanied them. "The Celestial Demon City is ahead," the verdant gazelle palace lord said, pointing forward. Yifutian looked at the magnificent city. Compared to human cities, this demon city had a more primitive atmosphere. It was not very delicate but looked majestic, with buildings directly piled up by giant stones. "The demon aura is so strong." Yifutian looked up at the sky above the celestial demon city. An appalling demon aura enveloped the boundless sky and earth as if nobody could cross the sky. As the main city of the demon realm closest to the heavenly mandate realm of human cultivators, the celestial demon city is the most dangerous area during times of war. Since aristocrats of demon clans are unwilling to stay here, the celestial demon city is often regarded as an exile destination within the demon realm. Some powerful demon beasts who had committed crimes were exiled and guarded here, said the verdant gazelle palace lord. "So the 4 demon emperors who are now guarding the celestial demon city are all exiled?" Yifutian asked. The verdant gazelle palace lord had introduced the 4 demon emperors of the celestial demon city to them. This celestial demon city was different from what he expected, not because this main city on the edge of the demon realm was weak with only 1 demon emperor. On the contrary, this demon city was as powerful as the purple underground sect. The 4 demon emperors used to be in charge of different places, but their descendants all convened here. I'm not sure why they came here, but rumor says that the Taotai demon emperor with a fierce temperament disobeyed orders and committed crimes. The demon emperor of the Thunder Clan is said to be implicated in Emperor Yi Qing's affairs at that time, so it is unclear who the Feather Men clan offended. As for the overlord of the Celestial Demon City, he is believed to be extremely fierce, the Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord said. Yi Futian looked surprised. He looked at the Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord and asked, "What is the relationship between the Thunder Clan and Emperor Yi Qing?" It is rumored that one of Emperor Yi Qing's mounts at that time was a thunder beast, the Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord replied. Suddenly, Yi Futian's thoughts seemed to go back to many years ago, when the Thunder Dragon laid on the ground in front of the statue of Emperor Yi Qing in Qingzhou City. He remembered that his Thunder Dragon spirit appeared in the Qingzhou Academy that year all because of a wisp of the Thunder Dragon soul. All the monsters that were directly related to Emperor Yi Qing met terrible fates, and other powerful demon clans were silenced afterward. The overlord of the Celestial Demon City, Zhu Tian the Demon Emperor, is said to have a great relationship with the Ape Clan. He might also be affected by this, the Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord continued. Yi Futian listened carefully. The overlord of this Celestial Demon City was Zhu Yan the Demon Emperor, and the three royal demon clans serving under his throne were the Taotai clan, the Thunder Clan, and the Feather Men clan. These four demon emperors' descendants are all ill-tempered and domineering. The whole Celestial Demon City is under their orders. Once we enter the Celestial Demon City, try not to offend them, the Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord reminded. Among the four demon emperors' descendants, Zhu Yan the Demon Emperor was the most influential. Ordinary demon beasts had shivers run up their spines upon hearing his name. They continued chatting and soon reached the Celestial Demon City and entered. Several demon beasts walked on the street of the Celestial Demon City amongst the horrifyingly demonic atmosphere. Many demon beasts that were walking resembled humans, while others were half human, half beast. They had either a beast head and a human body or a human head and a beast body. For example, Yi Futian just saw a fair-looking middle-aged man whose upper body appeared human, but his lower body resembled a white horse. The weird scene looked like a human was riding on a horse. Such scenes were common within the Celestial Demon City, and soon Yi Futian began to get used to it. Demon beasts also had their preferences and lived their lives in different forms that they liked. Yi Futian and his companions were human cultivators, but most of the demon beasts ignored them. Although there were far fewer human beings than demon beasts in the Celestial Demon City, it was common to see humans. Their presence was nothing special to demon beasts. Warriors of all forces should have reached the Celestial Demon City, Yi Futian said. Although they set off directly after receiving the news, those influential figures shouldn't have departed later than them. When people enter the demon realm, their usual first stop is by the Celestial Demon City to inquire information. With so many cities in the demon realm, it's pointless to walk around aimlessly, the Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord said with a nod. I have old friends in the Celestial Demon City. I'll take you there and ask if there is any news. All right, Yi Futian said, nodding. It was much easier for them to be led by the Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord. They soon arrived at a demon residence of the Celestial Demon City. The one they visited was a powerful demon beast. It had a human body but also a beast's head with two horns on top. Brother Qingyang, are these humans? The bull-headed demon beast asked the Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord in a rough voice. Yes, the Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord replied, nodding. They saved Qingyang's life. Otherwise my daughter he would have fallen into the hands of that white tiger. Sooner or later, I will get my revenge. That tiger's nature is ferocious and overbearing, so be careful. The bull-headed demon beast reminded, nodding. You may ask him questions, the Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord said to Yi Futian. Yi Futian nodded and said, Sir, you must have heard about human cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Realm who had come here recently. Have you heard anything about Gu Tianxing in the Celestial Demon City? Nowadays there are many human cultivators in the Celestial Demon City, and most of them should be gathering in the Celestial Demon Arena. Demon Crown Prince Zhu Yan set up 3 demon matrices there for human cultivators to challenge. He will tell the news to those who succeed, but he'll also ask those who fail to leave behind their belongings and cultivation method. The bull demon said to Yifutian, "You can go there if you want your answer, but I advise you to be mentally prepared. The demon crown prince will personally go there and take charge, so you won't have any chance. If you want to try, you must be mentally prepared to submit all your belongings." So far, many people have tried only to have met terrible fates. Some people refused to hand things over and were beaten to death. Despite this is totally voluntary, and the rules have been set to follow. The demon crown prince didn't force them, so... "I see," Yifutian said, nodding. He had heard from the Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord before that the demon beasts of the Zhu Yan demon clan were all quite obstinate, which he could tell from how they did things. "If that is the case, we shouldn't stay here and bother you. We should go now." Yifutian showed his intention to leave, and the bull demon nodded, looked at the Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord and said, "I'll go with you." "Sure," the Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord answered, and they together departed. On their way, the Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord said, "The demon crown Prince Zhu Yan and the other 3 demon princes, also known as the 4 tyrants of the celestial demon city, are often found together. The Zhu Yan demon crown prince may be violent, but he is also sincere and principled. Otherwise, the other 3 demon emperors' descendants wouldn't be willing to follow or be around him. The Zhu Yan demon crown prince is also very talented. He probably set the rule so he could collect the top human cultivators' cultivation abilities and learn the essence from them," the bull demon said. He sounded as if he quite appreciated the Zhu Yan demon crown prince. "We demon beasts' abilities rely more on talents. From this perspective, there is much for us to learn from human cultivators," said the bull beast. The Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord nodded. Had he not focused on acquisition, he would never have become as achieved as he currently was. However, some top powerful demon beasts were born with unparalleled talent. As they talked, they quickly headed straight to the central area of the Celestial Demon City. The Celestial Demon City was the main demon city in the vast and boundless district. The Celestial Demon Arena was located in the central area of the Celestial Demon City. At the moment, this area was full of human practitioners and demon beasts. A person was soon shaken out from the Celestial Demon Arena and fell to the ground. Suddenly, appalling roars came from the area, from which one could tell the demon beasts were very excited. His human companions were very embarrassed. These people were cultivators of Purple Underground Sect, one of the 8 Thunder Law Orthodox sects in the Violet Heavenly Palace. Zhang Chongqing was also in the crowd, his face sullen upon watching the scene unfold. "Stupid animals," Zhang Chongqing whispered coldly. He raised his head and looked towards the Celestial Demon Arena. 3 figures sat beside one another on the stairs in front of the Celestial Demon Arena. On the left side was a Taotai big monster, with a human head and Taoya's body. His huge body leaned there lazily, but his eyes looked extremely fierce. In the middle sat a beautiful woman with a pair of pure white wings behind her. She was the princess of the Feather Men clan. The demon beast hovering around to the right had a human head and a dragon's body, with horns and long beards on his head that looked overbearing. He was the prince of the Thunder God clan. Right above them, a body in flames leaned lazily on a throne. He looked like an ape and appeared there in the form of his original body. His eyes seemed to contain golden fire. His lazy gaze swept down, making him look arrogant. He was the Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince. "Can you do it or not?" The Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince took a contemptuous glance down at the human cultivators below and asked in a disdainful tone. The prince of the Thunder God clan sitting below him said, "So far, I haven't seen any qualified warriors yet. We haven't even challenged you in person yet, but you still can't do it." His voice was loud like thunder, his words resounding between the sky and earth like thunder. There were even wisps of thunder wills permeating in the air, emitting purple thunder aura. The Taotai made a deep roar and opened his mouth wide. The sight of it looked awful. Demon beasts below them were thrilled to watch the scene unfold. The faces of Zhang Chongqing and other warriors turned even gloomier. In this case, only the top figures of the Violet Heavenly Palace could get rid of them. At that moment, A cultivator stepped into the vacant sky, looked at them above the stairs of the celestial demon arena, and said, "These 3 demon matrices are devised by many demon saints and performed like one. As challengers, we are put in a passive position when we enter the matrix. It is not fair for us." These 3 demon matrices respectively contained 3 different matrix methods targeting warriors of 3 different levels of Saint Plane: the Doctrine Saint, the True Self Saint, and the Unblemished Saint. The Nirvana Saint Plane was not included since Nirvana-level top demon beasts were also hard to find. Had the matrices not been in charge of 4 royal members of the demon clan, it would have been extremely difficult to make them so large. If you don't want to enter the matrices, fine, you can choose to challenge the 4 of us. Defeat us all, and you can also pass, said the great demon beast of the Thunder God clan, its sonorous voice booming like thunder. The cultivator glanced at the 4 demon beasts in the sky. Their descendants were the so-called 4 tyrants of the celestial demon city, who were also extremely talented, especially the demon crown prince Zhu Yan. Upon inquiring about them, it was said that this crown prince was such a skilled fighter that all of the celestial demon city was under his control. Moreover, since those 4 demon beasts' planes were all very high, challenging them would mean being affected by their planes. One person had tried it before and ended up severely injured. If he failed to challenge the matrix, they would at least show him some mercy if he submitted his belongings and cultivation methods to them. The main thing was that their most core characters had not taken action because there was no absolute certainty. If they failed, they had to hand over something along with the cultivation methods they used. Before then, the Zhu Demon Crown Prince killed those who refused to hand over the cultivation methods they used during the matrices. They couldn't even say anything. The rules had been set and it was their territory. All they could do was obey. If they didn't comply, they couldn't blame anything for their deaths. At that moment, the Zhu Demon Crown Prince got up lazily from the throne, stretched out like a human, and glanced down toward the warriors with a pair of golden eyes. He said, "It seems that you are not being serious today either. Fine, let's call it a day and continue the game tomorrow. You can go back and discuss what to do. If tomorrow you still behave like you did today, then please get out of my sight." The other 3 demon beasts followed him and stood up. The demon matrices on the celestial demon arena were removed as they left. The human cultivators looked emotionless. The Zhu Demon Crown Prince was an extremely proud person, using them as training dummies while plundering their treasures and cultivation methods. "I have heard that human beings are cautious by nature. It seems that it is true. Aren't all the 5 supreme forces in your human cultivation world here?" The Zhu Demon Crown Prince jeered. He swept his eyes to the crowd and soon left. Demon beasts of the demon clan were all thrilled. The cultivators of the top forces in the human world must have been the most talented ones. It seemed that the demon crown prince of the celestial demon city was seeking the strongest opponent. In celestial demon city, the Zhu Demon Crown Prince was notorious for his fierce and tyrannical nature. Many monsters were in awe of him, but none of them could surpass him. Although this was the most famous main city in the demon realm that bordered the human world, everyone had heard that Zhu the demon emperor was not a simple demon emperor. He was well known within the demon world as a powerful demon emperor. Had it not been for this, the other 3 demon emperors would not be so willing to follow him, leaving their offspring to follow the demon crown prince to spread chaos. "It seems that no one has received the news yet," said the Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord. "Let's go visit the demon crown prince." "Qingyang, even though you are the head of the Verdant Gazelle Palace, the demon crown prince may not even bother," the bull demon beast said to the Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord. "It's worth a try," the Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord said nonchalantly. To him, there was little hope for Yi Futian to pass through the demon matrix. If he wanted to return the favor to Yi Futian, he could only visit the demon crown prince. As the lord of the Verdant Gazelle Palace within the celestial demon city, he served the demon emperor. He could at least talk with him. Of course, if he failed, all he would lose was his face. The Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord went to a side road, where the demon crown prince and his party were heading. After a while, they appeared below the stairs. The Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord cupped his hands and said, "Your Highnesses, Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord is here to salute you. The Crown Prince Zhu Yan fixed his golden eyes onto the Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord. He said, I have heard about the Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord for a long time and have always wanted to meet you. What brings you here today? It was said that the Demon Crown Prince Zhu Yan was obstinate and ferocious, but he was by no means incompetent. He knew about many powerful demon beasts in the territory. The Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord was of the Nirvana Saint Plane, which was very rare among demon beasts. His fighting skills were also marvelous, which was worthy of learning from. The Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord looked toward the people around him, and immediately the Crown Prince Zhu Yan also noticed Yi Futian. Human cultivators? The Demon Crown Prince Zhu Yan asked. Yes, the Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord said, nodding. When my daughter was in a dangerous situation, these cultivators rescued her out of kindness. Thus, I ventured out here to inquire if your highness could show mercy and reveal anything about the news. The Crown Prince Zhu Yan looked untroubled without reacting. You want to return the favor to them, but you have seen what has happened today. Why bother to ask? The Taotai demon beast next to him said. Although his skull resembled that of a human, his complexion still looked very ferocious. His beast body looked extremely tall and sturdy, giving him an intimidating appearance. The Crown Prince Zhu Yan waved his hand and said, It's fine for the Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord to ask, but they need to wait after the thing is gone. Speaking of them, he swept his golden eyes towards Yifutian and others and said, I know there are many merits to being human, but sometimes you are too clever and prefer to use surreptitious approaches. If you want news, you can go directly to the Celestial Demon Arena. Yifutian looked at him and felt an almost divine flame burning from his eyes. The Demon Crown Prince Zhu Yanyao was just as the rumored said. He promised to answer the Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord's request, but he didn't give a real answer. Once he finished speaking, the Zhu Yan Crown Prince turned around and left. The other demon princes all looked at him from behind. With his massive eyes, the demon prince of the Thunder God clan fiercely stared at Yifutian. Yifutian just looked at him with a smile and said nothing. Actually, he and the Thunder God clan had a long history. The prince of Thunder God clan seemed to have sensed the kindness in Yifutian's eyes. With a doubtful look, he stared at him and then left. Thank you, your highness. The Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord saluted and said behind them, the Demon Crown Prince's promise was already a big favor to him. Qingyang, his highness usually never agrees to such a request, but this time he did it. I guess he must have a good impression of you since he has heard of you before. If you didn't mention this request, maybe he will help you more in the future, the bull demon beast said. For example, maybe he would let you cultivate with him. It doesn't matter, the Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord said in apathy. He looked back at Yifutian and said, This is how the Crown Prince is. You don't need to worry too much about going to the Matrix. Since the prince had said that he will talk about this once the thing is over, he has granted the request. Of course, if any human cultivator succeeds in passing the Matrix and hears the news, it may spread by itself. Indeed, Yifutian said, nodding. Anyway, thanks a lot, sir. He knew that just now the bull beast demon was actually talking to him. The demon beasts in the surrounding area gradually all dispersed. Nearby was a group of people standing there and looking this way. Yifutian seemed to be aware of it. He turned his eyes and saw several people there looking at him. They were from the Purple Underground sect. Zhang Chongqing was also there. Somewhat unexpectedly, he encountered Yifutian here. Was Yifutian also inquiring about his brother? It seems that you are not only talented in thunder laws but also very clever, Zhang Chongqing said. They were all finding solutions in unraveling the demon matrix, but Yifutian was unusual. He got into the game by asking a demon beast for help. This way, he learned of the news from the Demon Crown Prince. There was irony in his tone. The Demon Crown Prince was rather abrasive towards them, and the demon matrices were obviously aimed at dealing with them. Even so, Yifutian tried to flatter the Demon Crown Prince, and he disdained the behavior. Yifutian glanced at him with no reply. Just then, a group of warriors came, all of whom were from the 8 Orthodox forces. Zhang Chongqing, who is this? someone asked. The person who broke the record of the Wutu Divine Mountain, Yi Futian. Zhang Chongqing replied. There were strange looks on all their faces. Some people even released fighting will from their bodies. People of the 8 orthodox sects were all talented cultivators in Thunder Laws. When the 8 great divine mountains were opened, many people were there. Among them was only one person who broke a record like Yi Futian. Some of them even tried once the last time when the divine mountains were opened. Yi Futian, the person in front of them who broke the record, could be said to not only have surpassed all the cultivators who entered the Wutu Divine Mountain but even almost outperformed all challengers of the 8 divine mountains. Even though Yi Futian was not taken as a disciple by the Purple Underground sect because of Gu Tianxing's appearance that day, his name still weighed enough for all warriors of the 8 Thunder Law Orthodox sects to have at least known his name. Seeing him in person was no better than hearing his name, someone said in slight disappointment. They all wanted to see what kind of person could break the record of the Divine Mountain, reject the invitation of Purple Underground sect, and even the Violet Heavenly Palace. Now that they saw him, they discovered that Yi Futian wanted to flatter the demon clan. They no longer thought well of Yi Futian. Seeing this scene, the Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord looked toward Yi Futian with amazement. It seemed that Yi Futian was also renowned among human cultivators, or he wouldn't have attracted so many people. His decision to visit the Demon Crown Prince earned him some criticism that affected his reputation. He just wanted to return Yi Futian's favor, but the situation was now what he expected. Everyone has their own choice. Let's go and discuss how to pass the demon matrices tomorrow, another person said in a calm tone. Yi Futian was just a passenger to them, and he didn't have much effect on their states of mind. What was imperative now was to break the demon matrices. People nodded and gradually departed, flashing away from the scene. Yi Futian did not care much about others' opinions. The Violet Heavenly Palace prevented him from using Thunder Laws, so he wouldn't run into those Thunder Law cultivators in the future. It didn't matter what others thought of him. It seems that I have brought you trouble, the Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord said to Yi Futian, standing at his side. What he did seemed to have some influence on Yi Futian. It doesn't matter, sir. Please don't pay it any mind, Yi Futian replied. He understood what the Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord meant. He was trying to help him, so no matter whether it worked or out, it was a favor. Besides, he held no hostility towards those demon princes. This was the demon realm's territory. Instead of harming any cultivators who came here, they set up a demon matrix in the celestial demon arena for those who wanted to challenge. It would have been the same if demon beasts came to the world of human cultivators. It was perhaps because of Emperor Yi Qing and the old dragon that he even felt close to the fierce-looking Thunder God clan. Let's find a place to rest first and come again tomorrow, Yi Futian said. Soon the whole group left. The group of demon beasts and the group of human cultivators scattered. After leaving, many human cultivators gathered to prepare to break the demon matrix. These 3 demon matrices were carefully designed by the 4 demon royal clans of the celestial demon city to be challenging to pass. Unless they were the warriors of the highest forces like the Violet Heavenly Palace, anyone who challenged it alone would fail. If they instead united as one, their chances of breaking the matrix would have increased. The Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord helped Yi Futian find a place to settle. In the courtyard, they sat there and casually spoke to each other with Qingyang he also present. She kept asking Yi Futian about their cultivation methods, then eventually talked mostly with Qi Xiangang. She discovered that among these people, Qi Xianzhang was the most proficient in cultivation practice. Miss Qingyang likes to learn, Yi Futian said with a smile. She always wanted to go to the human world for cultivation, but I don't allow her because it is too risky. Now that she has met you, she would never pass up this opportunity, the Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord said with a smile. I also have a demon beast friend, but he is very foppish and hates learning. He should be here today, Yi Futian said, laughing. He and Little Condor could mentally connect with each other, so he knew he was on the way. The Demon Peacock Emperor took them here in person. Now they had reached the Heavenly Mandate Realm and were approaching the Demon Realm. It wouldn't have been long before they arrived. Xiaxia suddenly turned her eyes to Yi Futian and asked, Is that guy coming? Yi Futian saw Xia Qingyuan's expression. What was that reaction? Why did it feel so weird? Thinking of little Condor's tragic life in the Emperor Xia's palace, Yi Futian didn't know how he would act upon seeing Xia Qingyuan again. Well, Demon Peacock Emperor His Majesty took them here personally. Little Condor said that the Demon Peacock Emperor His Majesty wanted to travel here, too, Yi Futian said. Demon Peacock Emperor had unified a large demon realm and claimed kingship there. He must have felt lonely sometimes. Here was the real domain of the demon clan. In other words, Kong Xian will also come, Xia Qingyuan said. Yi Futian looked at her. Women's angle to observe things was always special. Was it because of Kong Xian's beauty after her transformation that made her feel uneasy? At that time, Xia Qingyuan and Kong Xian were compared by many people. They also attended the Battle of Empty Realm of the same year. Yes, Yi Futian said, nodding. Xia Qingyuan's eyes moved away from Yi Futian with a strange look. She thought to herself, what would Kong Xian be doing here? As the verdant gazelle palace lord beside them heard their conversation, he began to feel that Yi Futian was unusual. Even a demon emperor came here in person for him. It seemed that Yi Futian was not simple at all. After a long while, Yi Futian stayed in the courtyard and quietly cultivated. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and looked up into the distance, smiling. Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord's body flashed and soon he arrived. After some time, Qi Shengang and Xia Qingyuan and others also came out. They all felt the presence of an unusual life force. A rush of life force came from a distance. Soon, a gust of wind passed by, and a group of people showed up in the sky above the courtyard. The man who took the lead had an unusual temperament, standing in the vacant sky with his hands behind his back. A slender, beautiful lady and a demon beast stood to the left and right to him, with plenty of warriors behind them. The Demon Peacock Emperor was here. Yi Futian stood up and took a bow as a salute. Yi Futian is here to salute your majesty. Your majesty! Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord and the warriors saluted. They all needed to show respect for a figure of the Demon Emperor level. The Demon Peacock Emperor nodded slightly and said, I didn't expect that you would come to the territory of the Demon Realm. During this trip, I sent Kong Xian and Condor here. Kong Xian can stay with you for some time, while I go somewhere in the Demon Realm. Yi Futian answered and nodded. The Demon Peacock Emperor must have also been acquainted with some other demon emperors. Take care of the princess, the Demon Peacock Emperor said to the demon beasts behind him. Afterward, he lifted the sleeve and shined the divine light, allowing him to instantly vanish. After the Demon Peacock Emperor left, Black Wind Condor turned his head to confirm that he had already left. Seeing he had left, the condor finally let out a breath. His sharp eyes blinked as he flapped his wings and flew in front of Yi Futian. He said, Boss, did you miss me? Do you think I did? Yi Futian said, smiling. Why don't you transform? Little Condor now was a demon saint. He had become a big demon beast. Nah, my human face is too handsome and will outshine yours, said the Black Wind Condor, laughing. Yi Futian smiled. He was cheeky as always. Black Wind Condor looked at Xia Qingyuan and said, Haven't seen you in so long, Your Highness. You still look as stunning. He keenly looked around her to make sure no warriors of the Emperor Xia's realm were around. After he confirmed this, he added, And manly as always. Xia Qingyuan raised her eyelids and blankly glanced at Black Wind Condor. He had gained more confidence since he became a demon saint. Where is Your Highness's Mount Green Phoenix? I was planning on talking with him about life, said Black Wind Condor, gritting his teeth. He could never forget the humiliation of being repeatedly ridden. He had sworn he must ride on it one day. You can go to Emperor Xia's palace and talk with it when you have time, Xia Qingyuan said with a disdainful look. Sure, Black Wind Condor replied pretentiously. He took a glance back at Kong Xian and then said to Yi Futian, Oh yeah, boss, Princess Kong Xian missed you so much. She kept asking me when I would come to you. Had it not been for Princess Kong Xian, I would have been cultivating for a longer time. Yi Futian was dumbfounded. This bastard. Behind him, Kong Xian was also speechless. Since when did she always want to come to Yifutian? What was he talking about? Don't listen to his nonsense, Kong Xian said coldly. This guy was too. Yifutian was also speechless. He knew enough about Little Condor's character to think he did it for a reason. It's not nonsense. Didn't Her Highness always miss my master when she was in the Demon Emperor realm? Her Highness talked about my master in front of His Majesty every day, about how outstanding my master's talent is and how she hoped to go outside for cultivation. Otherwise, why did His Majesty leave directly after he escorted Princess here? Black Wind Condor said seriously. His Majesty was trying to create this opportunity for Her Highness. Kong Xian was dumbfounded. How could he tell lies like this? Just then, Xianxia suddenly cut in. You have entered the Saint Plane and become a saint in the Demon Emperor's realm. You must have made great progress. Black Wind Condor raised his head and said proudly, Of course. Let me test how your cultivation abilities have grown over these years for your master, Xianxia said, walking towards Black Wind Condor. Black Wind Condor still held his head high, thinking he wasn't a coward. Did she think he was still the same as before? Light flashed by, and a divine instrument showed up in Xianxia's hand. It was a dazzling golden lotus flower, and the life force emitting from it contained a wisp of Runhuang will. The might shrouded Black Wind Condor's body. Black Wind Condor blinked and staring at Xianxia with a stunned look. Your Highness, what do you mean? Since Lord Condor's talent is so outstanding, I have to choose a special way to test your ability, Xianxia said coldly. Black Wind Condor felt the pressure and nearly cried. His proud look suddenly disappeared as he said, I haven't seen Princess Qingyun for so many years, but you still look so gorgeous. Your beauty is unparalleled among the 3,000 realms of the Great Law. Ahem? The verdant gazelle palace lord remained there quietly, but he could no longer help making the sound. This guy was bizarre. Yifutian rubbed his head, feeling a little embarrassed. Xianxia didn't just let Black Wind Condor go and walk towards him step by step. Black Wind Condor and hid behind Yifutian while shivering. Slap! Yifutian slapped him on the head and admonished. If you talk nonsense again, we will have bird barbecue tonight. Eh? Black Wind Condor looked at Yifutian pitifully. Had this woman taken away his master's heart when the condor was not here? This brat is getting more and more undisciplined. Don't take it personally, Yifutian said to Xianxia. Xianxia looked at Yifutian and put away the divine instrument before coldly glancing at Black Wind Condor. At that moment, Black Wind Condor had transformed into a human form. Yifutian turned back to see him looking like a young man with a sharp mouth, a long nose, and a protruding forehead. You can just turn back, please, said Yifutian. He couldn't bear to look at this guy's hideous face. Even so, his face astounded him. Black Wind Condor was confused. He might have not been as handsome as his master, but was he that hideous? With this in mind, he turned his human head into the condor head but kept the human body. Yifutian nodded and said, This is much more pleasing to our eyes. Black Wind Condor was speechless. Someone patted Black Wind Condor's shoulder and said, You are the most special transformed demon beast that I have ever seen. Irritated, Lord Condor turned around wanting to teach him a lesson, but suddenly fell quiet when he saw the person's face. Sir, since when did you begin to make jokes? Okay. Behave yourself from now on, Yifutian said. He looked at Kong Xian and said, Thank you and your majesty for taking care of him over these years. No worries, said Kong Xian, shaking her head. In return, may I stay with you for a while? Of course you can. Black Wind Condor cut in quickly but chose to not speak upon meeting Xianxia's cold glances. Isn't it better to have Her Highness help us? Yifutian said, laughing. Kong Xian also brought plenty of warriors with her that could help each other. Since they also belonged to the demon clan, it would have also been more convenient to travel with them in this territory. Early the next morning, several demon beasts and human cultivators had convened at the Celestial Demon Arena in the central district of the Celestial Demon City. Large demon beasts with all kinds of strange appearances were the most prominent amongst the massive crowd. their thick demonic aura permeating the air. However, the human cultivators who came here were also of Saint Plane and were unaffected by the aura, even though they were not as comfortable in the realm of demon beasts as they were in their own world. Warriors of the Eight Thunder Law Orthodox forces had also arrived and gathered in the same area, and behind them were more warriors from various parties of the Heavenly Mandate realm. A few powerful cultivators had also arrived and stayed in other locations. For example, somewhere far away in the sky, some warriors were standing above the clouds, overlooking everything below them. Their eyes were keen, and the light of thunder reflected off from their bodies. Some warriors stood far behind the crowd and kept their distance from others. They were all gorgeous female cultivators with an unusual temperament. Several figures also stood somewhere else. They all looked aloof and watched toward the celestial demon arena in the distance. However, there were many warriors nearby circling them at the center. It seemed that they were just watching from a distance and didn't want to get involved. Although the celestial demon city was huge in the demon realm and being guarded by Zhu Yan, the demon emperor, and 3 other demon emperors, its level was still far from enough compared with the top forces these warriors belonged to. The same was true for Zhu Yan, demon crown prince. It was still unclear if he was qualified to let them take action. In another direction, Yi Futian and others had also arrived and joined the crowd. This time, they had a stronger lineup. Kong Xian and other warriors from the Demon Peacock Emperor also joined the team. They joined the flow of people and looked up at the celestial demon arena to find a group of warriors approaching them from afar. The 4 figures who took the lead were the Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince and 3 other demon princes. Just like yesterday, the 4 demon royalties sat down in their seats. Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince sat on the throne at the top of the stairs. He leaned there lazily, a pair of eyes containing golden flames sweeping towards the space. A demon beast behind him was whispering something in his ear. He glanced lazily around and found the airborne warriors in the distance, full of contempt in his eyes. He specially designed this demonic matrix to see how the strongest warriors of the human world were like. And these people wanted to get the news without doing anything? Impossible. He wanted to see who could break the demonic matrix. I'll give you another chance. If today is still as boring as before, then maybe you will not see me tomorrow. If you want to get the news, go somewhere else and explore by yourself. Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince's voice was cold and slightly threatening. To get the news, they needed to show some sincerity. His time had been wasted by those who made tentative attempts a few days ago. He felt so bored. Although he received several things and cultivation methods from them, he didn't see them as all that valuable. Thus, he just awarded them to subordinates for enlightenment and practice. Below Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince, the Prince of Thunder God Clan let out a dragon roar. Streaks of lightning thunder pierced across the void sky. Rolls of thunder shook everyone's eardrums. Human cultivators all looked cold. Feeling rather presumptuous, the 4 demon beasts of the celestial demon city tried to provoke them again and again. Over the enormous celestial demon arena, the demonic matrices were in formation. Many demon beasts guarded the demonic matrix, their appalling demonic aura emitting from their bodies. At that moment, the crowd suddenly gave way to a group of warriors emerging from its center. They were from the Eight Thunder Law Orthodox sects. As they stepped down from the area below the celestial demon arena, demon beasts all gave way to them. They are all of the same levels. The 4 demon princes above the stairs of the celestial demon arena looked puzzled. These human cultivators were all true self-saints who had the same cultivation plane. They were clearly selected from multiple forces instead of just one sect. True Self-Saints Correspondent Matrix was one of the 3 matrices in the same demon level. The Demon Thunder Drum Matrix arranged by warriors of the Thunder God Clan. The other 2 demonic matrices left the vast celestial demon arena to warriors of the Thunder God Clan. Large demon beasts of the Thunder God Clan hovered over the arena and waited at different locations. Just then, a person jumped up to the celestial demon arena. He first stepped aside, put down a lot of storage rings in a line, and said, "These treasures and cultivation methods belong to me and the people behind me. I have lined them up in order. If one of us fails, you may take one from them." What is he doing? Demon beasts looked confused. Were the 8 orthodox forces preparing to challenge the demon thunder drum matrix one by one to tire them out? Put the storage rings aside first. The Zhu Yen demon crown prince said slowly. A demon beast instantly stepped out and took all the storage rings away, much to the human cultivator's displeasure. Don't worry. Since the rules have been set, I will return them to you as long as you made it. I won't covet your belongings, Zhu Yen demon crown prince said nonchalantly. The cultivator in Thunder Law stepped in front of the celestial demonic matrix as the crown prince said, "Begin!" Boom! The moment he spoke, a dazzling burst of fire and thunder broke out from that warrior's body. It was the intimidating solar thunder of Binghua, one of the 8 orthodox thunder laws. A dazzling bird showed up behind him. It was his life spirit, a divine thunderbird called Thousand Thunder Bird. The life spirit kept growing, covering the sky and hiding the sun. Its mouth spat out a stream of lightning and fire that directly darted toward the big demon beasts of the Thunder God clan. The big demon beasts roared and opened their wide mouths, releasing dazzling purple lightning bolts. They collided with the Thunderbird's solar thunder of flame and ignited the explosion of appalling light beams. Meanwhile, enormous bodies of the Thunder God warriors bathed in the appalling might of thunder. Rolls of lightning on their bodies fell, converging into a war drum of thunder on their abdomens. Warriors of the Thunder God clan spat out lightning while chanting in the language of dragons, causing the bolts to converge and crush on the war drum of thunder on their bellies. Boom! The aura of electricity overwhelmed the sky. The human warrior headed straight toward the demon beast, thrusting out his palm as it turned into a Thousand Thunder Bird. His head shook violently as if the drum sound would shatter his soul into pieces. He groaned as the endless thunder from the war drum came. With a loud noise, his body was directly shaken by the shock and got burned by barely touching a warrior of the Thunder God clan. He looked miserable. Bolts of lightning shone above the sky, overshadowing the sky and sun. The scene was appalling. Another warrior from the 8th Thunder Law Orthodox forces rushed out, seemingly prepared for this. This time, human cultivators planned to make a series of shots without letting the opponents gain momentum, thus interrupting the attack of the Matrix. The thunder dragons of the Thunder God clan ascended into the clouds, their roars shaking the sky. The dragon's body was straight, and the endless thunder light converged in the sky. Among the 9 dragons, a larger war drum of thunder appeared. These dragons spat out divine thunder to the war drum at the same time. Suddenly, the war drum trembled the air. The incoming cultivator snorted and kept moving. However, the other side's attack did not stop. The thunder from the war drum contained the might that could even destroy the Great Law. It came down and penetrated the cultivator's body defense, throwing another cultivator away from the arena. It all happened within a few seconds. Their strategy seemed useless. The advantage of the demonic matrix was too conspicuous. "The matrix is stronger than it was yesterday," someone said. Warriors of the 8th Thunder Law Orthodox forces all looked gloomy. The matrix grew stronger when challengers were stronger. Yesterday, those cultivators made only a few tentative attempts. Was it now the demon beasts' turn to play around with them? These demon beasts were more cunning than expected. Soon, 4 cultivators had been knocked out. The crowd of the demon beasts scattered, their roars trembling the sky. The Thunder God clan isn't as prosperous as before, but they were once a very powerful demon clan. These selected demon beasts were all pure-blood, outstanding warriors of the Thunder God clan. With the aid of the Matrix and the Law method, their overall power became more than several abilities simply being superposed. Warriors of Thunder God clan are strong beasts who charged headfirst into battle. The Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord next to Yi Futian said, "In this kind of matrix, the 8th Thunder Law Orthodox forces don't have a chance to attack. The demon princes seem to be targeting those top figures," Qi Shengang said. The power of matrix superposition was much stronger than an individual's combat ability. Once the matrix was formed, there was no need to waste energy making tentative attacks. Simply attacking them directly with the most aggressive skills would have been the fastest way to victory. This was what the warriors of the Thunder God clan had always done. As more warriors were defeated, Others who followed had lost their confidence. That's enough. Zhang Chongqing stood together and looked toward the battlefield of Celestia Demon Arena. They knew they didn't have a chance. When the two sides' abilities were vastly different, even adopting the strategy of challenging each one individually still didn't work. Those who had not fought glanced back, looking quite uneasy. If you don't fight, I will assume you have given in. But I can't return the things to you, Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince said as he lazily leaned on the throne. He looked quite nonchalant, idly watching the people below. Zhang Chongqing said nothing. That was why they took the things away at the beginning. The demonic matrix today was stronger than the one from yesterday, so the other two demonic matrices must have been just as powerful. In other words, it was extremely difficult to win by passing through the demonic matrices. The Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince ignored Zhang Chongqing and glanced towards the warriors standing in the distance. Why were they still waiting? He wanted to see how long these top forces of the human cultivation world could wait. Zhang Chongqing stood alongside the other warriors of the Eight Thunder Law Orthodox sects. This area was full of their people. Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince gave them two choices. Either break through the matrix or challenge the four demon princes. If one won't work, we'll have to pick the other, someone whispered. There were 3 plain options of matrices for them to choose from. If they failed, they would not be in real danger. But if they chose to challenge those 4 demon beasts, their only plane option was the True Self Saint plane. These 4 demons were on the same level. 3 of them were True Self Saint, and 1 of them the Doctrine Saint. Regardless of the Doctrine Saint female monster of the Feather Men clan, the 3 demon princes of the True Self Saint were their main opponents. Since they had to conquer all of them to win, the challenge would have been too demanding. Moreover, the consequences of defeat would have been significant. Since the Celestial Demon City was the opponent's territory, the opponents could easily kill them. They didn't dare to take that risk. This battle was meant to be unfair, but all they could do was obey the opponent's rules. Among the 3 big demons, Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince was the most intimidating one. So far he had yet to try. According to what they learned in the Celestial Demon City, however, Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince's combat strength was astonishing. He was known as the strongest of his generation within the endless territory of the Celestial Demon City. In that case, it would have been both difficult and risky to defeat all 3 demon beasts. The previous strategy of challenging each opponent individually to tire them out might have worked. However, the warriors who first challenged and defeated them might have been seriously injured. "Let's go with the other plan," said Zhang Chongqing coldly. He didn't believe the united Eight Thunder Law Orthodoxy forces would have been defeated by the 4 demon princes of the Celestial Demon City. Okay. People answered and nodded. Soon, a person stepped forward in front of the Celestial Demon Arena with a solemn look. He flashed in the air and landed on the Celestial Demon Arena. The man was wearing a golden robe, looking unusually handsome. He looked up toward the 4 demon beasts above the stairs of the Celestial Demon Arena and said, "I am a disciple of the Golden Clan sect and am here to ask for fighting instructions from your highnesses." The Golden Clan sect was one of the 8 orthodox sects. Their disciples specialized in the perilous thunder of Gengjin and were famous for their aggressive attacks. The warrior who set foot on the Celestial Demon Arena was an extraordinary disciple of the Golden Clan sect who accomplished so much in thunder laws. Above the stairs, the 4 big demons looked down toward him sullenly. "Third brother, you want to go?" Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince asked the Taotai Big Demon Beast. "Sure." The Taotai Big Demon Beast opened his mouth and answered. He had a human face, but when he opened his mouth, it turned into that of a Taotai beast. It looked terrifying. Although he had a human head, he also had a Taoya's body complete with a tail. As his 4 hoofs stepped down, a ferocious life force emitted from his body. Taotai was considered a menacing kind of demon beast. When he stepped onto the Celestial Demon Arena, his head also became that of a demon beast. Within a fierce aura, his sharp teeth appeared as horns grew from his head. He glanced toward that warrior in contempt as golden divine thunders shone on the Golden Clan cultivator's body, resonating with the sky and the earth. The bright golden light of catastrophe appeared in the vast space, covering the sky and hiding the sun. Boom! Golden lightning descended from the sky. An endless stream of sword-like golden beams of light split the void sky, crushing toward the Taotai Big Demon's body. Along with the celestial demon area, even the vast sky was filled with bright golden lightning rays. They hovered over each warrior's head, threatening several demon beasts. The Taotai Big Demon glanced at the other side and felt the might of the perilous thunder of Gengjin. As he let out a low roar, his body grew to the size of a mountain standing on the battlefield. One by one, some patterns resembling mouths appeared on his enlarged body. The Taotai Big Demon Beast claimed to be able to devour the great law of sky and earth. When the golden lightning of catastrophe fell, all the mouths on the mountainous body simultaneously opened. The demon aura engulfed the vast world and swallowed perilous thunder of Gengjin. Boom! He stepped on the area, facing forward, and roared again. A demon vortex appeared between the sky and earth, enveloped the Golden Clan warrior directly inside the vortex storm, trying to devour it. As golden lightning bolts exploded directly over the battle platform, the Golden Clan warrior rose to the sky with the power and removed the horrifying vortex. The demonic whirlpool continued spiraling upwards. The warrior looked emotionless as his life spirit bloomed behind him as a golden sword of catastrophe. He waved his palm, and the infinite perilous thunder of Gengjin in front of him integrated with the sword. Numerous golden divine swords suddenly appeared in the sky. The thunderous booms trembled everyone's eardrums. The divine thunder fell and the great laws became as one. In the middle was a golden sword that seemed capable of chopping down the 9 skies. Warriors of the 8th Thunder Law Sects looked solemn. This time the selected challengers were outstanding top-level figures of true self-plane of the 8 sects. If they were defeated, they should have been able to retreat safely. Letting out a roar again, the gigantic demon beast Taotai, who had transformed back into a huge original beast, stood on his 4 hoofs, with big mouths open at the same time. A horrible demonic cloud storm appeared above the sky. The huge whirlpool seemed to want to swallow all the skies. The sky over the vast, endless area was full of terrifying clouds. All the phantoms of the Taotai Big Demon Beasts also ascended into the sky, devouring the converged golden divine swords in the sky. Cultivators of the Golden Sect looked solemn. Golden divine prints were drawn in their hands. The catastrophe thunder of the great law transformed into golden divine swords, piercing through the sky and opening up the world. At that moment, it seemed that all the golden divine swords in the 9 skies thrust down. The golden light rays enveloped the sky, emitting powerful energy. The battlefield was consumed by the perilous thunder of Gengjin and demonic whirlwinds. Rolls of booming sounds erupted above the sky, causing horrifying collisions that shook people's minds. Several golden divine swords seemed to be getting devoured as phantoms of the Taotai Big Demon Beasts were also annihilated. The strongest golden divine sword thrust towards the Taotai Beast's real body, igniting tens of thousands of afterglow rays in the sky. Warriors of the 8 sects looked somehow relieved. The battle was so intense because both sides had fought with all their might. Before, when they challenged the Matrix, they had their abilities restrained with no opportunity to be fully unleashed. Although the 4 demon princes were powerful, the matrices formed by numerous big demon beasts were far more threatening than their individual attacks. However, the risk of challenging them was greater. This demon prince hit hard. Sky-shattering sounds of collision erupted above the sky. Everyone stared at that side as a huge body descended and, following a boom, fell on the celestial demon arena and trembled it. It was the Taotai Big Demon Beast, drenched in blood. On the other side, the warrior of the Golden Clan sect also flew out feebly before falling to the ground with his whole body also soaked with blood. Many warriors with strong abilities had witnessed the finishing blow. The strongest golden divine sword still failed to fatally wound the Taotai Big Demon Beast and only gave him slight injuries. However, the warrior of Golden Clan sect was hit hard and severely injured. After all, the Taotai Big Demon Beast was more powerful than the warrior of the Golden Clan sect. Demon beasts had a natural physical advantage, but human cultivators were better at cultivation methods. At that moment, a bolt of lightning flashed across the void sky, as another warrior from the 8th Thunder Law Orthodox sects came to the arena. He tossed out a storage ring and immediately charged at the Taotai big demon beast, the lightning swiftly sweeping across the sky. Above the arena, Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince frowned. Did they still want to try tiring them out? In the crowd, Yi Futian had been watching this battle carefully. While the Taotai demon beast defeated that warrior in the first round, the 8th Thunder Law Orthodox sects were not common forces. If they kept sending elite warriors to fight, these 4 demon princes would be in trouble. As Yi Futian had expected, the second battle was still merciless. The Taotai big demon beast still defeated the opponent but with some injuries. In the following battle, the Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince let the Prince of Thunder God Clan replace the Taotai big demon beast. He was a better fighter than Taotai big demon beast, but the opponents he met were also menacing. After several consecutive battles, even the dragon scale armor of his original body was broken and stained with blood. Both he and his opponent were severely injured in battle, but the latter was taken out of the celestial demon arena. Another figure leaped up onto the arena, lightning illuminating the sky. A dragon's voice trembled in the sky like the sound of a war drum, and a huge thunder dragon hovered in the sky. "Second brother, come back." Just then, a voice came from above the stairs. When the Prince of the Thunder God Clan wanted to keep fighting, Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince stood from the throne in the sky and stepped forward into the void sky. The Prince of the Thunder God Clan looked back, then returned his giant body to its previous state. He moved backward, leaving the battlefield to the Crown Prince. The warrior of the 8th Thunder sects glanced up at the Zhu Yan Crown Prince walking in the void air. With golden flames blazing in his eyes, the Demon Crown Prince headed straight towards him. Thunder light shone from his body and collided with the golden divine fire shot down from the void sky, bright lightning surrounding him. Bang! Zhu Yao Demon Crown Prince took another step forward. The void sky trembled violently as if a mountain was about to drop down and oppress the side of the sky. He stretched out one palm, and endless golden divine fire converged into a huge stick. Bang! He stepped out again, like stepping on that human warrior's heart. As the divine fire approached, its sky-shattering might overwhelmed the warrior of Thunder sect. He was not the only one. Countless warriors also felt the pressure. It was the first time that Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince showed his ability. Bang! With another step forward, the Thunder sect warrior's body soared straight into the sky, surrounded by the endless divine thunder. Just then, the long stick in the hands of Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince slashed out. The long stick born from the golden divine fire suddenly grew and slashed down from the sky, covering the sky and hiding the sun as one stick cut through the sky. The Thunder sect warrior's face suddenly turned pale, and his body turned into thousands of thunder shadows and moved in all directions. Under the might of the stick, the great law came down and slowed him down. Endless stick shadows fell all at once, smashing and collapsing all thunder shadows. Boom! A violent sound came out, and the time and space seemed to be frozen. The flashes of the stick stopped and turned into one. The Thunder sect warrior's body was directly hit with a violent blow, and then he fell from the void sky feebly, constantly spitting out blood. With one blow, he was badly injured. Perhaps his trip would just end here, and he had to be taken back now. The Law of Stick. Yi Futian took a glance at Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince and murmured. The weapon looked quite familiar to him. The great demon beasts of Zhu Yan clan were known as soldier beasts, resembling belligerent apes. It was said that Zhu Yan was a kind of ape. Before, the Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord told Yi Futian that the Zhu Yan clan might have been on good terms with the ape clan, and thus was implicated and exiled to the celestial demon city. At that moment, Yi Futian felt a little familiar with this martial art of stick. The ape clan inherited the 81 strikes of heaven-traversing staff techniques. The 81 strikes of stick techniques were the foundation that the demon beasts of the ape clan could have their newfound knowledge based on, like the fact that the late Snow Ape Emperor created the 9 heavenly attacks based on the 81 strikes. However, this should have been considered his legacy, and Yi Futian was the only person who inherited it and passed it on to the golden apes. Zhu Yan's martial art of stick was probably familiar to him because it was also derived from the stick techniques of the ape clan. with absolutely overbearing power. It seemed that the Zhu Yan clan was close to the Ape clan. In that case, then it's no wonder he was on good terms with the Thunder God clan. They even called each other brothers. Of course, other people thought from Yifutian. When countless people saw the warrior of the Thunder sect fall, they looked up towards the Zhu Yan demon crown prince who stood in the air with a long stick in hand, his whole body shining. The ignited hope of the 8th Thunder Law sects seemed to have been extinguished again. They had wounded the Taotai beast and the big demon beast of the Thunder God clan. If they continued sending warriors to challenge, it was possible to be victorious. If the Zhu Yan demon crown prince was so powerful, however, how could they fight? With a single blow, he could severely injure and incapacitate a warrior. It was clear that the Zhu Yan demon crown prince was much stronger than the other two big demon beasts. Anyone else? The Zhu Yan demon crown prince said coldly and proudly, a pair of golden eyes full of contempt. Boom! Thunder light illuminated the sky. Another Thunder sect warrior stepped out, concentrating the Thunder Law in his hands. Expecting his arrival, the Zhu Yan demon crown Prince Yao wielded the long stick in his hand as his body hovered in the void sky. Countless shadows of his appeared in the space alongside tens of thousands of stick shadows. Another strike came, followed by tens of thousands of stick shadows. The might of the great law befell. People stared at where they collided. When the sound of thunder rang out, they saw the warrior's body fly backward and loudly fall back to the ground, his body twitching. Bang! The Zhu Yan demon crown prince stepped into the void sky and landed on the edge of the celestial demon arena. His golden eyes full of divine flame swept towards the crowd, fixed on several figures in the distance. Would those cultivators of the top human forces remain idle? Above the sky shone the light of thunder, and a group of people approached from a distance. The leader looked toward the Zhu Yan demon crown prince, his eyes like lightning. At that moment, both demon beasts and human cultivators also looked to that side. Warriors of the 8th Thunder Law Orthodox sects all looked towards the skydome. Seeing those people stopped their movement right above them in the sky. They were cultivators of the Violet Heavenly Palace. They hadn't expected that they needed to show up at the first stop, the celestial demon city of the demon realm. They thought that the 8th Thunder Law Orthodox sects would be enough to cope with them, but the Zhu Yan demon crown prince was more difficult to deal with than expected. More people were coming from other directions, to which many demon beasts gave way. In one direction, a group of gorgeous women showed up. They were like fairy goddesses, captivating several people. Many warriors guarded around them, separating those covetous demon beasts from the goddesses in case the latter were affected. Cultivators of the Brahma's pure sky. The excited crowd talked about them. It seemed that people of the top forces were ready to show up. Another group of figures in gorgeous robes also showed up, all of them with a transcendent temperament. Demon beasts voluntarily gave way to them, and the vast space was occupied only by human cultivators. These people were from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. Their intimidating gaze swept towards the Zhu Yan demon crown prince in the void sky. As the top forces of the Heavenly Mandate realm, they knew more things than most people. The Zhu Yan clan once was also very powerful. Although the Zhu Yan demon emperor was not a demon emperor of the highest rank, he was still prominent in the demon realm. The demon crown prince seemed to have inherited the demon emperor's talent and was overbearing. But if he wanted to stop them, then he was biting off more than he could chew. The top forces of the Heavenly Mandate realm would have lost dignity if they personally fought with him. Up in the sky, the Zhu Yan demon crown prince glanced towards these people with a pair of golden eyes as the fighting will from his body dripped down. Finally, they showed up. Just then a voice rang out and said, "The 8th Thunder Law Orthodox sects of the Heavenly Mandate realm all inherited from the Violet Heavenly Palace. Is this all you can do?" Everyone turned to find that the ones who spoke were those of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty in stunning clothes. There were not many people coming from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, and the people around them were all talented royal warriors ruled by the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. In the central area of the Heavenly Mandate realm, the Heavenly Mandate dynasty ruled several forces that once prospered, some of which were similar to the 8th Thunder Law Orthodox forces such as the Purple Underground sect. The Heavenly Mandate dynasty had the right to direct governance and was the strongest power in the Heavenly Mandate realm. It once stood on the political apex of Heavenly Mandate realm. However, the Heavenly Mandate dynasty was brought to ruins after battling with Gu Tianxing, and its power was greatly weakened. Now it no longer had an advantage over the other four top powers. There are forces in the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, but why have I never seen any of you lend us a hand? Zhang Chongqing replied. Although they came from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, the Purple Underground sect was not under their influence. The dynasty didn't dare to touch the 8 Thunder Law Orthodox sects. Even though the Purple Underground sect was in awe of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, he didn't fear them. The warrior of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty glanced at Zhang Chongqing and said, "This time in the event of the 8 Divine Mountains, there were 2 people who broke records. Why don't you let them fight?" This time there was another person besides Yi Futian who broke the Heavenly Thunder record of Divine Mountains, in the God-slaughtering mountain. The Thunder Law inherited by the God-slaughtering mountain was the overbearing power of the demonic thunder of Lucian. The name of the person who broke the mountain was Wang Chao, who was now the direct disciple of the God-slaughtering clan Renhuang. Now he was also in the crowd. However, the God-slaughtering clan didn't plan for Wang Chao to fight. This person who had broken the record was considered a significant talent that the God-slaughtering clan would especially raise. If there was no guarantee, they did not want him to fight against the Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince. As for the other person who broke the record, Yi Futian didn't even join the 8 Thunder Law sect. Zhang Chongqing looked somewhere else. Because demon beasts had retreated from this area, Yi Futian looked quite conspicuous. He was just standing nearby. Besides Yi Futian, there was the verdant Gazelle Palace Lord, the bull beast and warriors of the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm. They were all demon beasts. The scene made Zhang Chongqing look puzzled. Had he figured out the connections between the other demon clans? Besides, many of the demon beasts around him were quite powerful. Although Kong Xian's life force was not strong, Zhang Chongqing could tell she was of unusual origin from her outstanding temperament and beauty. She probably was a demon emperor's offspring who was born to be able to transform. You have been forbidden to cultivate in Thunder Law. Now, are you going to join the demon realm? Zhang Chongqing said to Yi Futian. Yi Futian, who had been watching the battle quietly, did not expect that he would get involved. He looked at Zhang Chongqing from a distance and said, "I cultivate in whatever fields I like. What does it have to do with you? Also, it's my own business whether or not I cultivate in Thunder Law. Why do I need you to tell me to stop?" The moment Yi Futian finished speaking, the warriors' eyes all fell on him. They all knew something about Yi Futian. The man who broke the record of Wutu Divine Mountain was now staying with demon beasts. Was it because he knew he had no future in the Heavenly Mandate realm? Since you chose not to join the Thunder Orthodox sect, you have volunteered to give up cultivating in Thunder Law, other Saint Plain warriors said. Did you create Thunder Law? Yi Futian rebutted. The 8 Thunder Law Orthodox sects were humiliated on the Celestial Demon Arena, so they now turned to him. If a disciple of the Violet Heavenly Palace claimed that he should no longer cultivate in Thunder Law, did it mean he was no longer allowed? Since when did a disciple of the Violet Heavenly Palace have the right to decide his path of cultivation? All Thunder Laws of the world originated from the Violet Heavenly Palace. The Thunder Law of the Tutu Divine Mountain also belonged to the Violet Heavenly Palace. Zhang Chongqing said, staring at Yi Futian. Since you have refused to join the Heavenly Palace, you are not allowed to use the Thunder Law to cultivate. Don't think you can forget about it after joining the Demon Clan. His tone was jarring and aggressive. Before I entered Wutu Divine Mountain, no one said that I had to join any Thunder Law sects if I entered the Wutu Divine Mountain. Yi Futian responded coldly. Was what you said about Violet Heavenly Palace's tenet of preaching the Thunder Law to the world to let all cultivators learn Thunder Law a lie? You are too presumptuous. The warriors of the Violet Heavenly Palace said coldly. They looked down at Yi Futian in the void sky. Demon beasts around them looked confused. Were these human spiritual cultivators fighting amongst themselves? The Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince also showed interest. He walked back to the top of the stairs of Celestial Demon Arena and watched quietly. Yifutian glanced up at the people of Violet Heavenly Palace. The light of thunder shone around his body, like the light of catastrophe. Before entering the Wutu Divine Mountain, I had already been cultivating in Thunder Law. Since you claimed the Wutu Infernal Thunder belongs to you, I will not use it. However, I have long been cultivating in Thunder Laws by myself. It is supposed to be one of the great laws between the sky and earth. Who has the right to keep me from cultivating it? Yifutian looked at the figures in the void sky and replied indifferently. You, the so-called 8 Great Thunder Laws Orthodox sects, prohibited me to cultivate your Thunder Law. Are you sure I value it? Everyone around him was shocked by his words. Was he showing contempt to the 8 Thunder Law Orthodox forces? Zhang Chongqing stared at Yifutian. Did he just say that the inheritance of infernal thunder of Wutu was beneath him? It was not just Zhang Chongqing, but all 8 orthodoxies of thunder methods were in the vein of the Violet Heavenly Palace. Did this person despise the cultivation of their 8 orthodoxies of the thunder method? Master, who are these idiots? The black-winged condor next to Yifutian said. How could they blatantly forbid his master's cultivation? A group of self-righteous morons, Yifutian responded. People from the 8 major thunder clans stared at him. A might of authority shrouded the void, and the lightning flashed as if the thunder of heaven might descend from the sky at any time. I'd like to see how you dared to despise and humiliate our orthodox thunder method, Zhang Chongqing said coldly, his sight directed toward another man, who stepped out and headed toward Yifutian. As a saint of true self, he also wanted to see the true strength of Yifutian, the one who had inherited the 1,000 strikes of heavenly thunder and broke the pole number. Boom! The infernal thunder of Wutu flashed with the sounds of thunder and explosion. Above the firmament, thundercloud roiled. How aggressive was the might of the divine path that all the cultivators and demonic beasts around it retreated and gave up this space. The demonic beasts emitted a low, excited roar. Something interesting was afoot. These humans were powerless against their demonic crown prince, and now there was infighting. Yifutian stared at the other with the same indifference. These 8 major thunder clans were brutally beaten to a bloody pulp by the crown prince, Zhu Yan. Now in an awkward position, they could neither advance nor withdraw. Were they now taking it out on him? Above the sky rang out muted sounds of thunder, and the infernal thunder of Wutu roared continuously, covering the space above Yifutian. Yifutian stepped forward as starlight flowed and revolved around his body, turning into celestial bodies. The heaven and earth seemed to morph into a world of stars, with each star flowing and dazzling. The cultivator of the purple underworld stretched out his hands, palms facing upward as if to hold up the heaven and the earth. The light of heaven and earth shone brightly and descended on his palms, gathering radiant brilliance. Boom! A bolt of lightning flashed through the void. Moving like lightning, he rushed toward Yifutian. Both of his palms flipped and blasted out at the same time. The lightning in his palms instantly exploded, with sharp lights blooming and directly attacking Yifutian. Boom! The sound of thunder broke through the sky as the infinite infernal thunder of Wutu gathered above the palms, blasting inside Yifutian's body. The rolling thunder of the great path above the sky descended at the same time, striking upon Yifutian's starry battle form. The light of the stars was dazzling and bright but still crackled. However, Yifutian's body remained untouched. Endless lightning rushed into the light of the stars along the cracks, but he remained unshakable. Those who were around looked towards Yifutian. Endless lightning and thunder released 1,000 yards of lightning that flooded the world, but his body was crystal clear as if it were immortal. As he withstood the might of thunder, he remained oddly still. The expression on the cultivator of the purple underworld changed slightly. As Yifutian raised his palm, the sounds of explosions rang out. Endless great path lightning of catastrophe appeared between heaven and earth, gathering into the palm of his hand. As he clenched his palm into a fist, thousands of thunder and lightning bolts of catastrophe resembling swords tore through the void. Upon sensing the threat, the cultivator from the purple underground withdrew his body rapidly like an afterimage of the lightning. Even so, Yi Futian seemed to stick to him like a shadow that also turned into lightning, pushing its limit. The two men's bodies simultaneously crossed the void and appeared above the sky. The crowd saw Yi Futian's arms forward, his fists bathed in the light of endless thundering light of catastrophe. Boom! With a loud bang, the body of the cultivator from the purple underground stopped. The fist of thunder blasted on his chest. The devastating light of catastrophe burst into his body, then bloomed from every part of his body. Countless lightning bolts illuminated the void, making it difficult for people to open their eyes. With another loud bang, the body of the cultivator from the purple underground fell instantly to the ground. His twitching body was charred black, with his long hair standing on their ends. Blood seeped out of his mouth, left in a frightful expression. The face of the cultivator from the purple underworld looked unsightly. Although this cultivator was neither too strong nor too weak, Yi Futian managed to defeat him in one blow. Furthermore, the attack by his hidden infernal thunder of Wutu could not even pierce Yi Futian's defense. Zhang Chongqing and the others looked up at the figure in the void. Yi Futian also looked down at them with indifference and said light-heartedly, "Is this the inheritance of the purple underground? It is strong indeed." His sarcastic tone sounded particularly harsh. He was now the figure in the void clad in white. His silvery hair flowed in the air, his handsome visage displaying his apathy. Compared to the time at the purple underground, Yi Futian appeared even more unbridled and jaunty. At the time, Yi Futian had favors to ask of the emperor of the purple underground. Because of the many Runhuang present at that time, he had suppressed his personality and true strength. Another figure stepped out and walked into the void. This person was also the saint of true self, but with even stronger breath. As the thunderclouds rolled, a massive shadow of Thunder God appeared behind him with astonishing arrogance. This Thunder God phantom held a godly spear of thunder, and the thunder gathered above in the sky. With his palms outstretched, a godly spear of the Thunder God lashed out in his hand, emitting a bolt of devastating lightning. Yi Futian casually looked down at the other. With his palms extended, a long halberd formed. The thundering light of catastrophe gathered again and integrated into the long halberd, leaving space around it to tear all things. Bang! As Yi Futian stepped in the void, a mighty of the great path fell and shrouded the other. The cultivator with the spear only felt a strong sense of suppression oppressing him from above. Boom! Lightning skyrocketed across the sky and headed toward Yi Futian. Bang! Yi Futian took another step. At that moment, everyone vaguely felt that Yi Futian's demeanor was similar to that of Zhu Yan, the demonic crown prince. A flash of lightning slashed through like a streamer. Yi Futian's figure headed toward the cultivator of the purple underworld beneath, and the long halberd in his hand made a direct hit. That cultivator of the purple underworld did not evade but instead ascended into the sky. The overbearing illusion of the Thunder God seemed to be integrated with him, and its strength increased multifold. The spear enlarged as the Thunder Method sword, suddenly colliding with Yi Futian's long halberd. A destructive glare of light came out. Through the bright beam, the crowd saw the Thunder Spear crumble and shatter. Yi Futian's long halberd directly impaled the Thunder God's body, as easily as piercing bamboo. With a loud bang, the illusion of the Thunder God ripped apart. As before, the body of the cultivator from the purple underworld fell to the ground, unable to move. One strike was all it took. Many people looked puzzled, while the people of the 8 major Thunder clans looked extremely embarrassed, especially Purple Underworld. The fight ended with just one strike. If Yi Futian was merciless, both opponents would have died instantly. This scene was similar to when someone faced Zhu Yan, the demonic crown prince. "What method are you going to pass on to me?" Above the void, Yi Futian lowered his head and looked down, looking proud and unrelenting. He was banned from cultivating the Thunder method. As Yi Futian said, did he really want the 8 major orthodoxies of the Thunder method? Black Wind Condor's voice uttered from below. "Master, what kind of orthodoxy of Thunder method is this? It's so strong." He had morphed into human form, but his head still looked condor-like. Its sharp voice sounded particularly piercing. Just now, they claimed to be the orthodox of the thunder method and wanted to forbid it from this master. How astounding! To them, the orthodoxy of the thunder method was meant to represent the cultivation of the thunder method of the Great Path. If one was unworthy of it, then they are not allowed to cultivate. Yifutian responded sarcastically from the void. All the cultivators of the purple underworld felt their faces blackened. You are out of line. A cultivator from the Golden Clan who practiced perilous thunder of Gengjin stepped out. As his body rushed straight into the void, a divine sword of thunder created by the gathering of all the perilous thunder of Gengjin appeared, converged above the sky, and slashed downward. He was also surrounded by several sharp divine swords. Yifutian glanced at the void, and suddenly there were ancient characters all around his body, which seemed to contain the starry great path that orbited around his body. They flew out and exploded in an amazing power that collided with the divine sword as it came down, shattering the latter. The cultivator from the Golden Clan condensed the seal with his hands. Suddenly, the endless Gengjin divine sword turned into thunder and blasted out as if it wanted to tear apart the sky, rushing toward Yifutian. Yifutian kept flying forward. The endless ancient characters seemed to contain special rhythms. The starry will exploded in the ancient characters, each resembling a star that kept flowing and rotating before colliding with the endlessly divine sword that continued slaughter forward. The divine sword was pulverized. The cultivator of the Golden Clan yelled in anger, and all the ways returned into one. A large golden divine sword converged, rushing into the clouds and slashing toward Yifutian. Boom! Yifutian stepped in the void with a powerful stance. As he moved, the hundreds of thousands of the ancient characters of the world turned into a huge starry monument beneath his feet and descended from the sky, pressing down. In an instant, the cultivator from the Golden Clan felt deeply trapped by the starry world. The golden divine sword blasted on the stone monument and slowly shattered. With the starry monument continuing to press down, Yifutian stepped onto the monument and descended with it. Oppressed all the way down, finally unable to bear it, the cultivator of the Golden Clan spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body fell. The ancient character descended one by one, blasted onto his body, and smashed him to the ground. It was still an easy finish. The person who fought on behalf of the Golden Clan was already an extraordinary character, yet he still experienced equally overbearing and instant defeat. They were not on the same level at all. Anyone else? Yifutian bowed his head and looked down on the 8 major Orthodox Thunder clans below. Who could withstand the fight? The area suddenly fell silent. Most people were watching for the show, but they were also amazed by the arrogance of Yifutian's fighting power. He could easily defeat even the geniuses of the 8 major Thunder clans. This battle was enough to make the purple underworld unable to lift his head and lose face. Someone looked up into the sky. As the supreme force who inherited the power of the 8 major Thunder clans, also known as the place with the most complete collection of all thunder methods, the Violet Heavenly Palace would come out and fight. People from the Violet Heavenly Palace looked downward towards Yifutian, who was in the air. Back when Yifutian had rejected the Emperor of the Purple Underground and the Violet Heavenly Palace successively, everyone thought it was because of Gu Donglu. Now it seemed that there was a bit more to it than that. He was also more than confident in his own talents. He didn't think the Purple Underground would teach him anything, so he wasn't interested in going under the tutelage of the Emperor of the Purple Underground among the will that was revealed by Yifutian in the battle. Thunder was just one of them. There were also several different powers of the Great Path. His concentration was not solely in thunder. Entering Wutu Divine Mountain and breaking the pole number of Tianlei of Inheritance was all to meet the Emperor of the Purple Underground and plead for the release of his senior brother, Gu Donglu. He had no interest at all in cultivating the thunder method. When the 8 great divine mountains opened, 2 of them had their pole numbers broken. In this case, let the 2 people who broke them have a chance to exchange. The cultivator from the Violet Heavenly Palace said. Even then, the Violet Heavenly Palace still kept their pride. As the supreme force in the Heavenly Mandate realm, having to fight Yifutian wouldn't have been a glorious event even if they won. After all, They were the real disciples who cultivated at the Violet Heavenly Palace. As the voice fell, many looked toward the direction of the God-slaughtering clan before turning to Wang Chao, who had submitted to the God-slaughtering clan. This man was exceptionally talented, and his combat power was just as aggressive. What would happen if the two record breakers fought? I came today for the news of Gu Tianxing, as all of you have come for the same purpose. Now, what is this? Another voice rang out as a group of fair ladies moved forward with their robes floating in the air, appearing holy and pure. The lady who spoke was a maiden under the Juqian goddess. She glanced at Yifutian and said, I am aware that you had grievances with the 8 major Thunder clan, but why bother provoking internal conflict if you came here for the same reason as everyone else? Wouldn't it have been better to break the matrix or go to the celestial demon arena for a challenge? This maiden, who came from Brahma's pure sky, saw that Yifutian was an extraordinary fighter who possessed a sweeping power of the 8 clans that was as strong as that of the demonic crown prince Zhu Yan. He and Wang Chao, the 2 people who broke the pole number of the Divine Mountain, may have been able to break the great battle matrix on the celestial demon arena if they worked with the followers sent by other top forces. They might have even been able to defeat the demonic crown prince Zhu Yan. Yifutian glanced at the maiden who spoke. Like Violet Heavenly Palace, Brahma's pure sky stood on the top of the heavenly mandate realm. Emitting an unusually transcendental temperament, these maidens seemed as if they were from another world. To this day, they were still as prideful as the Violet Heavenly Palace, unwilling to dirty their hands. Perhaps they thought that, as maidens of the supreme power of the heavenly mandate realm, fighting against the demonic beasts of the celestial demon city was dishonorable. Such pride was etched in their bones. It also served as the foundation of the supreme power of the heavenly mandate realm. Even though he had crushed several disciples of the 8 major clans, both the Violet Heavenly Palace and Brahma's pure sky believed he was still more suitable to challenge the celestial demon arena. Even if I break the matrix, what's it to you? Yifutian said. From her tone, it sounded as if breaching the matrix needed to be made public. What's more, I'm the one who provoked the infighting? Yifutian asked in return. The woman from Brahma's pure sky frowned, glancing at Yifutian. The black-winged condor came forward, looked up at Yifutian in the void, and asked, Master, who are these fairies, so glamorous and unreachable like goddesses from the sky? Yifutian looked down at him. What was this guy thinking about now? Everyone else looked at him scornfully. The Mount thought that he was such a proud creature, but was just full of flattery. They're cultivators from Brahma's pure sky, Yifutian responded. Oh, the black-winged condor responded. Brahma's pure sky should be very strong, befitting the status of master. He looked at the fairies of Brahma's pure sky and said, Recently, my master needs a few maids. Might any of you ladies wish to serve him? My master will certainly treat you well. Everyone looked at the black-winged condor in shock, and for a while, many could not respond. Have the fairies of Brahma's pure sky serve Yifutian as his maids? Was this bastard crazy? No cultivator in the heavenly mandate realm would ever dare propose for the fairies of Brahma's pure sky to serve as maids, especially when there were saintly maidens among them. Kong Xian also silently looked at the black-winged condor in front of her, taken by a familiar feeling. In the past, she was once so angered by this bastard that Yifutian took the opportunity to gain control over the demonic beasts around her. Because of that, he obtained the ability to direct the battle for the empty realm. Now she had so wanted to smash the bastard. The cultivators in the heavenly mandate dynasty burst into laughter. Even the royals of the heavenly mandate dynasty could only fantasize about the maidens of Brahma's pure sky serving as maids. Then this stupid beast dared to speak of it out loud. This seemed to pique the demonic crown prince Zhu Yan's interest. Yifutian and the beasts around him were amusing. Very interesting indeed. The expression on the faces of the maidens from Brahma's pure sky changed, but a few of them remained stoic. A maiden glanced at the black-winged condor calmly and smiled. Even if we are willing, you should ask your master if that is what he desires. If you fairies are willing to serve, I'll consider it, Yifutian said calmly. Many looked at Yifutian. This guy would have wanted it. Really? A maiden said with a smile, "I'm afraid you won't have our services." Saying Brahma's pure sky itself was enough to overwhelm most cultivators in the heavenly mandate realm. He would ask the maidens of Brahma's pure sky to serve him as maids? He was crazy. "Whether I can bear it or not, we will know once I tried it," Yifutian replied and turned around. No longer engaged with the other, he walked toward the celestial demon arena instead. He would accomplish what the 8 major thunder clans couldn't. Yifutian descended on the celestial demon arena and looked up at the sky above. The demonic crown prince Zhu Yen glanced down at Yifutian, looking somewhat surprised. When Yifutian was with the palace lord of the Verdant Gazelle Palace before, he thought that Yifutian just wanted to obtain information through their relationship. Now, it appeared that Yifutian wasn't the type of person he expected him to be. He already promised the palace lord of the Verdant Gazelle Palace that after this matter had been settled, he would consider giving him the information. Even under such circumstances, Yifutian still chose to step onto the celestial demon area for the challenge. He didn't care to use such means but intended to rely solely on himself. From below, the palace lord of the Verdant Gazelle Palace looked at Yifutian. "Old bull, we've been wrong," the palace lord of the Verdant Gazelle Palace said to the bull demon next to him. "Indeed, we were a bit off." The bull demon nodded. "I choose to break the matrix," Yifutian said, much to everyone's surprise. Why didn't Yifutian directly challenge the demonic crown prince Zhu Yen? Could the superior combat prowess of the demonic crown prince have deterred him? The previous battle matrix was just as mortifying, so it was probably very difficult to break. "Permission granted." The demonic crown prince Zhu Yen nodded. Suddenly, several thunder dragons landed on the celestial demon arena, each thunder dragon letting out a low growl as the area turned into the thunder world of the Great Path. Thunder and lightning fell from above, and Yifutian seemed incredibly small on the celestial demon arena. In Yifutian's outstretched hand, a long staff manifested from radiant light shining on his palm. The demonic crown prince Zhu Yen glanced his way, and a peculiar look flashed through his golden eyes. Did this human cultivator actually know staff techniques? To think this couldn't get any more interesting. "Are you ready?" Yifutian said. The cultivators of the Thunder Clan looked surprised. Was he asking them if they were ready? Boom! Terrifying might of thunder condensed and formed, turning into rolling thunder that slashed directly toward Yifutian. Bang! Yifutian stepped forward and turned into a thunderbolt, instantly disappearing from where he was a moment ago. Space manipulation. The eyes of everyone flashed, but the cultivators of the Thunder Clan still looked calm. Their sharp claws extended toward the sky above at the same time. A light screen of thunder appeared on the sky, and endless lightning struck down in an attempt to track down Yifutian. However, everyone saw that Yifutian was racing with the lightning. He moved so quickly that his figure was hardly visible. Above the sky, an extremely strong gust suddenly gathered, containing the mighty pressure of the great path within. The cultivators of the Thunder Clan all felt the pressure of its might. Their bodies enlarged, and divine thunder came out from their mouths. Above their heads, an impossibly giant thundering drum appeared. Divine thunder was spat out from the great mouth, converging together and blasting on the drum of war. In an instant, the void seemed to make crackling sounds. The bright light that would illuminate everything bloomed and radiated in all areas of the sky, leaving nowhere to hide. Among the thunderous light that annihilated the void, a bolt of lightning seemed to race through the thunder at the speed of sound. Even so, a thunderous light still hit the moving figure, and a brilliant light burst out. The figure did not slow down and continued flickering with every movement. As the wind and cloud roared, the might of the great path pressed down and shrouded the cultivators of the Thunder Clan. Above the sky, shadows of the staff were covering the sky, with each one appearing to be able to break open the ground. Numerous shadows of the staff blasted out at the same time, covering all the cultivators of the Thunder Clan. The demonic crown Prince Zhu Yen shot out golden divine flames from his eyes, staring at where the endless shadows of the staff now covered everywhere. Bang, bang, bang. The loud sounds were heard almost simultaneously, and the battle matrix was instantly split up as the cultivators of the Thunder Clan resisted the staff techniques. Above the sky, Yifutian appeared and struck out once again with the staff. The staff turned into 1,000 kilometers long and swept across the sky to sweep away all existence. Boom! The Thunder Dragon's massive bodies flew out backward. They let out low and angry growls as all of them were blasted out in a flash. The cultivators of the 8th Major Thunder Clan were intrigued by this scene. They had tried their best and fought the Celestial Demon Matrix with the technique of tag match to no avail. How could Yifutian have done it in only 2 strikes? Even those of the supreme power became sharp. Yifutian must have been quite stronger than expected. The cultivators of the Thunder Clan stood at the 4 corners of the Celestial Demon Arena and took a deep breath. The thunder will upon their bodies were rolling and tossing until it finally made a deep groaning sound of the dragon chanting. On top of the staircase, the prince of the Thunder Clan stood up and stared at Yifutian. It was clear how aggressive and unstoppable the demonic thunder drum matrix from the Thunder Clan was. It was far more difficult to break the matrix than to defeat him. After all, they were set up by the cultivators of the Thunder Clan, so its superior battle power was derived from the echoes of their collective will. Despite all that, Yifutian broke the demonic thunder drum matrix with only 2 strikes. The Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince also looked over, but he was more concerned with Yifutian's staff techniques than with him breaking the matrix. Like Yifutian, he also felt that his staff techniques were somewhat similar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. These staff techniques seemed to come from the same source as his. Naturally, the 2 cultivations of the staff techniques were based on their own cultivation. Each continued evolving their staff techniques so that they would exert the greatest power in their own hands. Even if they were from the same source, it would have differed as their paths to cultivation went different ways. The final staff techniques would have also been different. Just why would this human cultivate the staff techniques from the ape clan? Furthermore, he seemed to have known several demonic cultivators. Will this suffice? At that moment, Yifutian looked up at the top of the stairs towards the Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince. The eyes of man and demon met in the void. The Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince's eyes seemed to light up with golden divine flames. Yifutian's eyes were as deep as the starry sky, his expression unchanged. The Prince of the Thunder Clan stared at Yifutian, wanting to speak, but he saw that the Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince already said, "Yes, I will tell you the information about Gu Tianqing before you go." "Very well," Yifutian nodded, then turned around to walk off the Celestial Demon Arena. The Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince glanced at the others and said, "What about you guys? Since you didn't come out and break the matrix yourselves, do you plan to get the information from him?" The purpose of him setting up the demonic matrix was to experience the strength of the top forces in the world of human cultivation. But he did not expect Yifutian to be the first to break the matrix. He didn't seem to be a disciple of the top forces in the heavenly mandate realm. On the contrary, he seemed to be quite at odds with them. His combat effectiveness was as strong as that of the top forces. The cultivators of the Violet Heavenly Palace, Brahma's Pure Sky, and the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty all lifted their heads to look at the Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince. Just as they expected, the Crown Prince was coming for them. The descendants of Zhu Yan, the Demon Crown Prince, wanted to step on them to prove himself. But the idea was somewhat naive. He quickly glanced at the people of the 8 major Thunder Clans below. The cultivators from the Violet Heavenly Palace knew that these people were unreliable. None of them could rival Yifutian. Had it not been for Gu Donglu, Yifutian could have cultivated in the Violet Heavenly Palace. This would have been better than the current situation. Since the 8 major Thunder Clans had failed, give it to the Violet Heavenly Palace. The cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty said. The people of the Violet Heavenly Palace glanced that way. "Very well," the leader responded directly without question. His gaze fell on a cultivator from the Violet Heavenly Palace as he said, "Zimo, you go." "Fine." A young man stepped forward, and everyone from the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty looked at him. It seemed that the Violet Heavenly Palace chose Tanzimo to fight so they could avoid any further mishaps. This Tanzimo was a well-known figure in this generation of the Violet Heavenly Palace. In the realm of the Saint Plain at the Violet Heavenly Palace, he was considered one of the 10 most significant figures there. It was known that the Violet Heavenly Palace had countless talented geniuses. Being ranked amongst the top 10 there for being the best at the thunder method among all the sentient beings in the heavenly mandate realm meant almost standing at its apex. Tan Zimo walked forward, clad in a purple robe decorated with patterns of lightning. He walked onto the celestial demon arena and stood in the void, the robe fluttering in the wind as he gazed at the Zhu Yen demon crown prince and said, "Let me try as well." His tone was oddly calm, as if it was simply a trivial matter to him. The cultivators of the 8 major thunder clans glanced his way, worried about this battle. The Violet Heavenly Palace finally came out to fight through Tan Zimo. The 8 major thunder clans were lords in their own right, but as the founder of the thunder method, the Violet Heavenly Palace was a place they can only aspire to go. No matter what position they held in their respective clan or how talented they were, they could only watch in awe facing off with Tan Zimo, the genius figure of the Violet Heavenly Palace. Whether or not it was the Violet Heavenly Palace's intention, Tan Zimo's cultivation also came from the realm of the Saint of True Self. The cultivators of the Thunder Clan gathered again into the Matrix, but Tan Zimo waved his hand and said, "Since you had fought previously, you make the first move." The sound of dragon chanting continued, and Tan Zimo's proud voice brimmed with self-confidence. The cultivators of the Thunder Clan transformed into sacred thunder dragons without objection, their roars piercing the sky. Above the firmament appeared to be an apocalyptic sight as the light of thunder swallowed the sky. Their bodies soared into the sky and flew in circles, devouring the thunder of heaven and earth before opening their mouths to spit them out. Infinite thunder light converged in the middle, where a boundless giant demonic thunder drum appeared. The demonic thunder drum matrix was designed to gather all the might of thunder on the demon thunder war drum, so it would instantly unleash the power needed to destroy the human bodies and their souls. Boom! Lightning fell from the sky and landed around Tan Zimo. Tan Zimo stood there quietly, seeing that many of the cultivators of the Thunder Clans gathered the momentum instead of making the first move. As his mind moved, the light of endless thunder suddenly fell and surrounded him. There appeared 8 rays of light next to him as if they were the divine thunder of the 8 colors. The Violet Heavenly Palace had lofty requirements for the talent of the thunder method. Along with the control of one kind of thunder method orthodoxy, a person also had to control all 8 thunder methods orthodoxy so that they would become as one, all bloomed from one person. Both sides gathered momentum, hoping to win with one strike. The thunder rolled as the sky was shrouded in light, and countless lightning bolts bloomed in front of everyone. The thunder light surrounding Tan Zimo's body gathered into 8 beams of light and rotated around him. The 8 beams of light pierced through the sky and were integrated with the divine thunder of the Great Path. He seemed to be a matrix all by himself. The demonic beast and human cultivators watching the battle felt suffocated by its power. The sound of dragons rang through the world. The cultivators of the Thunder Clan finally made a move, spitting out the thunder from their mouths and simultaneously striking on the war drums. In an instant, destructive beams of divine thunder light blasted from the demon thunder drum toward Tan Zimo. Tan Zimo's expression remained unchanged. He pointed his palm forward and uttered the word, "Go!" As his voice faded, 8 thunder beams rushed straight at the opponent. The 2 forces met and collided midair. The terrifying sound of the explosion made everyone feel that their mind also trembled, their eardrums vibrating violently. The sky seemed to be drowned in the thunder light, and the 2 collisions intertwined. Tan Zimo stepped forward and pointed his finger toward the sky, where 8 beams of divine thunder light descended from the sky and blasted toward the giant demonic thunder drum. Boom! 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 The divine thunder descended. When the war drum was hit, a terrible divine light burst out and turned its attack toward the great demons of the Thunder Clan nearby. They roared as they retreated. Bang! With an ear-shattering noise, the war drums collapsed and shattered. Seeing those cultivators of the Thunder Clan retreating, Tan Zimo continued to move forward. He raised his finger to the void and said, "Thunder of catastrophe." As the words fell, A Gungjin divine sword fell from the sky and blasted toward the demonic dragon, whose sharp claws slashed out to resist the oncoming power. But Tan Zimo's fingers continued its strikes and said, "Smote evil, God-slaughtering, life and death." As each word fell, it seemed to contain an orthodox thunder method. The heavenly thunder descended, and the roars of the demonic dragons were heard. Boom! With another loud sound, one demonic dragon was blown to the ground, covered in blood. Soon afterward, continuous trembling sounds were heard as cultivators of the Thunder Clan were struck by the divine thunder. Their bodies fell to the ground, their blood dyeing the platform red. It was a shocking sight to behold. Soon, all the cultivators from the Thunder Clan were severely injured and unable to fight again. Tan Zimo stood alone in the space above the celestial demon arena, illuminated by the light of the thunder light shining around him as if it will never be extinguished. He looked at the scene with indifference and glanced lightly at the sky above the celestial demon arena. Since they had clamored for the violet heavenly palace to make a move, he could only comply. However, something else needed to be done. Something needed to serve as a warning to the Demon Crown Prince. Although this was the territory of the other, there were some scruples. The people of the 8 major Thunder Clans were afraid, but the cultivators of the Violet Heavenly Palace weren't. Since the Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince himself had set down the battle matrix himself, the Violet Heavenly Palace, as the most supreme force of the Heavenly Mandate realm, would not be so easy to intimidate if he was defeated and dared to leverage the power. The Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince stood up and saw the figures lying on the ground. A terrible divine light shone from his golden eyes, a flame burning upon his body. As he took a step forward, the Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince stepped into the void and walked onto the celestial demon arena. A pressure of might shrouded the heaven and earth. In an instant, Tan Zimo also felt greatly suppressed. Although the Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince was about the same size as a human, he seemed more like a towering demon whose every step made people tremble. Even so, he remained calm, for he also wanted to know what kind of strength that this most favored prince by the Zhu Yan Demon Emperor, known as the unparalleled great demon of this territory. That alone gave him the confidence to continue challenging the Violet Heavenly Palace. The heavenly thunder roared as the clouds above the sky tossed and turned, lightning bolts shrouding the entire celestial demon arena. If it weren't for them controlling the power, it would have probably spread farther than where it currently was. Is the Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince going to fight against the cultivators from the Violet Heavenly Palace? Numerous eyes focused there. On one side was the most talented great demon of the region, the Demon Crown Prince. On the other was the genius disciple of the top forces from the Heavenly Mandate realm, the Violet Heavenly Palace. How terrible their collision would be. Yifutian lifted his head to look up at the battlefield. He wanted to see at what level the top 2 cultivators were fighting. Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince was already standing at the peak in this realm, and there was nothing further to say about those from the Violet Heavenly Palace. The most powerful disciples of Heavenly Mandate realm were strong beyond imagination. In the sky above the celestial demon arena, the Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince stretched out his hand, and suddenly a golden flaming staff materialized. He then slung it over his shoulder and continued forward. The look in his eyes was fierce, and an aggressive might bloomed from his body. His demon temperament roared with his will to war soaring. Tan Zimo glanced at the other. The 8 major divine claps of thunder descended from the sky, covering him. Around him, a violent thunder field formed, and this thunder field attracted the divine thunder from heaven and earth. With his body as the center, a frightening thunder field was formed. The cultivators from the Violet Heavenly Palace looked over there, and it seemed that Tan Zimo was also extremely cautious about this battle, as he had directly released his life spirit. His life spirit was unique. It was a lightning area that could devour the divine thunder of heaven and earth, and could change its form at will. At this time, the lightning area had no fixed form and was shining between heaven and earth, but as soon as his mind moved, the life spirit evolved. At the Violet Heavenly Palace, Tan Zimo's body of the Great Path was naturally formed with superb talents, so he cultivated and understood the 8 major thunder methods. There weren't many in the Heavenly Mandate realm who had stronger talents than his. Those who had superior talents were all geniuses and were destined to enter the top principalities. Of course, there was still a gap with the one from the Violet Heavenly Palace. After all, there were only the very few in the Heavenly Mandate realm who could possess the supreme body of the Great Path. He was destined to be high above others, ruled a generation, and stood at the peak of the mountain. However, it was thought that Tanzimo's talent was enough to deal with the Zhu Yen Demon Crown Prince. The divine thunder moved between heaven and earth. The lightning area was expanding madly, and the power of thunder was heading toward Zhu Yen Demon Crown Prince, as if to cast a huge thunder net. A terrible golden flame was burning on top of the Zhu Yen Demon Crown Prince. Though he did not dodge the flame and simply let the strands of thunder descended on his body, as if the terrible thunderous might did not affect him. Tanzimo didn't care. He stared straight ahead. His thoughts shrouded the heaven and the earth, and the 8 pillars of divine thunder beams shone around his body and spread toward the surrounding areas. The thunder beams continued to appear, seemingly intent on burying the world. "Righteous thunder of Imu," Tanzimo uttered. As his voice faded, beams of lightning descended from the sky. The great path roared and smashed toward the Zhu Yen Demon Crown Prince. Golden flames from the Zhu Yen Demon Crown Prince collided with the thunder in the void and were at an impasse. "Negative thunder of Kueishui. Fall." Tanzimo spoke again, and thunder crashed, creating chills, and the golden flames reappeared, trying to block the thunder. But the negative thunder of Kueishui penetrated the divine flames and continued its invasion. Boom! A clap of thunder rang out, and the force of the thunder struck the Zhu Yen Demon Crown Prince. But his whole body shone with the golden flames as if covered with a layer of armor. Tanzimo didn't care. The perilous thunder of Gengjin, infernal thunder of Wutu, 8 major thunder methods descended from the sky in succession, and beams of thunder shrouded the body of the Zhu Yen Demon Crown Prince, shining on his armor of divine flames. "Amazing defense!" everyone exclaimed. He was indeed the great demon Zhu Yen. Those who cultivated in the same realm couldn't even bear a single thunder method. However, he supported the power of the 8 major thunder methods with his physical body. Tanzimo looked at the others and secretly said that the Zhu Yen Demon Crown Prince was indeed proud and arrogant. Both of his hands were forming a seal. His body seemed to be connecting heaven with earth, and thunder clouds of destruction appeared in the sky, painting a terrifying scene of the apocalypse. Boom! He took one step out, turning into a flash of lightning, and moving in the space at will, appearing above the Zhu Yen Demon Crown Prince. The lightning area of the life spirit rushed into the thunder clouds, and a terrible vortex appeared. Divine thunder turned into pillars of light descending from the sky, sheltering all directions. Tanzimo stretched his hands and looked up into the sky, looking solemn. "Fall." Tanzimo spat out a single word, and the thunder descended. This was the great thunder attack of the Violet Heavenly Palace. The end of days thunder catastrophe. Its power to slaughter was total and complete. It would annihilate gods and demons alike. All the bystanders were shocked by the rapacious power of this thunder method. It was impossible to achieve this level of thunder spell unless the might of the cultivator was powerful. Such a scene of the apocalypse was akin to a great disaster. Several demon princes who were standing on the stairs were worried for the Demon Crown Prince. This power was too terrifying. The thunder method of doomsday came down and blasted toward the body of Zhu Yen Demon Crown Prince. His body shook, and the golden flaming armor was shattered and broken. The thunder method seemed to be connected with the thunderstorm of the firmament, inextinguishable, and continued its blasts to his body as if to destroy where he stood. The body of the Zhu Yen Demon Crown Prince was bent slightly, and his face had a savage look, terrifying and fierce, as his body trembled slightly. Growl. With a roar that echoed in the heavens, his body suddenly began to grow. Although he was still being forced to bend his body, he kept reaching upward and getting larger, as if he was going to support the celestial thunder with flesh and blood. "Is this it?" A low, hoarse voice came from the Demon Crown Prince, full of monstrous ferocity, and the demon twirled upward and screamed into the sky. His body continued growing. His arms extended, the long staff was also extending madly, getting longer and longer. He lifted his head, bearing the power of the celestial thunder head-on. Bloodstains appeared faintly on his body, but he seemed to not feel it as the staff in his hand swung toward the sky. Tan Zimo's body flickered and turned into lightning. His body even soared above the thundercloud. He turned both palms downward, and the doomsday thunder continued downward as countless thunderclaps rushed toward the space below. Buzz! The Zhu Yen Demon Crown Prince, who had now transformed into a giant war beast, waved the long staff in his hands, and there appeared endless shadows of the staff above the sky. These shadows collided with the beams of thunder, and under the attack of the doomsday thunder methods, the body of the war beast flew upward. Suddenly there seemed to be many shadows of him that appeared between the heavens and the earth, and at the same time, he struck out with the long staff and collided with the divine thunder in the void. The scene above the void was truly shocking. The attack that was dealt out by the Zhu Yen Demon Crown Prince directly blasted to the center of the violent thundercloud, smashing down with endless divine power. With a loud bang, even the celestial thunder seemed to be destroyed. A figure continued to rise and appeared high in the sky. It was Tan Zimo. Boom! Zhu Yen Demon Crown Prince stepped onto the sky and headed toward Tan Zimo, who was high above the sky. Although he was not as fast as Tan Zimo, for someone in the realm of the Saint of True Self, this amount of distance was negligible. The staff techniques method wielded, Tan Zimo deployed a shadow of the thunder method and disappeared in a flash again, appearing in another direction. The Demon Crown Prince let out a deep roar, and a demonic air engulfed the space. He stood still, the golden divine staff in his hand slashed toward the sky. Its dancing shadows enveloped the infinite void and blasted its power toward Tan Zimo. The lightning around Tan Zimo turned into a horrible vortex of thunder, swallowing and crushing the attacking shadows of the staff. He stood on top of the sky and regarded the Zhu Yen Demon Crown Prince, saying, "If it was a real battle, you would be defeated sooner or later." He had an absolute advantage in speed. Even if the opponent's attack was extremely violent, it could not get to him. Those who heard his words secretly agreed that even though the attacks and defenses of the Zhu Yen Demon Crown Prince were impeccable, he was much too slow. Tan Zimo moved with the thunder, and the Demon Crown Prince was unable to keep up. If they fought in the air, the opponent's combat power was equally strong, and he wouldn't be able to destroy his opponent. You dared not fight from the front, and you had the gall to make such wild claims? The Prince of the Thunder Clan looked coldly into the void and commented. Tan Zimo glanced at him. The offensive and defensive power of Zhu Yen Demon Crown Prince was indeed amazing. The Doomsday Thunder was terrible, yet it failed to destroy him. This kind of physicality was definitely at the limit of human strength. Since when is there a limit imposed on the rules of battle? Tan Zimo asked. The fighting power of the Demon Crown Prince was top-notch in the realm, and only a few could match him. But if this is a battle of life and death, I will not lose. Zhu Yen Demon Crown Prince's immense body turned into the size of a human, and golden divine light was shining upon his body. He looked to Tan Zimo and said, "Where did you get that confidence?" As his voice faded and his body burst out into golden lightning. What? Everyone's eyes flashed and saw the thunder blasted from Tan Zimo's body, but the golden lightning forcibly carried the thunder attack forward. Similarly, Tan Zimo's body also turned into a thunderbolt, quickly retreating, but the golden light followed closely behind, and many phantasmic illusions appeared. Terrifying and fierce breath shrouded the entire space. As Tan Zimo stopped his movements, the infinite shadow served the staff technique at the same time. He stretched out both palms, and the space around his body turned into a terrible lightning area, locking down all the phantom illusions. A shocking roar was heard, and the immense body of Zhu Yen appeared above him, looking down. A massive long staff swamped the sky, breaking through the bounds of the endless lightning area and slamming at him. Bang! The shadow of the staff struck down. All the crowd saw was a figure falling from the void, spitting blood. It was Tan Zimo. He stabilized his body and looked up at the giant demonic shadow in the void, looking bad. Phantasm movements of human cultivation? Tan Zimo remarked. This was not something that would belong to the talents of the great demon Zhu Yan. Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince glanced at him, then went back. His body became smaller once again and looked toward many influential individuals from the Heavenly Mandate realm. Everyone looked troubled. Tan Zimo of the Violet Heavenly Palace was defeated by the Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince. The Demon Crown Prince finally fixed his golden eyes in one direction, and the one who stood there was not just any power principalities of the realm. It was Yi Futian. Why did you choose to break the matrix previously, instead of fighting with me? The Demon Crown Prince's voice was cold and indifferent, its might filled with overwhelming terror. Since I aimed to extract some news from the prince, naturally I didn't want to ruin the peace between us, Yi Futian responded. What if I wanted to see your real strength? Asked the Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince. Yi Futian looked up at Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince and knew his intentions. Since he felt the staff techniques were somewhat familiar, the Demon Crown Prince must have felt the same way too. Therefore, he wanted to experience his staff techniques. Since the Crown Prince is so interested, I will do my best so that he is not disappointed. Yi Futian responded after seeing the Demon Crown Prince was looking at him, and he agreed to the battle. Many cultivators were looking at Yi Futian. Even Tan Zimo of the Violet Heavenly Palace was defeated by the Demon Crown Prince. How could Yi Futian counterbalance this great demon Zhu Yan? Although Yi Futian's previous exhibition of combat effectiveness was quite impressive, Tan Zimo's power was also witnessed by everyone. The 8 series of the Thunder Method, the divine thunder descended from the sky, and the great path of cloud catastrophe gave way to the final thunder of catastrophe. Even so, the defense of the other was not destroyed. This point alone would render the Demon Crown Prince invincible. What was more, he also seemed to have cultivated inhuman movement and phantasm spell with nearly no weaknesses. The people who fought with him would need to be from the top forces of the Heavenly Mandate realm like Tan Zimo. Previously, many thought that it was more difficult to break the matrix than do a battle challenge, but after seeing the display of Zhu Yan's true strength, they began to understand that his test was far more difficult than the demonic matrix. Just as everyone was deep in thought, Yi Futian had already walked forward. His body levitated as he walked into the void toward Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince. Sacrifice the staff, Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince said to Yi Futian, holding the divine golden flaming staff. Yi Futian held out his hand, and a starry long staff appeared in it. So it was his staff techniques that the Crown Prince wanted to see. Those human cultivators saw this scene and understood that the reason Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince did not challenge them was because he wanted to know Yi Futian's strength. His staff technique is a bit similar to that of the Demon Crown Prince. Maybe it is the same great path, and the Demon Crown Prince wants to see Yi Futian's staff technique, someone said. It's just that, even though the techniques are similar, but the gap between the practitioners is considerable. The Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince has such a violent attack, and its power is at its height. Will Yi Futian survive his staff techniques? This battle will let us see how strong Yi Futian is, and see how far he can persist the other staff techniques. People of the Thunder Clan principalities argued that, since Tan Zimo had been defeated, they were hoping that Yi Futian did not have the strength to compete with the Demon Crown Prince. Otherwise, it would be extremely embarrassing for the Violet Heavenly Palace. The Violet Heavenly Palace was the head of the 8 major thunder methods. If Yi Futian could stand shoulder to shoulder with him, then where would the 8 major thunder clans stand? In this great battle between demons and humans, they suddenly changed their alliance and hoped that the Demon Crown Prince would crush Yi Futian. At least, this would prove that the Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince was powerful and that Tan Zimo's defeat was not embarrassing. It is unknown how many strikes he can survive, but none of you could bear even one strike of the staff. Yushang's eyes swept over the people of the 8 major thunder clans. All eyes focused on Yushang, who looked nonchalant. Even those who followed Yi Futian were arrogant? At that moment, an overwhelming might hovered over the vast space, and they weren't in the mood to hang around Yushang. Instead, they looked at the sky above the celestial demon arena. The Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince held up a long staff. A flash of lightning crossed the void, and his body rushed straight toward Yi Futian. Above, a shadow of the staff appeared, and as it smashed down, a row of staff shadows appeared, sweeping through the void. At the same time, a heavy pressure overwhelmed Yifutian, and the shadows of the staff covered the sky. Bang! Yifutian took one step, and starry lights appeared in the world that surrounded them. The long staff in his hand danced, and a dull sound was made in the void. Like a real star, it swept away towards the sky. Boom! Airwaves with extreme violence blasted this space, and the demon-crowned prince swept downward. A low roar came out, exposing his ferocious fangs. His arms picked up the staff at the same time, and swirled it in the void. A violent vortex of the great path appeared on top of it, and when the staff came down, the void seemed to be chopped in half. Yifutian did not evade but continued to walk on the sky. His body rose, with a sky full of starry lights. Another strike and the heavens and stars were integrated into the staff. And then another violent collision. Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince's body spun like a top, creating infinite staff shadows in front of him. Buzz. The body came down sideways, and the many shadows of the staff fell without any rules or methods. Yifutian also detected that, at this moment, the Demon Crown Prince's staff techniques were based on that of the Ape Clan, which he completely integrated into his fighting style. There were no rules to speak of, only the purest pursuit for the most powerful and extreme strength. The staff techniques, which seemed incoherent, exploded out of his hands but was complete in itself. The long staff, as wielded by Yifutian, swept out, according to his desire. Bang! Another strike and the two collided for the third time, but neither of them retreated. Golden lightning flashed across the sky, and the figure of Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince seemed to disappear, except the billowing air currents that were still roaring between heaven and earth. Yifutian also twirled and moved, disappearing out of thin air. The crowd raised their heads and looked at the sky above the celestial demon arena, only to see that two lightning strikes were spinning toward the firmament. Boom, boom, boom. Each attack collided again, and each collision seemed to break apart the sky and earth, and the sky seemed to be wiped out by those all-encompassing staff shadows. The eyes of those from the Violet Heavenly Palace and the 8 major Thunder clans changed. How could it be? Yifutian was able to directly collide with the Demon Crown Prince, and all of them were violent frontal collisions. The physicality and strength of the Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince were top-notch in the demonic world. For a human to reach such a limit, it was nearly impossible. However, Yifutian himself was not shocked into retreat but confronted the Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince violently time and again. How could his divine power so great? However, Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince did not transform into a great beast. It seemed that he only wanted to see Yifutian's staff techniques without the intention to suppress him. After the Demon Crown Prince morphed into the giant beast, his speed would be reduced, but his attack and defense skills would increase. Bang! A loud sound rang out as the two figures separated. Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince and Yifutian each stood on one side of the space, and the Demon Crown Prince, looking at Yifutian, said, "Great staff techniques." In this confrontation, he just wanted to see Yifutian's staff techniques, so he hadn't exerted his best efforts. Yifutian's staff technique was indeed from the same heritage as his and bore many similarities. It's just that the strength was still not enough. If I pressed for it, you probably couldn't have exerted the full power of the staff, Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince said indifferently. His eyes were golden, he had a reputation of being high and mighty, but he had a good impression of Yifutian. After all, their staff techniques were from the same clan. Indeed, the people below secretly remarked, the Demon Crown Prince had shown mercy. No wonder Yifutian lasted so long. So the peace was not broken between us, I kept the power of the staff under control. Otherwise, if the attack was to remain to this degree, I'm afraid your highness would not have been able to persist this long, Yifutian replied, which caused the Demon Crown Prince to look amused. He grinned menacingly. There was someone who took his attacking power lightly? That may be the case. Try a strike from me, and let me see just how far you have progressed with your techniques. The Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince said, unleashing his menacing aggression, and the infinite power above the sky descended. His body dazzled as if protected by a divine golden flame, and an endless stream of light from heaven and earth rushed toward the long staff in his hands, radiating as the rising sun. "I!" Yi Futian responded with a single word, took one step, and a sacred brilliance flashed upon his body. Deed of thorough comprehension bloomed as his body turned into a furnace of the great path, and the endless power of heaven and earth merged into his body. He stretched out his hands with the long staff laying across the palm, traveling in the void boom. His clothing moved with the roar. An amazing explosion fused space with his body as if all the power of the sky was at his beck and call. At that moment, Yi Futian seemed to have entered another realm, and his temperament changed. Growl. The heaven and earth roared and raged, and there seemed to be an immense and incomparable illusion of a Vajra giant beast in the sky. This illusion shrouded the Zhu Yan. Although he had not turned into the great beast, the force he projected was equally unbridled. Bang! The void moved with the steps. The might between the heaven and earth enveloped Yi Futian. Catch! A deep voice rang out, and a giant golden staff appeared and struck down from the sky. When the staff fell, a divine golden light appeared between heaven and earth and cut through the sky. Bang! Yi Futian's body moved again as he took another step. The sacred light of the deed of thorough comprehension rose, resonated with the great path and integrated into the staff. Moving with the staff techniques unified with the great path, the techniques became one. When the staff techniques integrated, they countered the golden divine staff that was slashing toward him. Many stared at this scene. Would Yi Futian be vanquished by this strike? Boom! Above the firmament, the shadows of the two staff collided, and as quickly as they touched, they separated immediately. At the moment the two staffs collided, the crowd saw a figure immediately fly backward. When the identity of the flying figure was discerned, countless eyes below seemed to be fixed on it. A figure surrounded by sacred radiance with the staff techniques whistling and dancing stood in the sky. This figure was Yi Futian, and the Zhu Yan demon crown prince, at the time of that aggressive attack, was blasted away by Yi Futian's strike. How can it be? Many demonic beasts were watching the scene in disbelief, as were the human cultivators. They had all witnessed the great strength of the Zhu Yan demon crown prince. They had watched him crush Tanzimo. But now he was knocked out by Yi Futian's staff? The cultivators from the violet heavenly palace's faces changed. This meant that Yi Futian was far stronger than Tanzimo. Otherwise, how was he able to smash the Zhu Yan demon crown prince with a single strike? The eyes of the 8 major thunder clans, such as the purple underworld, were even more interesting. That dazzling figure who stood in the sky shrouded entirely by the sacred light, integrated with the will of the great path, and exploded out of his body. All powers morphed into a single strike. That one blow from Yi Futian knocked back the Zhu Yan demon crown prince, and those from the realm of the Saint of True Self couldn't even withstand a single attack from the great demon of Zhu Yan. Once, when Yi Futian rejected the purple underworld, some felt sympathy for him, sad that he had missed a great opportunity. Looking at it now, did he need to cultivate at all in the purple underworld? Was this the true reason for his refusal of the purple underworld and the violet heavenly palace? Well played. The people of heavenly mandate realm suddenly became interested. Yi Futian had given them a reason to be excited. Before this, the people of heavenly mandate realm did not take Yi Futian seriously. But now, they discovered that this man possessed combat power comparable to those of their disciples of the most supreme power. There weren't many like him in the heavenly mandate realm. What would the Emperor of the Purple Underground think after he learned of this? Of course, the most surprised were the cultivators from the demonic clan. Before, they had been extremely excited and shouting. But when this strike fell, the area of the celestial demon arena quieted down, and these demonic beasts, eyes wide, stared at the void. The demon crown prince was knocked back. Above the void, Zhu Yan's body was bent. After he got a hold of himself, he raised his head, and his golden eyes swept toward Yi Futian. His overbearing physique once again stood up, staring at the figure opposite him. After the efforts were spent on staff techniques and strength, he was defeated by a human. He stepped up and shook the void. When he moved, the violent beast behind him appeared again. its body spinning, turning into golden lightning, and instantly descended above Yifutian. A terrifying roar rang throughout the heaven and the earth. A fierce breath came from the sky, and an immense staff of divine golden flame appeared between the heaven and the earth, crashing down. The sacred and radiant light beams around Yifutian's body rushed straight into the sky, and as he walked in the air, he went upward against the force and an awesome might swept across the heavens. As this happened, shining stars appeared twinkling all over the sky. The starry staff in his palm continued growing. He lifted both arms, and a mighty power rolled out to sweep the void. Boom! The two massive staffs collided, and the void seemed to violently tremble. The extremely aggressive demon crown prince felt the infinite power blasted on his body, then rush into him, attempting to destroy his physical body. Pooh! He spat out a mouthful of blood, and the tense body could no longer support its weight and was once again knocked out by the staff and blasted toward the endless sky. Everyone's hearts started beating fiercely, even the demonic beasts. They looked up at the sky. At this level, the Zhu Yan demon crown prince would exert all his effort, which would only prove that, without resorting to the transformation of a giant war beast, Yifutian's offensive power was indeed stronger than his. Above the firmament, there came an incomprehensible horror of coercion. The demonic atmosphere permeated the space, turning into a terrible storm. An immense beast came from the sky and moved toward Yifutian incredibly fast. This time it was the real giant beast itself. Its monstrous force seemed to be able to trample people to death. Boom! Yifutian stepped in the void. His body spun. The long staff danced in his hands. His body, likewise, grew larger and transformed into a starry battle form. Infinite starry streams sprinkled down and flowed into the staff techniques. Above his head, a giant staff slammed down from the sky, destroying the heavens and splitting open the earth. Yifutian's staff went up against the force, and all the stars of heaven were one. The will of the great path was unified, and turned into the path of all destruction. Boom, boom, boom. The moment the rolling shadows touched, the sky seemed to collapse. They were fighting in the air, but the crowd felt that the ground beneath them was shaking. The two figures seemed to stall above, and that moment seemed to last forever. Two pairs of eyes stared at each other. Both were extremely arrogant. The next moment, the two flew apart. This time, Yifutian also retreated, but Zhu Yan was knocked toward the sky. Only when Zhu Yan looked down at Yifutian, he saw a mighty force was manifesting, and the momentum of the staff techniques seemed to still exist, as if the next attack would be even stronger. At that moment, Zhu Yan demon crown prince lost his confidence. It was the first time he was unsure. In the past, he always felt invincible in every battle. No matter who was in front of him, he knew he could take them down. Those deep human eyes made him feel like he couldn't see the end, just like Yifutian's staff techniques. Do you wish to continue? Yifutian asked Zhu Yan demon crown prince. To be able to fight again under the encroachment of the 9 heavenly attacks, the deed of thorough comprehension, the starry great path, and the great path of destruction avenue, and still able to continue, there was no question that Zhu Yan demon crown prince was the most talented great demon of the region. He had even could defeat the cultivator of the violet heavenly palace. Zhu Yan demon crown prince looked down at Yifutian. His eyes were still full of ferocity, but the violent demonic atmosphere between the heaven and the earth was gradually dissipating, and his massive body was also shrinking, returning to human size. The long staff in Yifutian's hand also disappeared, and the starry battle form dissipated, as did the sacred radiance surrounding his body. On the staff technique alone, I lost, but if it was a real battle of life and death, who would win? Zhu Yan demon crown prince stared at Yifutian and asked. Tanzimo from Violet Heavenly Palace had asked him this very same question before, and he proved that Tanzimo could not. Then what about Yifutian? The man in front of him was stronger than Tanzimo. Yifutian said nothing. A sense of will pervaded him. In an instant, a turbulent storm of space started blowing. Even Zhu Yan demon crown prince felt that his body was shrouded by space will, which bound him. In terms of speed, the demon crown prince had proved that he was strong, but in the face of space his speed had no advantage. The Crown Prince needn't be concerned. In my cultivation thus far, none within the realm have been able to rival me, Yifutian said as he looked at the Demon Crown Prince. His answer was quite obvious. In the battle of life and death, he would be the winner. Zhuyan Demon Crown Prince should not feel bad about this. This was really, "You are too arrogant," Zhuyan Demon Crown Prince said. "But you are qualified, at least more qualified, than the people from the Violet Heavenly Palace." People from the Violet Heavenly Palace looked terrible when they heard what Zhuyan Demon Crown Prince said. Tan Zimo's face was even more unsightly. A person who was not the top force of the Heavenly Mandate realm, but was just a casual cultivator, who claimed to be invincible in his realm, was declared in front of those who were of the supreme power of the Heavenly Mandate realm. Besides, listening to your conversation previously, it seemed that the people of the Violet Heavenly Palace forbade you from using the Thunder Method? Zhuyan Demon Crown Prince continued and glanced at the people from Violet Heavenly Palace. Today, I came here to see about the real strength of the top cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate realm. But now it seemed that reality did not live up to its reputation. Upon hearing his words, the cultivators of the Violet Heavenly Palace were even more embarrassed. Before, when he was at the Purple Underground, a disciple of the Violet Heavenly Palace claimed to have banned Yifutian from cultivating the Thunder Method. It seemed as if the world of cultivation could not tolerate Yifutian. Looking back now, did Yifutian need to cultivate the Thunder Method? Based on the display of his combat effectiveness, it was safe to say that he regarded the inheritance of infernal thunder of Wutu as beneath him. It was just one battle, and it was laughable to make such a conclusion based on that. Tan Zimo of Violet Heavenly Palace responded. Among the top forces in the Heavenly Mandate realm, there are many who are stronger than me. In the Violet Heavenly Palace alone, there are many. Although the strength of the Demon Crown Prince is great, using it as a measure for the world is short-sighted. Not to mention those who cultivate in the Heavenly Mandate realm, not even those who are in the supreme body of the Great Path dared to claim to be invincible, even to those within the same realm. You people are indeed short-sighted. You think that there is only one thunder cultivation method and banned the thunder method of others. Xia Qingyuan looked up and said to Tan Zimo. Tan Zimo looked at Xia Qingyuan, as everyone else from the Violet Heavenly Palace stared at her. Would this matter never be forgotten? For the Violet Heavenly Palace, this was truly not something that made them look good, and now the other party mentioned it several times. "Do you have a right to speak here?" asked a cultivator from the Violet Heavenly Palace indifferently. They were the supreme power from the Heavenly Mandate realm, and these people were poking fun at them. Yifutian turned his gaze toward the cultivator from the Violet Heavenly Palace. "Why no right?" Yifutian stepped down from the Celestial Demon Arena and looked at the cultivators of the Violet Heavenly Palace. The pressure of might bloomed from the cultivator from the Violet Heavenly Palace, and in a moment, a violent will shrouded the vast world. Feeling this might, Yifutian said again, "The right you are referring to was about to your identity as a disciple of the Violet Heavenly Palace or your strength. If your strength is not good enough, and you are making a threat as a disciple of the Violet Heavenly Palace, then we are indeed not on that level." Strength not good enough? Yifutian's voice made the people around him speechless. He said that the strength of the people from the Violet Heavenly Palace wasn't good enough? You are using one person's combat power to judge the overall strength of an institution? A leading figure from the Violet Heavenly Palace asked. "The four realms of the divine path, your choice." Yifutian stared at the other and replied. This arrogant man shocked the crowd into silence. Yifutian had told the top force, the Violet Heavenly Palace of the Heavenly Mandate realm, that out of the four realms of the divine path, they may choose as they please. The space fell quiet. The people of the Violet Heavenly Palace thought they must have heard it wrong. As they said, a warrior's combat ability didn't represent everything. But even the Violet Heavenly Palace had to admit Yifutian was very strong and had proven himself. But was Tan Zimo weak? The 8 sets of thunder laws induced the final thunderstorms of catastrophe. How terrifying that power was. Only the mightiest warrior like Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince could win over him. But this moment, Yi Futian claimed that he and his group dared to challenge any warriors of the four Saint Plains. Did he mean that his teammates could win over warriors of the Violet Heavenly Palace in all the four levels of Saint Plain? How could a group of casual cultivators be stronger than warriors of the Violet Heavenly Palace in any level of Saint Plain? He should not only be described as being arrogant. For people of the Violet Heavenly Palace, he was humiliating the Violet Heavenly Palace as a top force of the Heavenly Mandate realm. Not only were the people of the Violet Heavenly Palace stupefied by his words, everyone who came from the Heavenly Mandate realm was shocked and looked at Yi Futian. Although this white-haired young man was strong in combat, his words were arrogant. Did his team want to challenge all cultivators of the Violet Heavenly Palace here? If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that a group of casual cultivators dared to be so presumptuous and claim that they could challenge cultivators at any level of the most powerful forces in the Heavenly Mandate realm. "You are like a dwarf judging how tall the sky is," Zhang Chongqing said coldly. Before, even the Purple Underground sect and the other Seven Thunder Law sects did not pay attention to Yi Futian, but now Yi Futian directly skipped them and challenged the Violet Heavenly Palace. All thunder laws of the world originated from the Heavenly Palace. Even the 8 Thunder Law sects owed their heritage to the Violet Heavenly Palace. Yi Futian glanced at Zhang Chongqing in contempt and didn't say anything. His glance seemed to tell Zhang Chongqing that he didn't care at all. "You can't even break the demonic matrix. Just shut up," Black Wind Condor shrieked behind Yi Futian. Zhang Chongqing's eyes suddenly lost their gleam. He couldn't prove him wrong. No warriors of the 8 Thunder Law sects were able to break the demon matrices, and when they wanted to challenge Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince, they ended up being defeated by Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince in one strike. But later, Yi Futian forcibly broke through all the demonic matrices. They indeed couldn't rebut. From this perspective, Yi Futian had won over the 8 Thunder Law sects. "Tell me which you do or don't choose," Yi Futian said, still looking at warriors from the Violet Heavenly Palace. Since they were used to looking down upon him in a lofty manner, then he would choose to completely defeat these cultivators of the Violet Heavenly Palace in front of the world and let them lose all dignity. He would like to see how these people would go back to face their sect elders after being directly vanquished by their opponent. He wasn't worried about revenge from the Violet Heavenly Palace, either. If they vanquished the disciples of the Violet Heavenly Palace face to face, and the Violet Heavenly Palace sent Renhuang-level warriors to fight against them, from now on, the Violet Heavenly Palace would be a laughingstock in the Heavenly Mandate realm. So, the Heavenly Mandate realm would, at most, send other better disciples to deal with them. "I will grant your wish," a leader of the Violet Heavenly Palace replied while staring at Yi Futian. His eyes seemed to contain very strong wills of purple thunder. An appalling airflow rose in the space around them. Warriors of the Violet Heavenly Palace stood together, and the converging might encircled Yi Futian and his group. "Wen Yen," he turned his head and called someone's name. A cultivator of the Violet Heavenly Palace stepped out. The man was about 30 years old. He looked gentle and elegant with long hair. He was in the first level of Saint Plain, the Doctrine Saint Plain. There were not many people in the first stage of the Saint Plain during this trip, and among them, Wen Yen was the strongest. Since he wanted to challenge the Violet Heavenly Palace, then the Violet Heavenly Palace would show him what the real strength of their cultivators was like. "Please," Wen Yen said. His tone was gentle and without any emotional change. No one could tell what mood he was in now. However, Yi Futian kept goading the Violet Heavenly Palace. As a cultivator of the Violet Heavenly Palace, the calmer Wen Yen looked, the more dangerous he was. The dignity of the supreme force of the Heaven's Mandate realm was not allowed to be trampled. "Yu Shang, I will leave him to you." Yi Futian turned his head and whispered to Yu Shang. Yu Shang didn't say anything. He stepped out, raised his head, and looked up at Wen Yen in the void sky. Wen Yen glanced at him, and then he swayed up and flew straight into the clouds. He didn't go to the celestial demon arena. At that moment, Wen Yen looked up at the sky, the lightning shining above the sky, falling from different directions, just like the scene before a thunderstorm. There was even horrifying lightning directly entering his eyes and turning his pupils purple. That pair of eyes were extremely cold, and hidden inside was a murderous look. Boom! In the sky, there were rolls of thunder roaring, terrifying heavenly thunder converging and becoming stronger, countless rays of lightning falling. The purple light in his pupils was getting stronger and stronger. His eyes were unlike any ever seen on a human. Bang! Yusheng stepped into the sky. He soared up and chased Wenyan. Around his body, rays of lightning fell, but he seemed to be completely unaware and continued to go up, ignoring those thunder forces. Below them, both human cultivators and demon beasts were looking up at the sky. They also wanted to see if the people around Yi Futian could threaten the Violet Heavenly Palace. Although they also recognized Yi Futian's ability, they also felt his words were too arrogant. Letting the Violet Heavenly Palace choose any of the 4 Saint Planes to challenge? It sounded crazy. This time, Wenyan of the Violet Heavenly Palace would be ruthless towards him. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise came from the sky, and the crowd saw a terrible beam of lightning converge instantly. Above the sky, a pair of eyes with 2 huge purple pupils appeared. This pair of eyes crazily devoured the will of great thunder law in the space and turned it into a terrifying cloud of catastrophe. Purple pupils, people murmured, stirred by the scene. Wenyan's life spirit might be pupil spirit, which could elicit the might of thunder. Yusheng was still suspended in the air, and suddenly a beam of light dropped from the sky. The dazzling beam of light directly split the void sky and slashed toward Yusheng's body. All of this happened too quickly for anyone to react. He can't escape. The thought flashed in people's minds. Just a moment later, the thunder dropped directly and struck straight on the Yusheng's body, making a terrifying sound. Many people's hearts thumped hard as the might of thunder roared. Nobody knew how lethal this streak of divine thunder would be. Boom! The lightning struck Yusheng and endless thunderstorms submerged his body. When everyone thought Yusheng would be injured, they discovered that his speed was only delayed for a moment, and soon he continued to move upward. The lightning surrounded his body, but he seemed to have put an armor of demonic law around his body. The thunder force roaming around him did not affect him at all, and his body was devouring the will of thunder little by little. The scene made many people have weird looks. They felt a little bit numb inside. The Zhu Yen Demon Crown Prince's physical defense was strong, and Yi Futian also proved how terrifying his physical strength was during his battle with him. And now Yusheng again? Since when did a physical body of this level become so ubiquitous? Any normal cultivator of the same plane should be smashed to pieces by one strike of this Violet Heavenly Palace warrior's thunder law attack. When Yen frowned, his body turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed directly into the thunder in the sky. The thunder law attack mainly depended on the might of thunder. A more violent cloud of catastrophe appeared, and a pair of terrible purple eyes showed up above the sky of thunder. When he looked towards Yusheng, just one moment, Yusheng seemed to be in a world of thunder, falling into that pair of purple pupils. He felt his body and this world were all surrounded by endless divine purple thunder, which all slashed towards him at the same time. The dark golden demon armor on his body directly bore the power of thunder attack, and his eyes became extremely deep, like an abyss. They looked upwards and turned into a pair of horrifying demonic pupils. In his demonic pupils, there seemed to be a demon statue, like an ultimate demonic deity. Yusheng stretched out 2 palms, and the endless thunder wills was devoured by his demonic body. His body turned into a vortex of horror, like a bottomless pit. An appalling swallowing airflow was formed between him and Wenyan in the upper sky. The thunder law fell and was engulfed by the demonic figure. That pair of demonic pupils and Wenyan's purple pupils collided with each other. At the moment when they crushed, Wenyan just felt that a demon stepped towards him and forced him to worship. That kind of feeling made his body shiver. Bang! Yusheng took 1 step out, crushing over the sky and earth. Wenyan's heart trembled. He turned into a lightning bolt and wanted to leave the battlefield. But around him, demon-like figures suddenly appeared out of nowhere and standing in the sky. Seeing this, Wenyan looked stiff. He drew Prince between 2 hands, and endless thunder laws appeared in the upper sky, turning into horrifying thunders of catastrophe and thrusting in all directions. Phantoms of the thunder deity also drew out palm prints at the same time. The light of thunder law and the palm prints collided, emitting a strong, dazzling light. There seemed to be a demonic melody lingering between the sky and earth. Yusheng continued walking in the void sky, with his palms clawing forward. Suddenly, the horrific flows of demonic law swirled into Wenyan's body, forming an overbearing vortex of devouring that madly consumed the light of thunder above his body, flowing towards the palms of the demonic law below. This is... The people below looked at them stupefied. Wenyan's body was surrounded by the demonic airflows, which swept away all his power. The thunder wills were all devoured and demonized, crazily weakening Wenyan's power. His life force was also constantly being enervated. "Come here." An intimidating voice came out, and there seemed to be melodies lingering between the sky and earth, as if many demons were chanting two words at the same time. Boom! Wenyan's body moved uncontrollably towards Yusheng. His power was being weakened. How could he withstand this power? Although he was stronger compared to other warriors of the Doctrine Saint Plain, there was a gap between his talent and that of Tanzimo in the Violet Heavenly Palace. How could he fight against Yusheng? Another voice came out, and the crowd saw Wenyan being directly dragged toward Yusheng's palm by the demonic airflow, and his neck was buckled directly. His body struggled frantically, and there was sorrow on his face. Was he, a disciple of the Violet Heavenly Palace, really that weak? It could be said that during the battle between Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince and Tanzimo, Tanzimo's defeat lost the Violet Heavenly Palace's prestige, especially after Yifutian repelled the Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince. In contrast, Tanzimo's lack of strength became even more apparent. In that battle, however, at least Tanzimo had performed supreme combat ability of a disciple from the Violet Heavenly Palace, and his defeat was not too bad. After that, Yifutian raved that the Violet Heavenly Palace could choose any one of the 4 Saint Plains to challenge his teammates. That was why the brutal battle just happened. The first plain disciple of the Violet Heavenly Palace, Wenyan, was directly controlled by Yusheng in a domineering posture and elevated above others. He was trounced by the power that had an absolute advantage. Wenyan was crushed in a humiliating way without fully exerting his strength. It was miserable. Even he began to doubt his strength. Was he that weak? Was the many years he spent on cultivation nothing but a waste of time? Countless pairs of eyes gazed into the void sky. This scene was simply shocking to them. The faces of warriors of the Violet Heavenly Palace all became pale. They did not understand how Wenyan could be defeated like this. Previously, they thought Yifutian's ravings were just a joke. But now it didn't seem funny at all. Yifutian let them choose any of the 4 Saint Plains to challenge, and after they chose one and fought, their warrior was vanquished. It was so ironic. The fighters belonged to one of the strongest forces in the Heavenly Mandate realm, the Violet Heavenly Palace. Banning him from using thunder laws. How dare you? The voice of Yusheng came from the void sky. He carried Wenyan's body down, like a lightning strike, and smashed his body on the ground. Bang! With a loud noise, the ground shook violently. Yusheng turned around and walked back, leaving Wenyan's body lying on the ground. He is so violent. Many people marveled. This was even more violent than demon beasts. When Yusheng passed by warriors of the 8 Thunder Law sects, he glanced at them with his cold demonic eyes. Zhang Chongqing and others frowned and even felt an invisible pressure. Yusheng also felt a little bit perturbed at that moment. What happened to the world? A group of casual cultivators successfully challenged the Violet Heavenly Palace, and they came from the lower realms. On the top of the stairs in the distance, the Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince was staring. There was a strange look in his golden eyes. Yusheng's power was horrifyingly domineering. The cultivator of the Violet Heavenly Palace was not weak in the slightest, but under Yusheng's might, he couldn't fight back. Who were these people? He arranged this celestial demon arena to challenge all the cultivators of the peak forces in the Heavenly Mandate realm. But now it seemed that it had become a battlefield for Yifutian and the Violet Heavenly Palace. Yifutian looked at the other side calmly without saying anything. At this moment, another figure stepped out, still from the crowd of the violet heavenly palace. Obviously, they were not willing to let it go. For the violet heavenly realm, this battle was a big humiliation. The warrior who came out had an astounding demeanor. A destructive might of thunder shrouded the world, crushing the sky and earth. He was more imposing than any of the other previous warriors. An unblemished saint. Yifutian glanced up at him. The violet heavenly palace sent an unblemished saint. Their strongest warrior of the doctrine saint was Wenyan, who was vanquished. Who dared challenge Yusheng? The true self-saint, Tanzimo, was defeated by the Zhu Yan demon crown prince, but Yifutian successfully repelled Zhu Yan, so no one had the confidence to defeat Yifutian. So only the unblemished plane and the nirvana plane were left. Thus, this time, the cultivator who stepped out was an intimidating warrior of the unblemished saint plane. The warrior was not young, a middle-aged man with an aloof temperament. Yifutian glanced at him and said, "Shall we continue?" Before, Yifutian only asked them to choose one of the 4 saint planes to challenge. He had not said he would keep fighting. But apparently, the violet heavenly palace was not willing to end the battle. "Let all your warriors below Nirvana plane come out and fight with me," the warrior said. "No need. Just one battle is enough." Yifutian responded, and he turned to look at 2 people behind him. In their group, there were 2 unblemished saints, Yaya and Mu Chunyang. Although Mu Chunyang was Qi Xuanzhang's disciple with outstanding talents, he didn't have a conspicuous advantage over the unblemished saints of the violet heavenly palace. Although Yaya was at the apex of her unblemished plan, she was about to return to the peak nirvana plane. She already had the state of mind of nirvana and had previously been to the nirvana plane. Moreover, her might of sword matrix was also extremely powerful. So, for this battle, Yaya was obviously more suitable than Mu Chunyang. Seeing Yifutian looking at her, Yaya stepped out, without saying anything. Her body flashed. Yaya rushed to the sky like a sharp sword. The unblemished saint warrior of the violet heavenly palace was called Huiyan. His cultivation in thunder law was at its pinnacle. Seeing Yaya jumping into the air, he did the same, crossed the endless void sky with 1 step and came to the upper sky, standing opposite Yaya. Neither of them talked nonsense. Astonishing spirits exploded from both of them. Huiyan waved 2 hands, and suddenly around Yaya's body, the sky and earth were filled with thunder. As if in just one moment, she had been sealed in the domain of thunder. Such a siege was not very powerful. Since Yaya was qualified to stand there, how could she be easily trapped? Yaya saw Yifutian had no intention to attack, so she waved her hands, and the might of swords were condensed and formed from all skies. With her body as the center, countless swords showed up between the sky and earth, rotating toward her. Around her body, a huge sword matrix pattern appeared. Tens of thousands of words rumbled and devoured the sword laws of all skies. Warriors saw this scene and said to themselves, "A heavy sword matrix." At that moment, countless people were also watching the fight. This young lady was able to control such a mighty void sword law. "He's also creating a matrix, but it's a matrix of thunder destruction," someone said. The crowd turned to look toward Huiyan of the violet heavenly palace again. The endless divine thunder surged, sealing the sky and earth. Sometimes a terrible lightning bolt flashed by, thrusting toward Yaya's body, but he was unable to break through the horrifying sword will. Are there 2 unblemished saint warriors going to fight against each other through the matrix? People asked each other. All the onlookers' hearts beat quickly. All the might of the great law between the sky and earth converged and turned into turbulent fighting wills, which only made the destructive power even stronger. Huiyan flitted forward. He opened his arms and looked up at the sky, and beams of light descended from the sky and surrounded Yaya's body. Countless people's hearts thumped fast. He is so powerful. The rolling demonic cloud was similar to the thunder law used by Tanzimo before. It should have been the final thunder of catastrophe, but this time the power was even more horrible. The sky seal. The words came out of Huiyan's mouth. Suddenly, towering beams of lightning blocked the sky. Numerous thunderbolts directly thrust toward Yaya. The scene was appalling. warriors of the violet heavenly palace looked sullen. Huyen was of the unblemished Saint Plane, and his cultivation of the thunder law final thunder of catastrophe had broken through to the third level. Once one entered the third level of the final thunder of catastrophe, the attack could be transformed into a final thunder of catastrophe matrix. Using the great path of sky and earth, one could infinitely restore the might of thunder. It was indeed a crucial method of thunder law attack and destruction. If it was used on a large-scale war, it could be a catastrophic power once released. "She's over." People of the 8th Thunder Law Sect's men looked at Xianxia and said to themselves. In the previous 2 battles they were okay. But now, Xianxia was confronting the matrix of the final thunder catastrophe of the Violet Heavenly Palace. How could she survive? Nothing but destruction was awaiting her. The third level of the final thunder of catastrophe could terminate all unblemished saints and even threaten cultivators of Nirvana planes. Huyen wanted to kill Xianxia on the spot to frighten those people, removing the stigma for the Violet Heavenly Palace. Endless beams of thunder light descended. And, at this moment, Xianxia below looked extremely trivial. Even all the skies were sealed by the beams of lightning, and the endless void space was filled with beams of thunder. The thunder law locked the sky. She had nowhere to hide and just had to withstand the attacks. Yifutian looked up to the sky. He was confident in Yaya's strength. After all, she came from the Nirvana plane, and now she was about to return to Nirvana. Her ability was strong beyond doubt. But seeing this destructive scene, he was still a little worried. The Violet Heavenly Palace was a force standing at the peak of the Heavenly Mandate realm, and its disciples were all extremely outstanding. It was just that the opponents they met here were also highly skilled, including Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince, Yifutian, and Yushang. Xianxia sat cross-legged, and a huge sword pattern appeared around her body. In the sword pattern, infinite sword wills were formed, and outside the walls of lightning, there were still swords coming from beyond. Those sword chi directly penetrated the void air and entered her matrix pattern. Around Yaya's body, a sword-shaped light curtain was formed. Endless sword wills turned into a sword of storm, heading towards the sky dome, and collided with the beams of thunder light. Xianxia was still sitting in the matrix pattern, and the might of the sword matrix was still strengthening. "Die!" Huyen yelled. He stepped in the void air, rising to the upper sky. He lowered his head and looked down. At this moment, the final thunder of catastrophe exploded, and tens of thousands of beams of lightning penetrated the world, blasting toward the direction of Xianxia, as if they could slay all the gods and demons on earth. People's hearts thumped hard. How could this woman withstand such an attack? Perhaps she would be destroyed by the matrix of final thunder of catastrophe. At that moment, Xianxia's body seemed to have merged into the sword matrix. All the swords shrieked at the same time, hovering, and turning into a sword-shaped storm spinning between the sky and earth, which then turned into an extremely dazzling sword, pointing directly toward the sky dome and shooting above the void air. Huyan's eyes moved there, and suddenly endless light of catastrophe thrust out and crushed on the sword, which made the colossal giant sword tremble. Then, a woman's figure showed up and looked up at the sky inside a sword. For a moment, the sword seemed to be turned into nothingness. It went up along the destructive pillars of thunder light, penetrating the thunder attacks, roaming in the light of thunder, and going up against the trend, as if it was a sword walking in the nothingness. Seeing this, Huyen felt strong anxiety. His body flashed into the sky, but the sword directly penetrated the thunder and targeted his body. It was coming. A glaring flash of sword light appeared from the matrix of final thunder of catastrophe and faded away. Those falling beams of lightning flickered and turned into a disarray of light. The core of the matrix in the upper sky also shattered and dispersed. Endless divine thunder poured down, but there was not as much might as before. When all things vanished, only 2 figures were standing above the sky. The sword will was flowing in the body of Huyen, an unblemished saint warrior of the Violet Heavenly Palace. He got a gash on his body that blood kept flowing from. He slightly coughed and blood oozed from his mouth. His life force was weakening rapidly. The strike of the sword badly wounded him. Huyen raised his head and looked up at the young lady in a white dress standing in the void air. She stood there quietly like a sword. He could feel a sense of mysterious detachment from her, which gave him the impression that the woman was not an unblemished saint but a nirvana saint. He understood that although her current plane was unblemished, she was actually infinitely close to nirvana, and even the might she exerted was already that of the nirvana plane. Countless pairs of eyes stared into the upper sky. They watched those two figures, stunned, and felt extremely unsettled. They lost again. The violet heavenly palace was defeated again in the unblemished saint plane, and the warrior was seriously injured. It seemed that Yi Futian's statement was confirmed. Just choose any one of the 4 saint planes to challenge them. They didn't care. 2 battles were complete. Together with Yi Futian's better performance compared with Tan Zimo, so far, the violet heavenly palace has been defeated in 3 out of the 4 saint planes. Before, everyone thought Yi Futian's words were nothing but ridiculous exaggerations. But now, did anyone still think so? At this moment, they were beginning to doubt that, even in the Nirvana Saint Plane, there were still more cultivators who were able to win over the cultivators of the Violet Heavenly Palace in Yi Futian's group. This idea naturally came to them after they witnessed the 2 previous battles. Moreover, it was meaningless to them even if they fought in the Nirvana Plane. Even if they won the battle of the Nirvana Plane, so what? They still had huge disadvantages in 3 other planes. Huyen was seriously injured and looked quite dispirited. Suddenly he had aged a lot and he trudged back. The Violet Heavenly Palace, known as the origin of all thunder laws, the supreme power of the heavenly mandate realm, was trounced by a group of casual cultivators. News of this battle would soon be spread across the heavenly mandate realm. Huyen returned to the group of the Violet Heavenly Palace. Yaya flashed away, and the next moment, she landed on the ground, standing quietly behind Yi Futian, as if the battle had never happened. At this moment, the place fell silent. No one of the Violet Heavenly Palace stepped out again. As many people thought, it wouldn't make much sense to fight again in the Nirvana Plane, not to mention that they were no longer sure if they would win the Nirvana Plane battle after 2 fights. Perhaps even the Violet Heavenly Palace themselves had lost all confidence. It seems that your thunder law is not very good. From now on, when you are outside, don't always say that others are not qualified. That will only lose more of the Violet Heavenly Palace's dignity. In this quiet place, what Yi Futian said was like a loud slap hitting the faces of those in the Violet Heavenly Palace. The Violet Heavenly Palace was thoroughly defeated by Yi Futian. Everything that happened before looked even more ironic. Even though Yi Futian rejected the Violet Heavenly Palace, so what? All disciples of the Violet Heavenly Palace were vanquished by him. The faces of those who lived in the Violet Heavenly Palace were burning. If they had not had tasks with them, they would have immediately left. Staying here would only make them feel more humiliated. People were unkind to the losers of battles. Their failure was so obvious that they couldn't even say anything. They were speechless. Yi Futian took one more glance at Zhang Chongqing and others in the 8 Thunder Law sects. His glance was cold and full of contempt. He soon looked away without paying attention to them. Yi Futian's gaze made Zhang Chongqing realize that Yi Futian never cared about what the disciples of the 8 Thunder Law sects thought of him. Even if he could successfully challenge the Violet Heavenly Palace, would he care about their 8 sects? Just think about the battle between Huyen and Yaya. Zhang Chongqing was the most gifted disciple of the Purple Underground sect, the future successor of the Great Law Wutu Infernal Thunder. The Purple Underground Emperor valued his talent and his cultivation plane was also unblemished. However, he had asked himself if he was able to face Huyen's blow, and he knew he couldn't bear it, and he wouldn't have the ability to fight back. But Yaya could seriously injure Huyen in that kind of attacking matrix. If he faced Yaya, his ending wouldn't be much different than that of Huyen. He would be killed. Disciples of the other top forces, like the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and Brahma's Pure Sky, also had mixed feelings because of the battle. The Violet Heavenly Palace was a famed institution just like them, standing at the top of the Heavenly Mandate realm. Since Yi Futian was able to turn the Violet Heavenly Palace upside down, their strength shouldn't be weaker than those of disciples of any other top forces. That was very unusual in the Heavenly Mandate realm. At the same time, some cultivators of Brahma's Pure Sky also went to the Purple Underground sect. When Yi Futian went away, many people sympathized with him and felt pity for him. Now it seemed that Yi Futian himself didn't care at all. At that time, no one knew he was this powerful. This younger brother of Gu's descendant was not as simple as he seemed. On the top of stairs of the celestial demon arena, the Zhu Yan demon crown prince had watched everything. He had also perceived how unusual Yi Futian was. He had the upper hand in the battle with him, and even the people around him were extraordinary. However, after listening to their conversation, he got to know this Yi Futian was not a cultivator from top powers, and he used a stick method. Zhu Yan demon crown prince was curious about Yi Futian's identity. In one step, Zhu Yan demon crown prince re-entered the void sky. Other demon princes followed him, and they came to one corner of the celestial demon arena, looking at the crowd. Today, his purpose had been achieved. He fought battles with Tan Zimo of the Violet Heavenly Palace and Yi Futian, and watched the battle between Xianxia, and warriors of the Violet Heavenly Palace. He hadn't wasted his time. As for other top powers, it seemed that they had no intention of fighting. However, since they wanted to find Gu Tianxing, they would have to take action in this demon world one day. You all know where the demon metropolis is, right? Zhu Yan demon crown prince looked at these people and asked. Suddenly everyone turned their heads and looked at him. How could they never have heard of it? It was rumored that many years ago, the demon metropolis of the heavenly mandate realm, also called the divine demon domain, was the birthplace of countless powerful demonic beasts. But now, the demon metropolis had become the most chaotic area in the demon realm, but it was also the most crowded gathering place of demon beasts in the demon world, where there were many relics left by the ancestors of the demon realm, even forbidden zones. Therefore, even though there were no top demon clans located in the demon metropolis, it was still one of the most prestigious areas in the demon realm. Many of the top demonic clans in the demon realm were active there. Even in a geographical sense, the demon metropolis was also the center of the demon realm. Gu Tianxing has appeared in the district of the demon metropolis. It is said that he is in a certain forbidden area of the demon metropolis. If you go there, you will surely get news about him, the Zhu Yan demon crown prince said. He chose to announce the news in public instead of just telling any individuals. The information wanted by these top-level humans was useless to him. He arranged the celestial demon matrix here just to see what levels of strength these top cultivators had. Now that his purpose had been achieved, it was okay to tell them. What's more, he also wished that these humans would go to the center of the demon realm and see how many of them would be left there forever. People of all powers slightly changed their expressions when they heard what Zhu Yan demon crown prince said. He said that Gu Tianxing had shown up in the demon metropolis district and was in the forbidden zone. Did it mean that Gu Tianxing was still alive? If Gu Tianxing hadn't died in that battle, it would potentially be a huge risk for many forces, especially the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace. Are you sure that person is Gu Tianxing? A royal member of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty asked Zhu Yan demon crown prince while staring at him. In the purple underground sect, when Gu Tianxing came in and just stood there, his existence was able to intimidate all Renhuang figures. One could imagine how threatening he was to the Heavenly Mandate realm. A person who had passed away many years ago was still so intimidating. Gu Tianxing should have been the only one in the century. Zhu Yan demon crown prince glanced toward the crowd of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and said, I am unclear on this now. Why don't you just go and see for yourself? Warriors of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty frowned. It was already risky for them to enter the demon realm. It was better in the outer area, and the Celestial Demon City was the first demon city near the world of human cultivators. But they were very clear where the demon metropolis was. It was the core area of the demon realm, a chaotic place, where there were countless demon beasts, and even the top demon forces would be active there. If they went to the demon metropolis, the risk would shoot up. Moreover, if Gu Tianxing was alive, it was a huge risk for them to go there. Sir, where is the demon metropolis? Yi Futian asked the Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord next to him in a low voice. The Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord looked at the white-haired young man next to him. He was also stirred by the things he saw today. The people he encountered were very unusual. The demon metropolis of the demon realm was known as the place where the demon realm originated. Now it was also the center of the demon realm. The demon forces there are intricate and complex, and there are many large demon beasts there. It is far more powerful and complicated than the celestial demon city. The verdant gazelle palace lord said to Yifutian. Yifutian nodded slightly. The verdant gazelle palace lord looked up at Zhu Yan demon crown prince and said, I can tell the demon crown prince might also want to go to the demon metropolis. Yifutian was surprised and looked up. Zhu Yan demon crown princess has been peerless in this area, and he arranged these demon matrices also to test the top figures among human cultivators. I guess the demon crown prince himself wants to go out for a trial. The verdant gazelle palace lord continued. Yifutian agreed with him. The verdant gazelle palace lord might be right. Zhu Yan demon crown prince probably had such a plan indeed. The Zhu Yan demon crown prince seemed to have noticed his gaze. He looked down at him and soon looked away. Yifutian knew the demon crown prince must be curious about him now. After Zhu Yan demon crown prince announced the news, warriors from the violet heavenly palace glanced at Yifutian, looking a little bit sullen. One of them said, Let's go. After that, the party walked into the sky and immediately left. Warriors of the 8 Thunder Law sects followed them. In the battle of the Celestial Demon City, the Thunder Law cultivators were the ones who took the lead, and even the place of origin of all Thunder Laws, the Violet Heavenly Palace, had to join the battle. But because they were all beaten, they were too ashamed to stay there. Seeing them all staring at Yifutian before leaving, Xia Qingjiwanan whispered beside him, After being so humiliated by you, I'm afraid the Violet Heavenly Palace will remember you forever. Yifutian had provoked a lot of hatred. In front of the world, he turned the Violet Heavenly Palace upside down, which made the place of origin of all Thunder Laws. The most advanced practitioners of the Thunder Law cultivation power lose all its dignity. He let them choose any of the 4 Saint Planes, but he defeated them at every level. The feud between Yifutian and the Violet Heavenly Palace had been settled, but this matter would soon spread. Yifutian shrugged, slightly turned his head towards Xianxia, looked at her and said, Have you forgotten the way they talk to you? People of Violet Heavenly Palace were full of themselves, and when doing things or speaking, they never cared about Yifutian's feelings, so Yifutian had to teach them a lesson. Besides, everyone had to see the situation. If he had fought then privately, the Violet Heavenly Palace might have cheated. Xia Qingyuan heard him mentioning her, blinked, and soon turned around, avoiding Yifutian's eyes. She did not speak, but her feelings were stirred. Was it because of her? Earlier that day, someone from the Violet Heavenly Palace said that she was not qualified to speak, which triggered the things that happened later. Yifutian arrogantly claimed that they could fight with the Violet Heavenly Palace at any of the 4 Saint Planes and won all the battles in front of the world. People gradually dispersed, and warriors of all the top forces also left. Before leaving, they did not forget to look in the direction of Yifutian. Today, Yifutian and his party stole all the limelight, throwing the Violet Heavenly Palace's dignity to the ground and trampling on it again and again. Perhaps they were proud at this moment, but nobody knew how long their victorious state would last. For those who were also top forces of the Heavenly Mandate realm, they naturally knew each other's strength. The Violet Heavenly Palace was one of the 5 supreme powers standing on the peak of power. There were countless cultivators and quite a few core disciples. Among them, some extremely dangerous ones had not been sent to this demon realm for trial. After all, there were some unknown risks in the trip, and the sect seniors wouldn't allow their elite to go deep into the demon world. Yifutian turned the Violet Heavenly Palace upside down, and one day, the Violet Heavenly Palace would seek revenge. Although Renhuang would not do anything to him, if those Saint Plain talents wanted to settle with him, other people had nothing to say, and they might fight again in the name of combat cultivation. And because there was a gap between 2 sides' strengths, no one dared to say anything if the Violet Heavenly Palace wanted to kill him. Thus, in some people's opinions, Yifutian and his companions proved their talents and combat abilities. But that might not be a good thing if they didn't have any top forces on which to rely. He had no top-notch background, but he had the top-notch talent, which meant he would be destroyed by the environment around him. just as an extra tall tree alone among bushes would be blown down by the wind. The violet heavenly palace would deal with them sooner or later. After people left, Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince looked at the verdant gazelle palace lord and said to him, "Are you willing to come to the celestial demon city to cultivate in the future?" The verdant gazelle palace lord gave him a surprised look. He didn't understand why the Demon Crown Prince suddenly asked. However, since the Demon Crown Prince asked him to cultivate in Celestial Demon City, he wanted to help him. He didn't care, but he knew that for his daughter, Xianxia, being able to cultivate with the Demon Crown Prince of the Celestial Demon City was the best choice. At least this place was much better than the Verdant Gazelle Palace, and there, she would not encounter things like the incident with Yi Futian. "Yes, I appreciate your highness's kindness," replied the Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord, although he was unsure why he still accepted it. After all, he was one of the most powerful demons in the Demon Emperor's territory. "Good." Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince nodded, and then looked at Yi Futian, who was next to him, and said, "Want to walk with me?" Seeing this, the Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord could tell that the Demon Crown Prince invited him to cultivate in Celestial Demon City because of Yi Futian. Before, when he requested news for Yi Futian, he didn't leave a good first impression. But after Yi Futian broke through the demon matrix and showed his marvelous fighting power, the Demon Crown Prince was a little bit surprised. Besides, when the Demon Crown Prince fought with Yi Futian, he advanced his cultivation level and could tell that they had similar staff methods. It was just that they both added their understanding and cultivation methods inside, so their staff methods could be considered independent from one another. "Sure," Yi Futian replied and nodded. He also wanted to talk with him. The ancestors of the Demon Crown Prince and his people might have contact with Emperor Yi Qing. So they talked. "Let's go then," Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince said. Yi Futian walked out. The Demon Crown Prince intentionally waited for a while to walk with him, and the other 3 demon princes followed. "What is the name of your staff method? Where did you learn it?" Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince asked. He maintained the same human body just like Yi Futian. Although he was an extremely proud person, for those who could defeat him, he showed respect and treated them equally. What was more, Yi Futian might have a relationship with the Ape Clan. "I came from the lower realm and once was instructed by the Golden Ape Clan to cultivate the 81 strikes of heaven-traversing staff techniques. Later, with my understanding, I evolved the staff method to fit my own cultivate method," Yi Futian responded. It was no secret that the Ape Clan cultivated in the heaven-traversing staff method, and the heaven-traversing 9 strikes itself was indeed derived from the 81 heaven-traversing staff strikes. The Snow Ape Emperor created the heavenly traversing 9 strikes after he left, and he was the only one who passed on the techniques. The Princess Eastern Phoenix, who went to capture the Snow Ape Emperor, was probably the only person who knew it. These skills were kept a secret, and usually the Snow Ape Emperor would not tell anyone. After all, the situation in the demon realm was complex. If anything went wrong, there would be trouble. But there was nothing wrong with saying that he learned his skills from the heaven-traversing 81 staff strikes. Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince nodded without a doubt. He also had such conjectures. After that happened, the ape clans were torn apart. Nobody had a good time at that time. "How about you, Your Highness?" Yi Futian said. "Where did you learn the staff method?" "The Zhu Yan clan is of the same origin as the Ape clan. We are relatives. We Zhu Yan know all cultivation methods in which the Ape clan cultivates," the Demon Crown Prince responded. "It's just you understand the staff method better than I do, and you made it more advanced, which allowed you to win in our fight. In terms of gifts in understanding cultivation methods, human beings still outdo the demon clans. But I don't understand. Why is your physical strength so strong?" Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince asked curiously. Not only was Yi Futian extremely strong, but Yushang, the demonic cultivator, was also terrifyingly strong. "When I entered the saint plane, I had already built a figure of a saint. Since I began to cultivate, I have been refining the body by cultivating and never giving up," Yi Futian replied. "Even so, you should have also cultivated in body-enhancing techniques. After all, even if you have the sacred body, the physical strength of the Zhu Yan clan should still be stronger than yours," said Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince. Your Highness's physical body is indeed very strong. In addition to the physical body, I have also cast the starry battle form with the might of law, so I didn't fall behind in terms of strength, Yi Futian said. The Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince nodded and said, "From now on, you don't have to call me your Highness, just call me Zhu Zhao." "Okay," Yi Futian replied and nodded. The verdant Gazelle Palace Lord behind him was surprised. Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince had told Yi Futian his real name, as though he was a friend. In the Celestial Demon City, Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince was the most distinguished and unparalleled person. Even the descendants of the other 3 demon clans followed him. He was the boss of the 4 tyrants. Yi Futian would be the first cultivator he was willing to befriend as an equal. And he was a human. One reason for the budding friendship might have been because of the Ape Clan staff method. Of course, another reason was that Yi Futian had defeated him. The demon clans respected power, following the rules of nature. For the ones who were stronger than them, they naturally showed respect. Hearing what Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince said, the Taotai demon looked dissatisfied. "Boss, he's a human," the Taotai Demon Prince whispered. "Third brothers." The Prince of the Thunder God clan told him to stop. He didn't feel anything, and since the boss had decided, he agreed. The gorgeous lady of the Feather Men clan also pulled Tao Ya's arm. Zhu Zhao turned his head, took a glance at Tao Tai with his golden eyes, and said, "Stop it." The Tao Tai Demon Prince lowered his head but still looked unhappy. "Your temper is too hot," Black Wind Condor murmured next to him. The big demon beast glanced at him with a pair of fierce eyes, and the Black Wind Condor was not scared at all and was also staring at him with a pair of sharp eyes. "This idiot. It is his honor to befriend my master. Did he dare complain? If it had not been for master's kindness, he would not have deserved to be a mount. I'm also going to the demon metropolis. How about going with me?" Zhu Zhao said after turning his head. "If you are willing to lead the way, it will be more convenient," Yi Futian said. "Don't be too positive. Demon emperors were not here in the Celestial Demon City now. We will have to travel by ourselves. I am afraid it will take a lot of time." Zhu Zhao laughed and said. Yi Futian showed surprise and said, "Where did demon emperors go? Their purpose is the same as yours, Gu Tianxing's news. Otherwise, how would I know about it?" Zhu Zhao asked slowly, sobering Yi Futian. Had Gu Tianxing's news also caused a sensation in the demon realm? For the third brother, was it a good thing or a bad thing? "What happened?" Yi Futian asked. "Gu Tianxing went to the place of origin of the demon world," said Zhu Zhao, his golden eyes looking into the distance, extremely sharp. At this moment, the verdant Gazelle Palace Lord behind him was also slightly agitated. A human cultivator had set foot on the place of origin of their demon realm. It was an absolutely forbidden area for the demon world. What was Gu Tianxing doing there? Yi Futian also realized that the situation was becoming more and more unusual. He thought it was unlikely that Gu Tianxing was alive, but the change of survival was growing. The demon metropolis was located in the center of the demon world of the heavenly mandate realm. This district was vast and boundless. Forces there were intricate and complicated. It was the most well-known chaotic place in the demon world. Once, it had also been the most crowded place in the demon world. Many of the top demon clans originated here. And now, there was sensational news from the demon metropolis. It was said that in the north of the demon metropolis, human cultivators showed up in the mountain range of the place of origin of the demon world. Moreover, it was said that the person was Gu Tianxing, the most prestigious human cultivator of his time and the person closest to the level of heavenly law in the heavenly mandate realm. There were many rumors about the place of origin in the demon realm. It was said that this was once the place where the demon monarch lived. Later in the battle of heavenly laws, the demon monarch died. His blood turned into a river, his body turned into land, and his bones were buried in the mountain of origin. Since then, countless powerful ancestors of the demon realm had come out of the mountain range of origin. There were also rumors that the unprecedented war between humans and demon beasts had broken out in the mountain range of origin, and the bones of countless human emperors and demon emperors were buried in it. Until today, The thoughts of numerous humans and demon beasts remained there and were sealed in the mountain range of origin, making the mountain range of origin a forbidden area. Nobody could set foot in the core of the mountain range of origin, no matter how powerful the figure was in the demon realm. But now, because of the news about Xianxia, the demon realm began focusing its attention on the mountain range of origin. It was said that powerful figures were coming from all sides of the demon realm, including those big names in the demon world and top demon clans. All of a sudden, the chaotic demon metropolis became the center of the storm. Everyone had a hunch that something big was going to happen. Many days had passed since Yifu came to the demon metropolis from the celestial demon city. During this time, they were in a tavern of the demon metropolis. The tavern was built by large stones and was open air. At this moment, many demon beasts were sitting around eating meat and drinking. There were all kinds of demon beasts. Some of them ate cooked meat and some ate raw meat. Yifu and his companions were sitting together in a circle. Just like the demon beasts, they all sat on the floor. The Taotai demon prince ate the most. In front of him, there were a lot of bones. Xianxia couldn't bear to see all the bones. She was sitting beside Yifu and turned her head, with no appetite to eat. Zhu Zhao took a glance at her and said, "This is the demon world. You should get used to it." She has never lived in the demon world before. It's inevitable for her to have some kind of reaction, Yifu said. He was grilling meat with black wind condor, and black wind condor's drool was almost visible. These humans have fine skin and tender flesh. They must taste good. A voice came from nearby, followed by a burst of laughter. Especially those women, that human female cultivator has nice skin, and that female peacock, said a big demon beast, staring at Xianxia and Kong Xian. In such places like the demon metropolis, there were very few human cultivators. These human beings stayed together with demon beasts, which made them wonder about their identities. However, demon beasts of the demon metropolis usually showed no favor to humans. "Third brother," Zhu Zhao said and gave Taotai a hint. Taotai put down the meat in his hand and walked towards the big talking demon beast. "What do you want to do?" the demon beast asked, eyes glowing with chilly dim light. "Roar!" A bellow shook everyone's eardrums. The Taotai big demon beast's mouth crazily widened and swallowed everything in the direction of that big demon beast. The big demon beast's face turned pale and despair was apparent in his eyes. How dare this beast wanting to kill anyone inside the demon metropolis? The demon beast was so frightened that he closed his eyes, thinking sadly that he would be swallowed up, and his body kept trembling. However, after a moment, he moved slightly and opened his eyes, only seeing that Taotai had returned to the original seat and resumed eating. The demon beast's way of thinking is much simpler than that of humans. They will test you first, and if you don't dare to fight back, they may consider attacking and eating you, Zhu Zhao said to Yifu and others. Yifu nodded slightly. Zhu Zhao clearly understood the idea of the demon beasts of the demon realm better than he did. "Come over," Zhu Zhao uttered in an extremely cold voice. That big demon beast with a lion's head came. He could tell from Zhu Zhao's tone that this demon beast was of extraordinary origin, but he didn't know why he stayed with humans. "Anything new in the demon metropolis recently?" Zhu Zhao asked while biting into the meat and not looking at him. In the demon realm, there were many demon beasts that he couldn't mess with, but they would never be encountered here. Even if he did meet one, he could see through them so he could act even more audacious than them. He was confident in this. "If the answer is unsatisfactory to me, you will become this," Zhu Zhao said and pointed to the plate in front of him. The demon beast's head shrank into his shoulders. He said in a deep voice, "A few months ago, the news came out that Xianxia, a human cultivator who once was famed in the heavenly mandate realm, appeared in the mountain range of origin, and many demon warriors of the demon realm have come. It was said that many demon emperor figures have already arrived. Besides, those top-level demon clans have also gradually entered the demon metropolis." "Is that all?" Zhu Zhao glanced at him with his golden eyes. "They have heard about the news after they arrived at the demon metropolis." And the lion demon felt a little chilly and continued, "Recently, in the demon metropolis, it was also said that there will be great changes in the demon realm in the future. Not only the demon realm but in the whole heavenly mandate realm, including the land of human cultivators. Where did you hear about this? Zhu Zhao asked. People said the news is from the prophet's palace, he replied. Hearing his words, the Zhu Yen big demon beast's golden pupils contracted. His eyes became extremely sharp. Anything else? Zhu Zhao asked. The prophet's palace also said that a big figure would come to the demon metropolis. Who? Zhu Zhao suddenly stared at him and asked. I don't know. No one knows. Now all demon beasts in the demon metropolis are making guesses about who the big figure in the mouth of the prophet is. That demon beast shook his head and said, Now many demon emperors have arrived, and there will be more demon beast big names coming. Some people guess the person the prophet refers to is one of them. If it refers to one of them, isn't the prophet talking nonsense? That would be a disgrace to the name of the prophet, Zhu Yen said a little disdainfully. Apparently, he didn't believe this. Those important figures of the demon realm would come, but if the prophet referred to them, it would be meaningless, just like talking nonsense. The big figure in the mouth of the prophet was different, but who could it be? Maybe, the lion beast whispered. No, it is not maybe. The prophet's palace claimed that there will be a big change in the demon realm, and then said there will be an impressive man coming, which means this person can effect a big change in the demon realm in the future, and from the perspective of the prophet, the big figure will not be the same big figure being talked out by losers like you. Zhu Zhao said coldly, What else? For big events, that's all I know. The lion demon beast replied with his head lowered. Get out then, Zhu Zhao said. The demon beast was being pardoned and left sneakily. He wouldn't dare stay any longer. Yifutian had been listening quietly. He looked toward Zhu Zhao quite confused. The prophet's position was transcendent in the demon realm. He possesses the ability to foresee the future. This ability is similar to the astrology of human cultivators. It is very rare. In the ancient demon realm, it is said that the prophet clan was also a big clan, but because such talent made the heavens jealous, they almost faced genocide. Today, only the prophet's palace exists in the demon realm, and there is only one prophet beast in the prophet's palace, and he alone represents a clan. The verdant gazelle palace lord beside Zhu Zhao explained to Yifutian. This time, he also came along. Yifutian thought for a moment. Astrologists were indeed rare in the world of human cultivators. Moreover, such people were short-lived. His master Qi Shengang was gifted with some abilities to predict future, but that was because of his mysterious and all-inclusive cultivation method, the deed of thorough comprehension. He was not a true astrologer. Because of this, the status of the prophet palace is detached. It does not participate in the disputes of the demon realm, and warriors of all clans are not allowed to attack the prophet, to keep the only big demon beast of the demon realm from harm. The verdant gazelle palace lord continued. That is to say, the prophet's prophecy truly exists? Yifutian asked. Yes, Zhu Zhao said, nodding. There are many strange places in the demon metropolis, and the prophet's palace is one of them. Moreover, it is known as a must-go place, and many of the top demon beasts visit the prophet's palace when they come to the demon metropolis and let the prophet tell them their fortunes. But whether the prophet would like to receive you or not depends on your luck, and in most cases, he doesn't. That is to say, now not only Gu Tianxing has appeared in the mountain range of origin, but the prophet also warned that the future of the heavenly mandate realm is destined to be not peaceful, right? Yifutian asked. You could say that. What is happening now is probably very unusual. If Gu Tianxing is alive, why did he come to the mountain range of origin in the demon realm? And is he arranging something? Zhu Zhao asked, lost in thought. Also, who was the big man the prophet spoke of? It seems that we have to ask ourselves, Zhu Zhao said. It is a must-go place of the demon metropolis. I guess many demon beasts will go to visit. Would you like to go together? You want to visit the prophet's palace? Yifutian asked. The prophet not only can predict events but also sees the future of demon beasts. I have heard about it, but I have never been there before, and this time I want to go. Although you are a human, you can also try your luck there and let the prophet see your future, Zhu Zhao said. Yifutian smiled and said, I know best about my future and don't need to bother the prophet to tell me. But since you said it magical, I want to accompany you. These days the prophet's palace was particularly bustling, especially since yesterday. The demon prophet changed his habit and no longer rejected people's visits. He even began to receive visitors one right after the other. Many big demon beasts and even human cultivators came to the prophet's palace in the past 2 days requesting to see the prophet. Many people speculated whether the prophet's unusual behavior this time was related to the future changes of the heavenly mandate realm and the big figure in his mouth. The prophet's palace was located to the west of the demon metropolis. It covered an extremely vast and open area, exuding an immortal atmosphere. At this time, many people were standing in an open field. In front of them were stairs of some 1,000 meters, and above the stairs was a single palace, which was not magnificent but showed a sense of transfixion. Above the stairs and outside the palace there was a statue next to the palace gate, a statue of a demon beast. This demon beast combined many characteristics of different big demon beasts, with a tiger head, a single horn, 2 dog ears, a dragon body, a lion tail, and unicorn's feet. Even though it was only a statue, its eyes still looked animated. This was the form of a prophet demon beast. But nowadays in the demon realm, there was only one prophet in this prophet's palace. By the time Yifutian came, there were already many demon beasts and humans waiting quietly outside. Yifutian even saw some familiar figures, warriors from the world of human cultivators. For example, the goddess of Brahma's pure sky showed was there. When Yifutian arrived, many people took a look at him. The goddess of Brahma's pure sky also noticed him, but she was unsurprised and soon turned her eyes away. However, she was slightly curious. What did Yifutian come to ask? His future. People who come to visit the prophet's palace wanted to ask about their future in cultivation. Some wanted to ask the fate of their families, and some people asked about what to do next. In short, there were all kinds of questions. Some human women even asked about the great law of marriage, but of course it rarely happened, Zhu Zhao said to Yifutian. There was some sort of strange look in Xia Qingyuan's eyes after his words. Yifutian raised a brow and said, "Can the prophet measure a person's life and death? I don't know, but you know some people who are here today. Maybe they want to ask about someone's life and death," Zhu Zhao said. Yifutian understood what he meant. Many people of the heavenly mandate realm must want to know whether Gu Tianxing was alive or dead. At this moment, a figure walked out, standing on the edge of the stairs. He was a young doorman, but his cultivation was also on the Saint Plain level. He looked down at a big demon beast and said, "Come in." The big demon beast nodded and then walked up the stairs until he entered the prophet's palace. How did the prophet feel so good today? What did he see that made him summon so many people continuously? Zhu Zhao murmured, a little confused. At this moment, the young doorman looked at Zhu Yan and Yifutian and asked, "Who among you wants to see the prophet? What is it for?" "We all want to see the prophet and have many things to ask. But it depends on whether the prophet is willing to call. If the prophet is willing to call 1 or 2 of us, we will ask a question according to the rules," Zhu Zhao said. "All right." The young doorman nodded, showing he had understood. They waited patiently. At this moment, someone looked at Yifutian and asked, "Mr. E, do you also come here to ask about your future cultivation path?" Yifutian looked toward the speaker. He was a personable young person. He didn't have a lot of companions with him, but every one of them appeared to have a good temperament. The speaker said with a smile, "My name is Jiang Mo, from the celestial gate of vast heaven. Mr. Ye's talent is extraordinary. You will enter the Runhuang Plain in the future." The Jiang clan was one of the 3 large clans in the celestial gate of vast heaven. Yifutian looked at him. He also knew that the celestial gate of vast heaven had 3 big clans, but he was not clear about what happened that year and what the relationship between Jiang clan and the Gu clan was. "How about you?" Yifutian asked. "I am here to inquire about the future of the celestial gate of vast heaven," Jiang Mo said. Yifutian nodded slightly. Now nobody knew whether Gu Tianxing was alive or dead. The 3rd brother appeared and was brought to the mountain range of origin in the demon realm. Now for celestial gate of vast heaven, they had to make decisions. since this storm might affect the future of the celestial gate of vast heaven. Whether Gu Tianxing is alive or dead, the celestial gate of vast heaven had better distinguish itself from the Gu clan, someone said in a proud voice. The speaker was a cultivator of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. The Heavenly Mandate dynasty and Gu Tianxing were deadly enemies. If the celestial gate of vast heaven wanted to stand with Gu Tianxing, then they could only be enemies. Warriors from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty come to ask the prophet whether Gu Tianxing was dead or alive. Elders of the celestial gate will decide by themselves, so I don't need to think too much about it. It is also not your turn to judge the things between the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and the celestial gate of vast heavens. Zhang Mo responded calmly. They were also a top force in the Heavenly Mandate realm. Naturally, he had no love for the people of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. Not to mention that their relationship had never been very good. The warrior of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty snorted coldly and said nothing. After a while, that demon beast stepped out of the prophet's palace, with his head lowered, looking quite discouraged. At this time, the young doorman's eyes fell on the goddess of the Brahma's pure sky and said, "Please come in." The leading goddess of the Brahma's pure sky had a gorgeous face and stunning bearing. She was very famous even in the Heavenly Mandate realm. She was Genie Saintess below the thrones of the 9 divine goddess. With outstanding beauty and talent, she served as the leader of her saint clan. What will Genie Goddess ask today? Someone of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty asked. Maybe about the path of divine marriage? Genie Saintess turned her head and glanced at him but did not reply. Then she went straight up the stairs and entered the prophet's palace. She walked all the way forward. In the palace, an unembellished courtyard, a white furry demon beast was sitting there. It was the prophet Great Demon Beast. He did not take the human body but rather maintained the original beast form. His eyes reflected red light, and he looked at the Genie Saintess. With just one glance, the Genie Saintess felt as if she had been seen through. Her heart of law even grew a sense of unease. "You have an inexorable catastrophe waiting for you," the prophet said in a hazy voice. The genie goddess stared at him with a pair of gorgeous eyes. "What kind of catastrophe?" "Catastrophe about love," the prophet said. Genie Saintess didn't believe him. She looked indifferent and said, "I heard that you as a prophet can predict the future, but now it seems you just have an undeserved reputation. I am never interested in the relationship between man and woman, and I am not here to ask about it. You will be one of the 9 goddesses, but the future of Brahma's pure sky will not be about you. The fate of Brahma's pure sky will be tied to one person." The hazy voice of the prophet came again, but it could only be heard in this space and was isolated from the outside world. Genie Saintess's beautiful eyes stared at him. He knew what she was about to ask. She had a very low opinion of relationships between men and women and was a devoted cultivator. As one of the saints under the 9th goddesses, her biggest wish was to be one of the 9 goddesses. She was here to try her luck. It was said that the demon prophet could hear everything in the 3,000 realms and predict the future, knowing everything, so she wanted to have a look. "You can go now," the prophet said calmly. The Genie Saintess seemed to perceive a mysterious and unpredictable power, so she turned around and left here. She would become one of the 9 goddesses, but the fate of Brahma's pure sky was not about her. It was about another person. Who would that be? She came down the stairs and left the prophet's palace. She, who had never been convinced by the rumors of the prophet, at this moment was lost in thought. She didn't come out of trance until she stepped out of the prophet's palace. She looked downward, her gaze falling on the crowd. She walked down the stairs. "What did you ask, Genie Saintess?" People from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty asked again. "It has nothing to do with you," Saint Genie said coldly. After returning to Brahma's Pure Skies group, she did not immediately leave. Later, the young doorman stepped out and looked at Zhang Mo of Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, saying, "Please, why does the prophet keep calling upon human beings?" asked the demon grumpily. The boy glanced at him and said, "You can just go. The prophet won't see you." "You?" the big demon beast grumbled, looking unfriendly. At this moment, there was a supreme pressure coming from the prophet's palace. which fell on his body and made him unable to move. Sweat flew from his body. "I apologize for my offense. Please forgive me," he said in a trembling voice. The prophet in the demon realm is well known for his knowledge of the past and future, but people seem to have forgotten the prophet's cultivation was also extremely powerful. Just like genie Saintis, Zhang Mo also went to see the prophet. He bowed down and saluted. "Zhang Mo of the celestial gate of vast heaven is here to meet, sir." It might sound funny that a human visited a demon beast and called him sir. But in the moment, it all seemed very normal. The prophet looked at him, and Zhang Mo suddenly had the same feeling as Genie that just with only one glance, he had become completely transparent. "Gu Tianxing will die," said the prophet. Zhang Mo trembled slightly. This sentence seems to have two meanings. Gu Tianxing was still alive, but he was by no means Gu Tianxing of his heyday. Maybe only the residual soul existed, and he would die. For the future of the celestial gate of vast heaven, the new master must be assisted with all your efforts. Otherwise, the celestial gate will decay, the prophet continued. Zhang Mo's heart trembled. He looked up at the prophet and asked, "Who is the new master?" The celestial gate of vast heaven was jointly governed by 3 major clans at that time. After the Gu clan died out, only 2 clans were sharing the power, and they jointly controlled the celestial gate of vast heaven. Even in Gu Tianxing's days, he was the representative of the celestial gate of vast heaven, but he was not the sole ruler of the celestial gate of vast heaven. "You can go now." The prophet did not answer his question but indicated he should leave. Zhang Mo's expression froze. He wanted to ask something more, but in front of the majesty of the prophet, he finally didn't say anything, turned around and walked away, but what the prophet said to him kept echoing in his mind. Would there be an absolute ruler in the celestial gate of vast heaven? Otherwise, the celestial gate would decay. Gu Tianxing, he would die. What would happen in the future? When Zhang Mo stepped out of the prophet's palace, a lot of people stared at him, especially those of the heavenly mandate dynasty. Since he belonged to the celestial gate of vast heaven, he had asked about Gu Tianxing. "Zhang Mo, is Gu Tianxing alive or dead?" A royal warrior of the heavenly mandate dynasty asked. Zhang Mo glanced at him but didn't reply. He was in no mood to talk. The imperial warrior of the heavenly mandate dynasty stepped forward and said, "Don't forget that Gu Tianxing's life and death are related to the future of the heavenly mandate realm." Zhang Mo looked up at him indifferently and asked, "Why don't you go ask for yourself?" He understood that the warrior was hoping to learn of Gu Tianxing's fate, so if he was summoned by the prophet, he could ask another question. That way, he wouldn't waste his opportunity. After all, he was unsure if the prophet would answer all his questions. The prophet was unexpectedly summoning so many people, and they all wanted to meet this legendary great demon beast. They wouldn't get a second chance to see the prophet, and they didn't want to mess this chance up. Naturally, they wanted to ask more. For example, the imperial warrior wanted to ask about his future and the future of the heavenly mandate dynasty. Zhang Mo was not going to tell him. At this time, Zhang Mo was absorbed in thought, still thinking about what the prophet said. "It's your turn." At this moment, the young doorman on the stairs said to the prince of the heavenly mandate dynasty. He took an emotionless look at Zhang Mo, then walked up the stairs and entered the prophet's palace. This made demon beasts around them whisper. Many of the demon beasts coming today were unusual great demon beasts. However, the prophet kept calling on human spiritual cultivators. Why? If the human cultivator Gu Tianxing had entered the mountain range of origin of the demon realm, would the change of the demon realm start with humans? Was that why the prophet wanted to see these humans? "He's already in. Can you tell me?" Genie Saintis asked Zhang Mo. Zhang Mo glanced at her and said, "What did Genie Saintis ask? And how did the prophet reply?" Genie narrowed her eyes, looking at him, and then said nothing. Zhang Mo nodded slightly and walked past her. It didn't take long for the warrior of the heavenly mandate dynasty to walk out, but the expression on his face didn't look that well. Apparently, he didn't get the answer he wanted, either. He glanced at the people below him. He was curious. What questions did the goddess of Brahma's pure sky and Zhang Mo of the celestial gate of vast heaven ask? What answers did they receive? At this time, The young doorman continued to invite people to enter the prophet's palace, and gradually some demon beasts were summoned. Goddesses, will you keep waiting? People of the heavenly mandate dynasty asked Genie Saintis. We will wait for a while, Genie Saintis said. She wanted to see if Yifutian would be called by the prophet. Before, this man challenged the violet heavenly palace. If the prophet summoned him, what would he ask? Would it be his future, and what answer would the prophet give him? After a long while, many big demon beasts had come in and out of the prophet's palace, and most of them came out with disappointment. They didn't get the answers they had wanted or expected. Most talented warriors, whether humans or demons, naturally had very high requirements and expectations of themselves. In other words, they had high self-esteem. They also had many resources, but the answers given by the prophet might not be in their expectations. At this moment, the young doorman on the stairs fixed his eyes on Yifutian and his friends, mainly looking at Zhu Zhao. He said, Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince and your party? Is the Crown Prince the one who will enter? Zhu Zhao didn't announce his identity, but he still recognized him as the Crown Prince of the Zhu Yan clan. Not only Zhu Zhao, previously those warriors of the top human powers had not reported either and were also recognized. From this, one could tell the ability of the prophet was indeed outstanding. Many demon beasts looked toward the Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince. So he was the son of Zhu Yan Demon Emperor. It was rumored that this guy was extremely talented and even stronger than the Zhu Yan Demon Emperor of his time. They wanted to see how he would be like after coming out. Only one person? Zhu Zhao asked. Yes, the young doorman replied, nodding. Zhu Zhao contemplated for a second. He naturally wanted to enter the prophet's palace, but he also wanted Yifutian to go in and have a look. He was curious about what questions Yifutian would ask the prophet, and what answers he would get. You go, Yifutian said to Zhu Zhao. He didn't believe so much in the prophet's so-called prophecy. Although astrologists had certain abilities, they also had limitations and could not understand everything. The same was true of the prophet. Moreover, he was afraid that the prophet would not be able to answer his question. The people next to him all thought he would ask about his future, but he did not have such a thought at all. His future lay in himself. From the moment he saw Emperor Yiqing, he seemed destined to have only two paths. Although I want to see the prophet, I don't have many questions to ask. You go in and ask whatever you want. The prophet knows more than you think, Zhu Zhao said. He could tell Yifutian was not very interested. He understood. Yifutian must be skeptical about this legendary figure of Demon Clan and was so convinced. However, people of the Demon Clan were all clear about the prophet's position in the demon realm. He was the only remaining prophet in the prophet's palace. Even if a demon emperor wanted to see him, it was not a very easy thing, including those top demon emperors. This time, they also had no idea why the prophet was doing this. Zhu Zhao, how could you give up the chance for a human? A demon warrior looked at Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince and asked, Does it have anything to do with you? Zhu Zhao took a glance at him and asked. That warrior smiled, showing his fangs. The Taotai big demon beast next to him was also unsatisfied with Zhu Zhao's response. Boss, don't you want the prophet to see your future? Even if you don't want to go, the second brother and the fourth sister want to have a try. Zhu Zhao glanced at them and said, You are following me? What do you want to know about the future? The fierce Taotai demon beast was feeling hurt and didn't know how to reply. Aren't you worried about her? Go. Xia Qingyuan besides said to Yifutian. Yifutian knew what she meant. However, he did not believe that the prophet of the demon realm could know about Jeyu's life or death because that would be too horrible, and how could a mortal be so aware of the past and future? Okay. Yifutian nodded. Since Zhu Zhao had declined and Xia Qingyuan also said the same, he would go to visit this legendary prophet of the demon realm. He would just have a try, and if the prophet did not know, he could also ask about the third brother. He should be clearer about the third brother. Thinking of this, Yifutian stepped out. Warriors of the heavenly mandate dynasty showed interest. Was Yifutian going? Yifutian was also curious about what conversation the prophet would have with him. Zhang Mo of the celestial gate of vast heaven and goddesses of the Brahma's pure sky also watched Yifutian walking up the stairs. Although these people of top powers still did not believe Yi Futian was very important and believed his future was dim since he offended the Violet Heavenly Palace, they did recognize Yi Futian's strength and were all curious about him. Yi Futian stepped into the prophet's palace. Like others before him, he came to a quiet courtyard. The atmosphere here was very peaceful, and a whole white demon beast was waiting for him. Yi Futian is here to salute you, sir. Yi Futian bowed slightly. The prophet looked at Yi Futian, his eyes suddenly glowing with blood-red light that pierced Yi Futian's eyes. At this moment, Yi Futian felt like a thought invaded in his mind, and his expression changed slightly. The thought was invisible and intangible. Although he was aware of it, he could not stop it at all. Boom! Yi Futian's head was shaken violently. The prophet's red eyes kept staring at him, and his body was trembling slightly. He seemed to see a scene, yet he saw nothing. His eyes were bleeding crimson blood, but he still couldn't look away. He could only stare at Yi Futian. Sir, what are you doing? Yi Futian stared indifferently at him and asked. The prophet closed his eyes, blood exuding from them, and he said, You can go. Yi Futian stared at him with a sense of vigilance. He turned around and walked away, feeling a little cold in his heart. The prophet seemed to want to pry about something. After Yi Futian left, the prophet's eyes were still bleeding, and he quietly lay on the ground. There was a human figure coming out of the body of the demon beast. That was a white-haired old man, like a celestial being. It was his soul. At this moment, there seemed to be a pure white flame burning his soul. His soul turned into a human form. His eyes opened and looked up at the sky. If you want to catch a glimpse of the secret of the great law, then there should be such a catastrophe. The heavenly secret shall not be revealed. A hazy voice came, but only he could hear it. The clan of prophets was destined not to exist in the world. After today, the world would no longer have prophets. Yi Futian walked out of the prophet's palace. Everyone felt strange when seeing him coming out. So fast? Although others came out quickly, too, Yi Futian was the fastest one. Yi Futian's expression seemed a little cold and angry. Warriors of the heavenly mandate dynasty saw this and snickered. They were glad he had not received the answer he wanted. Prophet! At this moment, a scream came out. It was the voice of the young doorman. Many people were stunned for a moment, looked in the direction of the prophet's palace, and saw the might shrouding over the sky. Above the sky dome, a giant hazy figure showed up. It was an old man with a white beard, as well as a big demon beast of the prophet. The two of them appeared as one. At this moment, a flame was burning above his body, and the horrifying might descended from the sky, falling on his body. The prophet. Humans and demon beasts present were all trembling inside. What happened? I leaked too many heavenly secrets, especially this time, and was punished by heaven. Today is the day I should depart this life, and there is no prophet in the demon realm. A hazy voice rang out across the vast space, and everyone's hearts were thumping hard. Even Yi Futian suddenly turned around and looked at the figure above the sky, his heart beating fast. How so? The prophet departed this life today. Why? Yi Futian's heart trembled. Even though he didn't believe that the prophet could predict the past and future, the prophet was still an extremely powerful cultivator. After all, even a figure like Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince was willing to come to visit him and fully trusted him, which meant that the prophet had extraordinary abilities. It was not just the Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince. Many descendants of top great demon beasts were also here. Before, the prophet seemed to want to pry something from him. Yi Futian was apathetic, feeling a little bit strange and even angry. However, Yi Futian had never expected that the moment he stepped out of the prophet's palace, this legendary figure of the demon realm, the great demon beast prophet everyone came to visit, would lay down his life because he had leaked too many heavenly secrets. Was it because of Yi Futian? Did the prophet see anything? Did the prophet die because he revealed too many heavenly secrets? Or was it because he did not want to reveal heavenly secrets anymore? Suddenly, Yi Futian felt that he was mistaken. Perhaps the prophet could predict the future as the rumors said. He must have seen something, and he didn't want to leak the heavenly secret, so he departed this life. But if the prophet didn't want to, then who was he? Who was the big figure in the mouth of the prophet? At this time, Yi Futian's brain was scrambled and a bit chaotic. This feeling was weird. Not long ago, he was still a little angry, but at this moment, he had an inexplicable feeling. Not only Yi Futian, but warriors of the demon realm around him were also all shocked to see what was happening in front of them. Stunned by this scene, the prophet passed away. He was the last prophet of the prophet clan, but today he said he leaked too many heavenly secrets and died. If the reason for his death was all the secrets he revealed, then why had he summoned all these people to leak the heavenly secrets? Was it because of the message he sent before? There would be a big change in the demon realm, and the same would happen in the heavenly mandate realm. A big figure would come. The prophet summoned people, revealed the heavenly secrets, but was he also spying on the heavenly secret at the same time? The wind and clouds in the sky began to change color, and the suffocating might dropped down from the sky. The life force was appalling. Many great demon beasts in the boundless surrounding area almost fell to the ground under the pressure. Demon beasts were more sensitive to their superior's aura. This meant demon emperors were coming, more than one person. From the sky, there was continual might dropping down, countless thoughts sweeping past, and there even were big demon beasts coming directly across the void. Some big demon beasts condensed phantoms with great demonic powers and appeared in the sky above the prophet's palace. They all looked at the figure of the departing prophet in shock, hearts trembling. "Prophet, why did you do so?" asked a demon emperor. They didn't understand. The prophet's status in the demon realm was transcendent, and even when they requested to visit him, the prophet usually declined. In the demon realm, even the great demon beasts at the pinnacle would not lay a hand on this last prophet of the prophet clan, and this was also a consensus in the demon world. Moreover, when things happened, they would always come to ask the prophet's opinions. During the war between humans and demon beasts, the prophets also played a very important role. Even the top powerful figures in the demon realm were unwilling to lay hands on the prophet. He always had the freedom to do whatever he wanted. But why had the only remaining prophet chosen to depart his life? Was it because he foresaw something? Why did this happen? A condensed phantom of the demon emperor showed up and sighed. "Didn't you know your status in the demon realm? This is my inexorable catastrophe. You don't have to feel sad for me," the prophet said. "Everything has its time. You don't have to investigate why I chose to depart this life. There is no reason. And you don't have to deliberately change anything. Just let it be. The demon realm will have a disturbance, but as long as everyone follows the trend, the demon realm will still be the demon realm between the sky and earth." Demon emperors listened quietly and kept the words of the prophet in mind. The prophet's last words were all from the bottom of his heart, and they should remember them forever. "What suggestions do you have about the mountain range of origin, prophet?" asked a demon emperor. The mountain range of origin was extremely important to the demon realm. It was the place where the demon realm originated, and now some human cultivators had entered it, so they wanted to know how to cope with it. Now they needed to ask the prophet's opinion one last time. "Everything has its own time, just follow the trend of nature. Everything that should happen will eventually happen, and you will understand when it's the time." The prophet's thin, hazy voice came. His sole figure became more and more blurred, as if it was about to turn into ashes under the flame of the great law. "My time is up. It's time for me to go accompany my prophet ancestors," the prophet said, letting out a long sigh. As the only remaining prophet of the prophet clan, he had felt lonely on earth. Today he was finally free. Warriors of the demon clans all looked solemn, staring toward the direction of the prophet. Even some demon emperors bowed slightly in the direction of the prophet, saying, "Sir, may you go in peace." Seeing all the demon emperors like this, in the vast and boundless space, countless great demon beasts appeared in the upper sky, all bowing and saluting in the direction of the prophet. The prophet's figure became hazier and hazier, until turning into endless light spots, like stars, lighting up the vast space and drifting with the wind. Many demon beasts stretched out their hands. The light dots passed through their palms, and the vast endless void sky was filled with a touch of sadness. After today, there would no longer be prophets in the demon realm. Yi Futian was standing in the lower sky. He could also feel the atmosphere, see the demon emperors showing up in the upper sky and feel the life forces of tens of demon emperors. How horrifying the scene was. Moreover, there were many demon emperors not showing up, but they were watching it. At this moment, Yi Futian started to understand the status of the prophet in the demon realm. However, because of this, his feelings were more complicated. Was the prophet's death because of him? Who was the last person to meet the prophet? At this moment, above the void air, a demon emperor asked. Below, many people's eyes fell on Yi Futian. Xianxia of the celestial gate of vast heaven, saintesses of the Brahma's pure sky, and people of the heavenly mandate dynasty all had a strange look. When they saw Yi Futian coming out so quickly, they all thought Yi Futian was disappointed because he didn't get the answer he wanted and returned, but everything that happened after that trembled the demon realm. Was Yi Futian the reason for the prophet's death? However, the moment the idea came to their minds, they just rejected it. It could not be possible. What kind of figure was the prophet? The demon emperors had to wait for his call to see him. His position in the entire demon realm was transcendent. They had also entered the prophet's palace before and seen the prophet. He could see through them with just a glance and make them fail to react. They were also top figures, but in front of the prophet, they were vulnerable like children. No matter how strong Yi Futian's talent was, it couldn't be much different from theirs. How could he cause the prophet's death? The prophet might have been exhausted and had the idea of departing this life before Yi Futian came in. I was the last one who met the prophet. Yi Futian looked at the demon emperor and replied. Everyone was watching him. He couldn't hide anywhere. Did prophet say something? The demon emperor asked. Was the last person who saw the prophet a human cultivator? If so, the prophet might not leave anything. The prophet looked at me and let me go. Didn't leave anything. I was a bit angry when I came out, but the things after scared me, Yi Futian replied. The demon emperor heard his words and nodded, without asking anything. The prophet had said not to investigate the reason. It was his time and everything had an end. A prophet of the demon realm, of course, couldn't die because of a human cultivator of St. Plain. The demon emperor sighed. Unfortunately, the prophet just departed his life like this before he had the chance to visit him. There was no reason and nothing was left. Should we check all the humans and demon beasts here? Another demon emperor asked. Was the prophet's death related to what he saw from these people today? No need. You have heard the last words of the prophet before he died. Why bother doing it? Let it be. Another demon emperor said. Other demon emperors didn't say much, and soon they all stepped into the sky and left. Those horrifying life forces also dissipated in the air. It didn't take long for everything in this world to return to peace. Only some St. Plain warriors of demon clans still gathered here, looking at the prophet's palace. Today, there were still many great demon beasts waiting to see the prophet, but now there was never a chance. Let's go, Xianxia whispered beside Yi Futian. Here, she probably was the person who knew most except Yushang. Before, her emperor father had told her that during the Battle of Ultimate Holy Palace, something was exposed from Yi Futian. Her father gave the order to block everything and later, he summoned Yi Futian to come to the upper realm and wiped out all memories related to that incident. Only those in the Ultimate Holy Palace knew about it, and she knew that even the Ultimate Holy Palace was in her father's field of vision. Although she did not know who the figure that entered the Emperor Xia's palace was at that time, she knew he must be an extremely powerful person. Yi Futian's background was probably a very big secret, so big that even a Ren Huang couldn't unveil it. And now, after seeing him, the prophet departed this life. Others wouldn't think much because they didn't know Yi Futian's situation, but she couldn't help thinking about it. It was probably because of Yi Futian, but it was also shocking to her that the prophet chose to pass away because of it. What did the prophet see? What was Yi Futian's secret? She didn't want to think too much. This place they were in was dangerous. They had to leave first. Many people around Yi Futian also had some rough ideas, but they all remained silent. Qi Shengang also said, "Let's go." He was also a person who could see great law destinies. What happened today made him feel unusual. Even though he always thought highly of Yi Futian, now it seemed that this disciple's fortune was way more powerful than he had imagined, so powerful that he couldn't even speculate. And the prophet of demon realm in this field was far superior to him. Yi Futian and his group just walked away. Many people stared at them but did not stop them. After all, it was still impossible for them to associate the death of a legendary prophet of the demon realm with a human Saint Plain cultivator. "Didn't you ask about her?" Xia Qingyuan asked Yi Futian while they traveled in the void sky. Yi Futian shook his head and delivered his voice back. "I didn't lie. After seeing the prophet, I didn't ask anything, and he didn't say anything." Yi Futian suddenly realized that he should have asked. However, the moment he stepped into the prophet's palace, the prophet just stared at him with a pair of red eyes, and soon blood oozed from those eyes. In such a situation, he only thought about walking away. How could he ask anything? At that time, he couldn't expect that the prophet directly departed this life after he came out, and it was because of this that he began to change some of his previous thoughts. "The prophet's death doesn't have anything to do with you, right?" Zhu Zhao suddenly asked Yi Futian. Yi Futian was stirred slightly. He looked at Zhu Zhao and said, "What do you think?" Zhu Zhao shook his head. Even he felt this idea a bit too crazy. He was the only prophet in the demon realm, and why would he choose to depart this life because of Yi Futian? It's just way too strange. Gu Tianxing entered the place of origin of the demon realm, and warriors from all over the demon realm came together. There was news from the prophet's palace that a drastic change would happen in the heavenly mandate realm. Later, the prophet continually summoned people and passed away. It seems that the demon realm is not at peace this time. Zhu Zhao raised a brow and seemed to be thinking. "Let's see what will happen," Yi Futian said. "What kind of person is your third brother?" Zhu Zhao asked. Now he had known the relationship between Yi Futian and Gu Donglu. Everything started because of this descendant of the Gu clan, and if it had not been for him, Gu Tianxing would have not shown up. "How can I know?" Yi Futian asked and shrugged. "I heard that many people speculated he was the grandson and only descendant of Gu Tianxing and son of the peerless talent of the celestial gate of vast heaven Gu Jiangnan in the heavenly mandate realm. But at that time, nobody had heard that he had any children," Zhu Zhao said. He had also heard about the name of Gu Jiangnan, the gallant hero of the celestial gate of vast heaven in the demon realm. He was the youngest Renhuang in the history of the celestial gate of vast heaven. "Gu Jiangnan," Yi Futian murmured. "Does he have any story?" At that time, he was considered to have the potential to surpass Gu Tianxing. But a conflict erupted between him and the crown prince of the heavenly mandate dynasty, and he was besieged and killed. It was because of this incident that Gu Tianxing wiped out the heavenly mandate dynasty, which caused a monstrous commotion that shook the entire heavenly mandate realm. Zhu Zhao slowly said, "Speaking of this, I also think that the conjecture of the people of the heavenly mandate dynasty is correct. It must be true that only the son of Gu Jiangnan can lead to the death of Gu Tianxing. A large sealing charm was on his body, which I guess was put on by Gu Tianxing and the Gu clan 12 immortals, so even a Renhuang could not detect it. I'm afraid that your brother will disturb the peace of the heavenly mandate realm. What are we going to do next?" Yi Futian asked. He didn't say much. No matter what the third brother's identity was, it didn't matter. He only knew that Gu Donglu was his third brother of the cottage. "Didn't you see that all the demon emperors have arrived? Now all we need to do is wait with patience and see what they will do," said Zhu Zhao. "Okay," Yi Futian said and nodded. Zhu Zhao was more familiar with the demon realm than Yi Futian. Yi Futian couldn't use his strength here at all, so now following others was indeed the most suitable choice. They found an inn to stay the night in the demon metropolis. In the following days, the demon metropolis bustled. The news that Gu Tianxing had appeared in the mountain range of origin caused a commotion in the demon realm. Countless big demon beasts came to investigate, and now many top demon clans were gathering in the demon metropolis. The underground waves were surging. Both human cultivators and demon clan warriors who wanted to collect news were preparing to enter the mountain range of origin. The mountain range of origin was known in the heavenly mandate realm as the demon's place of origin. There were many legends about it, and it was the forbidden land of the demon clans. But now some human cultivators had entered there, so they had to go in. For human cultivators from the heavenly mandate realm, they wanted Gu Tianxing's news. Whatever the news was, it would have great influence and might even affect the whole heavenly mandate realm. At this moment, in the demon metropolis, in the void sky, there is a group of people walking in the air. Zhu Zhao and Yi Futian were walking at the front and seemed to be rushing to somewhere. Just now the news came that those demon clans were getting ready to enter the mountain's range of origin. Right now, many demon warriors are heading toward the Celestial Fox Palace and want to borrow the ability of the Celestial Fox Clan, Zhu Zhao said. But the Celestial Foxes are cunning and intelligent by nature. They will be ripped off if they want to take advantage of them. What special abilities does the Celestial Fox Clan have? Yi Futian asked. The Celestial Fox Palace is one of the most attractive places of the demon metropolis, even more than the Prophet's Palace because the Prophet seldom summoned people, even demon emperors could rarely visit, so usually no demon warriors were going there, but the Celestial Fox Palace is different. The Celestial Fox Palace opens the biggest trading place of the demon metropolis, which is a miracle in itself. In addition to their special talent, the extraordinary intelligence of the Celestial Fox Clan is also a factor of their success. Zhu Zhao explained to Yi Futian. The Celestial Fox Clan indeed had superior intelligence. Many warriors of demon clans said the average intelligence of the Celestial Fox Clan might be the highest among all demon clans, and they were good at scheming. Even when they were weak, they were able to negotiate well between top clans. And today, they had also become a very powerful demon force. Moreover, it maintained a very friendly relationship with many top demon clans. Those top demon clans would not touch them, and other demons dare not assault them. Warriors of the Celestial Fox Clan have a strange skill of transformation, and they also know the powerful magic of phantom illusion, which makes them the demon beast clan that most frequently enters the mountain range of origin. The Celestial Fox Clan uses the mountain range of origin to hide their treasure, and often enter it to dig out treasures and hold open auctions to sell them. With their talent for business, they gradually made the Celestial Fox Palace a well-known trading place for the demon metropolis. It's famous for being the first demon trading place in the world. Zhu Zhao said, "You should know that demon beasts are different from humans. Most demon beasts are not good at trading and prefer to directly steal what they want. Although the world of human cultivators is also full of cheating and scheming, the dirty tricks are in a deeper sense and more civilized on the surface, which is why there are more trading places there. So, asking the Celestial Fox Clan for help is doing trade with them," Yi Futian asked. The Celestial Fox Clan will naturally think in this way. Now all warriors want to enter the mountain range of origin, and if they want to use the power of the Celestial Fox Clan, they can just wait and see how the commission skyrockets, Zhu Zhao said. Yi Futian nodded slightly. Also, the female beasts of the Celestial Fox Clan are all alluring fox spirits, Zhu Zhao said and took a look at Yi Futian with a smile. "Brother, don't be fooled by fox spirits," the princess of the Feather Men clan said, smiling. "What level of fox spirit can trick me?" Zhu Zhao asked disdainfully. Although many demon beasts had some special habits, he had no interest in those kinds of habits at all. "It's here," Zhu Zhao said, gazing downward. There was a large palace standing there. The peaks of the palaces seemed to be shrouded by clouds and mist, much like the castles described in fairy tales. The Celestial Fox Palace was extremely vast, far grander than the single prophet's palace. "Let's go down." And they descended and arrived outside of the Celestial Fox Palace. There were warriors of different demon beast clans gathering all around, together with a few human cultivators. Besides, the most conspicuous people were the fox spirits that Zhu Zhao talked about. Young women of the Celestial Fox Clan in human form were all extremely beautiful. Their skin was smooth like silk, looking very delicate. Their bodies were fair and unblemished. The most attractive thing about them was their eyes, which were the perfect shape and could steal a man's soul and enchant even the most indecisive demon warrior's heart with a single glance. Yi Futian, they didn't attract much attention after they landed. After all, powerful demon warriors were everywhere. However, there were several young women of the Celestial Fox Clan walking toward them. They all had strange charms when they walked. That pair of fox eyes gazed at them. Even though Yi Futian was used to being around beauties, he still felt that these women of the Celestial Fox clan had a natural charm. "Are you the crown prince of the Celestial Demon City?" a woman asked while looking at Zhu Zhao. Great demon beasts of the Zhu Yen clan were rare, and most members of the Zhu clan were in the Celestial Demon City and governed by the Zhu Yen Demon Emperor. The Celestial Fox clan was always sociable and resourceful, and they had an immense knowledge of all forces of the demon clan. They had heard that there were 4 princes in the Celestial Demon City with the demon crown prince Zhu Zhao as the lead, and now these 4 people were in front of them. Zhu Zhao glanced at the female fox. Although it was not surprising that she could recognize them, a sage plain demon beast who could recognize him with one look must have some extraordinary abilities. Zhu Zhao nodded slightly and avoided her eyes, looking forward. "Your Highness, wait a moment," she said. She seemed to have understood something and retreated, with an alluring smile on her face. A moment later, a beautiful woman with an even more unusual temperament came. Every smile of hers was touching. "Hu Yaoer is here to salute the Crown Prince and your Highnesses." The woman bowed slightly and said. She was actually a fox demon beast of Doctrine St. Plain, but she didn't show any arrogance and acted humbly. Her eyes glanced at them and lingered for a while when she saw Yi Futian. Her eyes seemed to be able to steal anyone's soul. "You must be Master Yi," said Hu Yaoer with a smile. Yi Futian looked at her in surprise. It was nothing special to be able to recognize the Zhu Yen Demon Crown Prince, but now she also recognized him, which meant the Celestial Fox clan was indeed very sensitive to news. "Yes, but I am afraid I don't deserve the title Lady Yaoer," Yi Futian replied. "Yaoer is just a beast. I don't deserve the title Lady either. Please just call me Yaoer," she said with a smile. When she talked, she slightly lowered her head and giggled, and looked at him with her gorgeous eyes. Yi Futian felt like he would be captivated by her eyes. "It is the charming craft," Yi Futian thought to himself. "What are we doing here?" Xia Qingyuan asked coldly, interrupting the conversation. She stared at Hu Yaoer and felt there was something wrong with her. She was indeed a fox spirit. Hu Yaoer looked at Xia Qingyuan. People of the Celestial Fox clan all had excellent intelligence. Of course, she understood what she meant. Xia Qingyuan stared at her and saw that pair of foxy eyes, thinking to herself that no wonder she was a fox spirit. Even though she was a woman, she could still feel how seductive her eyes were. "Your Highnesses and Mr. Yi are all distinguished guests. Please come on in and have a seat." Hu Yaoer looked away and said with a smile. When ordinary demon warriors came, the Celestial Fox clan would not send their core disciples to receive them. Zhu Yen Demon Emperor, who ruled the Celestial Demon City, was not an ordinary big demon beast, and he was very powerful. Zhu Zhao nodded. Hu Yaoer led them through the crowd, passing through the outer space. There were fewer demon beasts and humans outside. In front of them, there was an independent area, which was encircled by fences. Ordinary demon beasts were not allowed to enter. Only those demon beasts or human cultivators with special identities were eligible to come here. Yi Futian glanced at the crowd and got a strange look on his face. He saw acquaintances. Warriors of the Violet Heavenly Palace were also here. It seemed that they were also preparing to enter the mountain range of origin, and they wanted to ask the warriors of the Celestial Fox clan for help. People of the Violet Heavenly Palace also saw Yi Futian, but they looked quite indifferent. Yi Futian led people to challenge the Violet Heavenly Palace. They would not let it go. Moreover, Yi Futian seemed to be mingling with the Zhu Yen Demon Crown Prince. It seemed that they had been together since their battle. Warriors from other demon clans also looked at Zhu Zhao and Yi Futian, but they didn't care too much. People who were able to come here were not ordinary. Even though they knew Zhu Zhao's identity, they didn't care much. Today we have a few good things in the Celestial Fox Palace. They are all from the mountain range of origin. Your Highnesses and Mr. Yi, please take a look if you are interested, Hu Yaoer said in an extremely gentle voice with a unique charm. Her voice was pleasing to Yi Futian and others' ears. Only Xia Qingyuan showed a cold face and stared towards Hu Yaoer from time to time. Hu Yaoer was not the only one here. There was a stunningly gorgeous celestial fox woman beside every group of big demon beasts and humans. Human female cultivators would be jealous of their innate beauty. Is it a coincidence? Yifutian wondered. Now, many top figures needed the Celestial Fox Clan's help to enter the mountain range of origin, but the Celestial Fox Clan took out the treasures of mountain range of origin for sale. It was indeed the best time to promote the value of the goods. At this moment, someone in the front came to his side. An old white Celestial Fox elder walked at the forefront. Several ladies carried a Xianxia tree behind them, and bizarre things were hanging on the branches of the tree. Warriors of the Celestial Fox Clan put it in front of the crowd. The old man with white hair and white beard looked at the people and said, "All these things on the Xianxia tree are from the mountain range of origin, but their specific usage and functions are not yet known. They are tradable here." The eyes of demon beasts and humans all fell on the treasures of the Xianxia tree. Wuxia said, "Just tell me if you want to take a closer look. I can bring them here for you to look at." People who came here were qualified to see these treasures at a close distance and judge their value. But I should remind you that some of these treasures may be much more valuable than the transaction price. But they may also be worthless, said Wuxia softly. The way of making deals in the Celestial Fox Palace is so special, Yifutian said and smiled. In the place where humans traded, shop owners usually first judged the value of the treasure and then set a reserve price. It seemed different here. Yes, Wuxia gently nodded and said, "These things are all from the mountain range of origin. Most of them are extremely valuable treasures, but there are also ordinary things. We picked them up and brought back. Customers need to judge their value and then bid by yourselves, and we Celestial Fox Palace never touch them." "I see," Yifutian said and nodded with a smile. The Celestial Fox Palace probably wouldn't do loss-making trading, so it was very likely that they had made an evaluation beforehand. He looked at the treasures on the Xianxia tree, which were all somehow peculiar. For example, there was a huge monster egg with a seal on it that could not be seen through even with the thought method. It was difficult to judge what was inside. There was also a rusty knife with crevices, but one could still tell the original appearance of the knife must be dangerous. Moreover, on the rusty blade, there was still a faint lingering knife will, as if it hadn't dissipated even after many years. One could imagine how strong the knife will was in the past. Next to this knife was a sword with a rusty scabbard. There seemed to be a gap between the sword and the scabbard. From this gap, a beam of strong light could be seen faintly, but life force could not be felt from it. It was difficult to guess what level of sword it was. Beside them, there was a piece of bone with no sense of life force. Nobody knew why it was hung there. "You can pick and choose the ones you like," the white-haired old man said to them, left his place and hid behind the Xianxia tree. "Can you show me the sword?" Yifutian pointed at the sword with the rusty scabbard and said, "Sure," Wuxia said and nodded. She went to pick up the sword and came back to Yifutian, holding it in her hands. Yifutian's eyes flickered with a strange ray of light. His mind tried to invade inside the sword but was blocked by the invisible sword will. The old man of the Celestial Fox Clan watched the scene quietly. How was that possible to let Yifutian see inside the situation? After a while, Yifutian looked up and said to the old man of Celestial Fox Palace, "What's the price? We in the Celestial Fox Palace have never touched it since we got it from the Mountain of Origin. It is also the rule of all things being traded in the Celestial Fox Palace. We keep traded goods wholly intact. We in the Celestial Fox Palace do not know what level of sword it is, but we have an estimate that this sword might be used by a human emperor," the old man said. "Or it is just a rusty sword?" Yifutian asked. If what the elder said was true, Yifutian was willing to believe that the Celestial Fox Palace had not touched it before. However, at least warriors of the Celestial Fox Palace had an estimate in mind, and they would not trade at a loss. Among all the goods being traded, there must be many worthless things, among which one or two treasures were hidden. "Indeed," the old man said with a smile. "So, the price of this sword has been evaluated with a reserve price according to the limit of Renhuang belongings, and the one who bids the highest price will finally get it. If you want, you can directly deliver your voice to me and say your price. There is only one chance, and whoever pays the highest price will get it." There was only one chance to bid, which was the rule of the Celestial Fox Palace and was used to create tension. Many of the objects unearthed from the mountain range of origin were extraordinary and coveted by many people. However, people didn't seem interested in the sword. Okay. Yifutian nodded and soon set his price to the old man. The old man's eyes flickered and seemed to be listening. But in fact, others were just watching and didn't bid. For this sword, not many people showed interest. Anyone else want to bid? The old man asked and glanced at the people present. No one spoke to him, so he smiled and announced, "So, the sword belongs to Mr. Yi now. Congratulations, Mr. Yi," Hu Yaoer said with a smile. Yifutian took out a storage ring and gave it to Hu Yaoer, and she handed it over to the old man. After checking, the old man smiled and said, "Do you want to try out the sword? I'm also curious about what level of sword it is. Wuxian, you have a try." Yifutian gave it to Yi Wuxian beside him. Yi Wuxian took it with his right hand, then grabbed the scabbard with his left hand, pulling the sword with his right hand. After a moment, the dazzling light of the sword shone, and the mighty life force swept across the surrounding space. The whole sword body was shining, from which a wisp of imperial life force came out, with extremely appalling power. In the glow of light, Yi Wuxian's face was also illuminated. He stared at the sword, slightly stirred by it. It was indeed a sword used by a Renhuang, containing Renhuang's will. Noises rose from the crowd behind. The place was in an uproar. Nobody knew how much Yifutian had paid, but since it was a sword used by Renhuang, it was a good deal. And he might have earned a lot. He was quite decisive. However, there were still many treasures and opportunities. "Show me this." Many people pointed at the same thing and said almost at the same time. They were pointing at a giant stone lying on the Qianquan tree. The stone seemed to have experienced years of weathering, and inside the stone, there seemed to be an inscription. The inscription seemed to be written by hand. The characters even contained will and released a faint light, which illuminated the whole giant stone. Moreover, the handwriting they saw was only the tip of the iceberg. Only the top few characters could be seen. Treasures like stone steels were often used to record the cultivation method and magical skills, or left by powerful cultivators during cultivation. So it seemed to many people that this huge stone was likely to be an extremely valuable thing. Many people wanted to bet on it and see what the steel inside the boulder was. "Everyone excuse us," said the old man. A celestial fox woman took up the steel and walked towards those who wanted it. Yifutian didn't compete with them. He didn't know what this thing was. However, for the first treasure the Celestial Fox clan had made a loss, would they lose money for other things? Since the Celestial Fox clan was known for outstanding intelligence, it certainly would not be that simple. However, at this moment, Yifutian's attention was on another inconspicuous object. No one noticed it at all. "Aren't you interested in it?" A lot of people seem to be competing for the stone. If it is something left by an ancient big figure, its value could be astronomical. Hu Yaoer whispered to Yifutian. "I'm not richer than they are." Yifutian shrugged and smiled. These treasures from the mountain range of origin were all very expensive, some of which were even Renhuang level. In this situation, although Yifutian's resources were enough for his cultivation, they wouldn't be enough to compete with others. Hu Yaoer smiled and said, "You must be joking, Lord Yi. However, human cultivators like to engrave their magical powers and the like on stone tablets, creating powerful inscriptions. When the Great War between humans and demons broke out, many imperial-level figures were buried in the mountains. You have speculated that a Renhuang left this inscription. There is a high probability that this is true." Yifutian looked into Hu Yaoer's bright eyes that were full of sincerity. It was like there was no ulterior motive within them. "Perhaps. However, I do not want to gamble on this," said Yifutian. And he was not lying. If it came down to him, he was nowhere near good enough. This celestial fox palace presented him with an opportunity. He could use something small to obtain something great. Of course, he was not purely gambling. He had significant advantages when compared to others. He could use his powers to see what was going on. "If you don't have enough cultivation resources, I can lend you some," said Zhu Zhao beside him. Yifutian shook his head. "No need." "Then can I try?" asked Zhu Zhao. Yifutian shook his head again. There is no need to gamble. Zhu Zhao looked at him for a moment and then nodded. Many of the other cultivators were getting themselves ready. The Violet Heavenly Palace seemed to be interested in the steel as well and were preparing to make an offer for it. You all may send your offers. Same rules as always, you still only have one chance. Whoever offers the highest price will be the one to get it, said the elder of the Tianhu clan. The cultivators were all silent for a bit, then began to call out their offers. Those who wanted it more quoted higher prices. Moreover, since they already had their estimates, it would be difficult for them not to pay a high price if they wanted this treasure. The demonic beasts and human cultivators around them were watching. Everything was in chaos amid the clamor of voices. Although most of the people there were only there to watch the auction, they were still very interested in it. Who else? The elder of the Tianhu clan asked again. After a moment, he looked at everyone and smiled. His gaze fell onto one particular place. Congratulations to everyone from the Violet Heavenly Palace, he said. It seemed that the Violet Heavenly Palace had won the treasure. They truly are worthy of being called the top force in the Heavenly Mandate realm. They are both wealthy and vigorous, said Yifutyin with a smile. The Violet Heavenly Palace would get their prize, but they would pay a high price to do so. The daughter of the Tianhu clan held the steel up before the people from the Violet Heavenly Palace. A sharp look flashed across their faces. One of them reached for the stone, eliminating all of their outward impurities. Soon, traces appeared on the stone. Brilliant light flashed, dazzling everyone. Everyone looked towards it. The area grew even noisier. Many of the ancient beasts were roaring without end. Finally, the brilliant light shone from the stone steel. Characters were imprinted upon the stone one by one. They were imposing in their magnificence. Everyone was staring there, including all of the cultivators of the Violet Heavenly Palace. But their gazes quickly froze. Ha ha! Came the laugh of a demonic beast. So this is a treasure left behind by a Renhuang. How incredible! Unfortunately, it is not a spell. It is just a record of his career. It was probably the final thing he wrote before he died. Thus, it has a special meaning. Many of the demonic beasts cried out. Seeing the top human cultivators of the Violet Heavenly Realm humiliated made them incredibly excited. The cultivators of the Violet Heavenly Palace looked crestfallen. The thing they had gotten was just what they had thought it was. It was a Renhuang relic, and a Renhuang had carved the characters in it. Thus, many people had competed for it. But it was not some powerful spell of the Great Path. It was just a simple introduction, and it did not even contain that much will. Although the things that a Renhuang wrote naturally contained will, and thus were treasured objects, it was not anywhere near worth the price they had paid for it. They had paid a massive price to get this object. Although you may be a little disappointed, it is after all a Renhuang relic. It is precious, said the elder of the Tianhu clan comfortingly. The people from the Violet Heavenly Palace did not say anything. They had made their gamble. Now they had to accept their loss. They looked involuntarily at Yifutyin. Had he made a bid for this one? From what he had said before, he seemed uninterested in it and had even asked Zhu Zhao not to gamble for it. Could it be that he had seen something? Zhu Zhao looked at Yifutyin as well. This guy could not know a trick like this. Could he? Are you all still looking at that one? Asked the elder. The next few treasures also had people who were interested in them. They were auctioned in turn, and one of them was actually very good, but the rest were rather commonplace. Many people sighed at this. Celestial Fox Palace was quite powerful. Although they had never touched these items, they were still able to estimate their prices. It seemed that only the sword that Yifutyin had taken at first was worth very much. Moreover, after that, Yifutyin had not been interested in any of the other treasures. He had not made any other bids. Soon, there was only one treasure left on the ancient tree. It was a bone that looked plain and simple, and there was no aura emanating from it. It seemed to have been marked by the passage of time. It seemed to have experienced quite a lot. This piece of bone was plain and had no aura. It looked just like an ordinary demonic beast's bone. Thus, no one inquired about it. But it still appeared on the ancient tree. However, no one there was interested in it. especially since they had all seen how common everything that had come before it was. "Is no one interested in this bone?" asked the elder. "It is the only treasure left. It may be a bit common, but it comes from the Origin Mountains. It is both heavy and solid. Even someone who has cultivated up to my level cannot leave so much as a mark upon it. Thus, it must be the bone of a demon emperor. Even if you just use it to forge a weapon, it will be quite useful." He knew that this bone was a bit too unremarkable, and the Tianhu clan could not determine its value. Their experience had shown them that a truly powerful bone of a demon emperor would have an incredibly strong aura. It would not be like this. It has no external aura. Can it truly be the bone of a demon emperor? Asked Yifutian. A saint cannot leave a mark on it. What do you think? If it was weak, it would already be broken and would not have appeared here, said the elder. The Tianhu clan would not bring something worthless to trade. Can I see how heavy it is? Asked Yifutian. If I can't break it either, that's fine. I won't compete for it. The elder saw that no one else was interested, then nodded. Fine. Yaoer, will you go get it for me? Asked Yifutian. Yaoer nodded and walked over. She brought the bone back to him. Yifutian took it and suddenly he could feel how heavy it was. It did not seem to be a bone, but rather a massive demonic beast. Threads of aura swept out and entered into the bone and then disappeared. He gave it back to Yaoer and said, It is indeed very heavy. It is quite possible that it is, in fact, a bone of a Renhuang. But even so, it is not very useful. I know an elder who is good at forging things, and thus I will consider trading a saint-level technique for it. If this is not enough for you, then I don't want it. The elder looked at Yifutian and saw how indifferent he looked. No one else looked interested either. He smiled bitterly and said, A Renhuang bone cannot be compared to a technique in terms of its solidness alone. However, selling it for such a low price would bring shame to the Tianhu clan. Everyone, please make an offer. Yifutian nodded. Fine. But he did not make another offer. A cultivator from the Violet Heavenly Palace swept his gaze over Yifutian, then made an offer to the elder. The elder had not been listening to the price that Yifutian had quoted, but the rules of the Celestial Fox Palace forbade him from repeating it. He could only say, Anybody else? Yifutian smiled and then quoted a price to the elder. When he heard him, the elder stared at him for a long time. The people of the Tianhu clan were all very cunning. Humans were naturally much smarter than demonic beasts, and this guy was definitely up to something. His offer was several times that which he had said before. He was not as indifferent as he seemed. He had just quoted a reasonable price. He looked at him and said, Since no one else wants it, congratulations, Lord Yi. Yifutian smiled and gave another item to Yaoer. The cultivator from the Violet Heavenly Palace frowned and said, Are you sure it was him? The elder understood his doubts. He nodded seriously and said, The Celestial Fox Palace is not so generous as to purposely give him a low price. The price that Lord Yi quoted is different from what he said before. The cultivator from the Violet Heavenly Palace's face darkened. This may not have been an important matter, but they had previously tried hard to prevent Yifutian from getting this and had thus quoted a price twice as much as he had. However, in the end, Yifutian was the one who had gotten it. They had tried to scheme against Yifutian, but he had schemed against them as well. He was naturally quite unhappy about this. Congratulations, Lord Yi. Yaoer brought the bone to Yifutian. But at that moment, a voice came from behind him, saying, What did he pay? I will pay double. Everyone turned and looked at the people who were approaching. Everyone moved aside to make a path for them. The elder was very perceptive. He narrowed his eyes and looked at them. He knew where they had come from, but said, Forgive me. We have already sold all of our items. We cannot make any more deals. The leader of the people walked up to him, then turned to look at Yifutian. Yifutian looked back at him, then hid the bone away. He had gotten it and he was not going to let it get away. Whatever price you paid for it, I will give you double. Why don't you give me that bone? Said the head of the people who had just arrived to Yifutian. Yifutian smiled and shook his head. This bone will be useful for forging weapons. Since I've already bought it, I'm not going to give it to you. I'll give you 10 times what you paid for it. The other man seemed not to hear what Yifutian had said as he directly called out this astonishing price. 10 times what Yifutian had paid. If Yifutian just let the bone go, he could get back 10 times what he paid. Everyone was speechless. This transaction could be profitable for him. Yifutian looked the other man in the eye. I'm not selling it. As he said this, everyone stared at him. He had been offered 10 times what he had paid, and yet he would not sell it. That meant the person at the head of the group of people who had just arrived wore white. His face was handsome in an unusual way, and his face was lined. His pitch-black hair was magnificent, and a pair of pure white wings flared out behind him. A silver spear seemed to be fixed between his wings. There was only one family in the demon realm that wore such clothes. Naturally, most of the people there recognized him. They had come from Yingzhao Mountain in the demon realm. It was the most powerful force in the realm. They were even stronger than the Tianhu clan. The Tianhu clan would not even dare to provoke them. The elder of Yingzhao Mountain had the power to know everything under heaven. It was said that he was able to shake the sky with a single thrust of his spear. Right now was a turbulent time for the demons. Everyone knew that all of the great demon families were coming. Even the great demons of Yingzhao Mountain were there. Moreover, it seemed that they were very interested in the bone that Yifutian had just bought. He did not even know how much Yifutian had paid, and he had still offered to pay 10 times as much. But what was even stranger was that Yifutian had refused him. What did this mean? At that moment, the elder of Celestial Fox Palace's eyes flashed. He looked at the man who was leading the people from Yingzhao Mountain, then back to Yifutian. For some reason, he felt like he was being tricked. Previously, Yifutian had told him that he was not interested in the bone, but he thought that he could give it to his friend to use in his forging. He had said that that was the only reason he wanted it. But the price he had ended up paying was several times more than he had initially offered. And now, the demonic beast from Yingzhao Mountain had offered him 10 times as much, and he was still not willing to sell it. And he said he didn't care about it? Only a fool would believe that. But, just like Yifutian had thought, these people who had come out of the ground in the Origin Mountains had all been personally evaluated by the clan elders. They knew that a truly worthwhile treasure could not be easily sold. This bone was indeed the bone of a demon emperor. That was obvious from how solid it was. But there was nothing else special about it. It felt like it had no great uses, and thus they had decided to sell it. And indeed, once they brought it out, no one had made any offers for it. This seemed to prove that the Tianhu clan had judged this situation correctly. But now this unexpected thing had happened. Yifutian had bought it, but it seemed that the cultivators from Yingzhao Mountain had come for it as well. Is this guy that petty? Everyone thought. Yifutian had decisively won the first treasure, the sword. He got it for a great price, and then had not made any more bids. That was until the bone that no one else wanted had come out. He had bought it while pretending that he didn't really want it. But he had been very keen to obtain it, and so he had outmaneuvered the Violet Heavenly Palace. Could it be that this bone was truly so special? The head of the people from Yingzhao Mountain stared at Yifutian. He really would not sell it for 10 times the price? Was he just trying to get even more for it, or did he know what the bone was? Once he tried it out, he would know. I come from Yingzhao Mountain. That bone is useful to me. 10 times the price should be more than enough for you, Your Excellency. If you give it to me, you'll have made a friend. How does that sound? Said the great demon from Yingzhao Mountain. I'll have made a friend? Said Yifutian with a cold smile. He did not even know what this bone was. But 10 times the price was not enough. I'm sorry, but this is also of use to me. Yifutian was still smiling. The cultivator from Yingzhao's face fell. Was the name Yingzhao Mountain not enough to sway him? If Yifutian did not know what it was, then him offering 10 times what he had paid and then mentioning the name Yingzhao Mountain should have been enough to make him willing to sell it to him. Could it be that this human could really tell what it was? It is of no use to you. Only we from Yingzhao Mountain can make use of it. I can trade an artifact from a demon emperor for it. Would that be enough? asked the head of the people from Ingzhao Mountain. When he said this, everyone around them went still. He would trade an artifact of a demon emperor for a bone. Who could refuse such a deal? What is that bone? All of the demons were staring at Yi Futian. Given what the cultivator from Ingzhao had said, he clearly knew the bone's history. Otherwise, he wouldn't have offered to trade an artifact from a demon emperor for it. The whole area had gone quiet. This was the final offer from Ingzhao Mountain. This was as much as he could possibly do and still hope to keep face. Otherwise, he would probably have to wait until Yi Futian left the Celestial Fox Palace and try to seize it from him. This bone might have been worth even more than an artifact from a demon emperor. And since the people from Ingzhao Mountain wanted it, he was adapting to the circumstances. Ingzhao Mountain probably would not pay a higher price. It was not a question of whether or not the bone was worth more. It was that if Yi Futian continued to refuse them, it would make them angry, and they would refuse to bargain anymore. In that case, they would use other methods to obtain it. Yi Futian could naturally feel the subtleties of the situation. He understood that if he still could not see sense, he would offend the people from Ingzhao Mountain without a doubt. He had seen that this bone was far from ordinary, and thus he had wanted to touch it with his life spirit. Just as expected, he felt a reaction from it. This meant that this bone probably had an extraordinary history, but even the people from the Celestial Fox Palace could not tell that just by looking at it. Now, Ingzhao Mountain's actions proved what he was thinking. This bone was probably not merely the bone of a demon emperor. Zhu Zhao walked forward. If he won't sell it, he won't sell it. There's no need to keep talking about it, he said to the head of the people from Ingzhao Mountain. Zhu Zhao. The demonic beast from Ingzhao Mountain swept his gaze over him. His expression was cold. He did not care about his status at all. This is not your concern. We came together, so it is my concern, Zhu Zhao answered calmly. The bone is already his. If you want some treasures, you need to go and bid for them. The demon from Ingzhao Mountain frowned. A faint silver light shone in his dark eyes as he looked at them coolly. Get out of here. Did Zhu Zhao think that Zhu Yan, the demon emperor, was someone to be feared? Maybe he could be threatening to other demon families, but what was he to the cultivators of Ingzhao Mountain? And how much less threatening was a mere prince? He had already given them plenty of chance to save face. It would be nothing to give up an artifact from a demon emperor if they could obtain the bone, but if they would still not accept it, then they would have to stop being so polite. Zhu Zhao stared at him with his golden eyes. A powerful demonic aura rose from him and shot out towards his opponent. Get out of here. His low voice rang out, almost reaching the level of a shout by the time it reached his opponent's ears. In a flash, a burst of pressure filled the area. The great demon of Ingzhao Mountain and the demon prince of the celestial demon city faced off against each other. A violent aura burst out from the demon from Ingzhao Mountain as well. The two demonic beasts' auras clashed between them, which whipped up a powerful storm of qi. As soon as the elder of Celestial Fox Palace saw them about to fight, he could not help but say, "If there is a problem, you can talk about it. There is no need to disturb the harmony of this place. I've heard that you are quite powerful, Zhu Zhao of Celestial Demon City. I'm glad that I have a chance to see how strong the progeny of Zhu Yan is." The great demon from Ingzhao Mountain's voice was sharp. His wings flared out behind him, and his body transformed into a bolt of white lightning. He rose high into the air. He beat his wings elegantly. He reached behind him and pulled out the long spear, clenching it in his fist. Suddenly, an astonishingly sharp aura spread out. Boom! There was a loud noise as Zhu Zhao shot up into the air, full of wild power and energy. He looked up at the figure above him and reached out. A spear of golden flames appeared in his hand, and the golden light in his eyes shot up towards the figure in the sky. However, golden armor appeared on the figure in the sky. Zhu Zhao's spear continued upwards, growing larger as it did. It seemed able to shatter the very air itself. His opponent's figure flashed, and many bolts of white lightning appeared up in the sky. Many white phantoms appeared as well, and it was difficult to discern just how real they were. They moved quickly, and everywhere that the spear went, there were only phantoms. Bang! Zhu Zhao moved like a bolt of golden lightning, rushing through the air at incredible speed as he shot towards his opponent. The white lightning flashed again. Zhu Zhao roared as he thrust his golden spear forward. It rose from where he was standing, and its shadow covered the sky, darkening the whole area. It was so big that even things thousands of meters away would be smashed by it. Whoosh! The great demon of Yingzhou Mountain flapped his wings, and he grew much larger. He had transformed into his true form. He beat his huge white wings, creating a powerful airflow. The will of the great path flowed as countless silver spears fell like starlight that fell with incredible speed. It was like a meteor shower. There was a terrible, sharp noise up in the air as the airflow roared like thunder. The massive spears slammed into each other, which was what created the awful sound. But the golden spear cut through the countless silver spears and continued forward, piercing towards the demon from Yingzhou Mountain's body. Zhu Zhao's form turned demonic and as big as a mountain. The spear grew even more powerful as it shot forward, making the sky itself tremble. Whoosh! There was a gust of wind as the demon from Yingzhou Mountain's wings flapped. He thrust the silver spear forward, and the gust of wind descended. The onrushing golden spear did not touch his body. He was so fast that he was hard to see with the naked eye. The spears scraped against each other, but the sound was lost in the wind. The power that the spear contained was simply astonishing. The demon from Yingzhou Mountain spiraled down like a meteor, cutting through the powerful aura as he shot towards Zhu Zhao. He's so fast. Everyone trembled as they watched the figures in the sky. They saw Zhu Zhao drop his spear as his body turned golden, and he thrust his fists out towards the descending demon from Yingzhou Mountain. The huge demonic beast roared, and the air trembled. Even the demon from Yingzhou Mountain's speed seemed to be affected by this. Snap! Snap! Sharp sounds rang out as the spear descended. Silver light pierced the sky as it crashed into the golden fists and seemed to cut through them. A terrifying power shook the demon from Yingzhou Mountain, but at the same time, Zhu Zhao's golden fists were cut open, and blood began to flow from them. It was evident from this how powerful his opponent was. Whoosh! As he floated, the demon from Yingzhou thrust out with the spear. The wind gusted against his body as he looked down at his opponent. His eyes were filled with contempt for everything. Zhu Zhao looked up into the air, his eyes filled with scorn. Roar! There was the roar of a massive beast, and suddenly, a mighty figure appeared up in the sky. He grew larger and larger. His body burned as it was bathed in golden flames. Golden fire shot out of his eyes, melting everything in their path. The great demon from Yingzhou Mountain frowned. He turned into silver light once again and then disappeared. An incomparably massive figure appeared. His eyes were burning with golden fire, and the temperature up there in the sky became scalding hot. The golden divine flames filled the vastness of the sky, locking down the entire area. There was nowhere that the great demon from Yingzhou Mountain could go. He can get even stronger. Yifutian looked at Zhu Zhao. Unlike in the previous battle, Zhu Zhao still had some more power left, and thus he could become even stronger. The cultivators from the Violet Heavenly Palace were also naturally watching this scene with gloomy faces. The genius among them, Tanzimo, had once been defeated by Zhu Zhao, and apparently that had not even been him at his strongest. At that moment, it was possible that Tanzimo would not even be able to provide a stimulating fight for him. Thinking of this, the cultivators from the Violet Heavenly Palace felt a keen sense of humiliation. The demon cultivators of the Celestial Fox Palace all sighed quietly. Zhu Zhao was truly worthy of being called the most outstanding genius of the Celestial Demon City. His power was genuinely frightening, and right now he was simply astonishing. It was as if his strength had increased explosively. However, the great demon from Yingzhou Mountain was incredibly powerful as well. A silver halo appeared around his body, then turned into a pattern of light. Countless spears flashed into life and shot out in all directions, smashing into the onrushing golden flames. He looked at his opponent with his silver eyes. His face was a bit downcast. Zhu Zhao's aura was powerful enough to make him feel threatened. Whoosh! At that moment, Zhu Zhao's wild figure seemed to dance as he flew. His mighty figure spread out until he filled the sky, becoming one with the qi of the air. The great demon of Yingzhao Mountain roared in anger, and countless silver spears burst out from the halo around it, shooting straight towards the onrushing Zhu Zhao. Zhu Zhao flew upwards, and the spear of golden flames shot up from his hand into the sky, seeming like it would be able to tear right through it. The air shook as it flew through it. Many of the demon cultivators below them felt their hearts begin to tremble. Was this the power of Zhu Yan that they were seeing? It was simply astonishing. Whoosh! The demon of Yingzhao's figure flashed, and suddenly many reflections of him appeared all around. However, almost at the same time of that, the great demon of Zhu Yan waved his spear, and countless reflections of it appeared as well, waving just like the one that was actually in Zhu Zhao's hand. They shot out towards all of the different images of the demon of Yingzhao. There was no way to avoid an attack like this. The great demon of Yingzhao's face grew cold. Endless light of the great path descended from the sky and gathered up around his body. Afterward, they turned into countless silver lightning bolts that flashed downwards and smashed into the spears. Boom! 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 The sounds of the lightning bolts smashing into the spears one after another rang out continuously. Countless attacks had been launched in an incredibly short period. All of the cultivators below were staring up into the sky. Their bodies seemed to tremble each time there was a collision up there. Bang! A figure was sent flying backward, and the spear went flying out of his hands. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The great demon of Yingzhao Mountain had been forced backward. An ugly look came over the faces of the cultivators from Yingzhao Mountain as they watched the scene. Many of them rose into the air. "You all want to fight together?" roared Lei Meng, the prince of the thunder gods. Suddenly, all of their cultivators rose into the sky as well. The whole area was covered in incomparably horrifying demonic qi. Up in the sky, the two figures were facing off. There was an extremely fierce look in Zhu Zhao's eyes as he looked at the great demon of Yingzhao Mountain up above him. The demon from Yingzhao Mountain's aura surged as blood trickled from his mouth. He had been beaten by Zhu Zhao. But Zhu Zhao's desire to let Yi Futian keep the bone was nothing more than a dream. No one could keep it away from them. If Yingzhao Mountain had not had a bone just like it that had sensed this one, they would not have known that there was another one here. They had researched this bone for many years. Celestial Fox Palace had been so careless as to think that it was useless. Since they did not know, they had not sought out the bone's mysteries. "You are Zhu Zhao?" At that moment, a voice came towards them from far away. Everyone turned to look. They saw several figures flashing towards them, all with a pair of wings on their backs. They had come from Yingzhao Mountain as well. The one at their head had an imposing aura, much stronger than the demon from Yingzhao, who had been fighting Zhu Zhao's. He had an air of kingly scorn about him, as if he was the king of his clan. Behind him, two huge cultivators from Yingzhao Mountain flanked him to the left and right. Although no powerful auras burst forth from them all, everyone could still feel that this man had the air of a demon emperor. Who is this? All of the demons below felt their hearts tremble without stopping. He had a demon emperor protecting him? Who was he to deserve such treatment? Yingzhao Mountain was a top force in the demon realm. Even when its people were traveling, no other demons would dare to attack them. But he still had a demon emperor traveling with him. Why did he have such high-level protection? A demon emperor was someone who was at the top of the pyramid. For a junior to have an emperor traveling with him was absolutely astonishing. Soon, all the demons were thinking of a single person, the heroic demon cultivator who was famed throughout the world. That man from Yingzhao Mountain had personally come from the Celestial Fox Palace. Had he come for the bone that Yi Futian had bought? This made everyone very curious. What on earth was that bone? Many cultivators flashed over from the Celestial Fox Palace. They looked up into the sky as they arrived. They all felt that this was a bizarre situation. The Celestial Fox Palace seemed to have truly made a mistake this time. They were responsible for identifying the treasures of the Origin Mountains, and yet they had not realized how special that bone was. And thus they had put it up or sale. There were several procedures in the Celestial Fox Palace. After obtaining a treasure from the Origin Mountains, they would first look it over to confirm that it was indeed an Emperor-level artifact. Then they would let the Emperor-level figures in their own clan look over it. If they thought it was worth a lot, then they would pass it along. This bone had only passed through the hands of a demon emperor and had not made it to the final step. They had thought that it was just a bone of a demon emperor that did not have any particular use. Now, so many cultivators had come from Ingzhao Mountain, possibly even all of them, and a demon emperor had come with them. Without a doubt, the Celestial Fox Palace had made a mistake. They all felt this. They would never have thought that there would be a moment that the Celestial Fox Palace had made a huge mistake. But there was a fierce look in Yi Futian's eyes that everyone could not help but admire. The great demon of Zhu Yan looked at the one who had come. He had also guessed who it might be. However, he still spoke proudly. Yes, he had always wanted to see this legendary figure from Ingzhao Mountain. And not only him. He wanted to see all of the legendary figures of the top forces of the demon realm. This was the reason he had left Celestial Demon City and come to Demon Metropolis. He was without equal in Celestial Demon City. Those who were of a higher level than him did not dare to fight him, and those who were of a more or less equivalent level to him were no match for him. He was proud by nature and skilled in combat. Demon Metropolis was much more suitable to him. You should step down, the man from Ingzhao Mountain said to the one who was fighting Zhu Zhao as he stepped forward. His opponent nodded, then stepped to the side. Zhu Zhao looked up into the air. The one who had come was the most outstanding demon of the third generation of Ingzhao Mountain. He was being trained as the future king of the mountain. The most powerful blood of the Ingzhao clan flowed through his veins, and it was said that his power was simply astonishing. Thus, he had come with a demon emperor accompanying him. From this, it was obvious how much importance Ingzhao Mountain placed on him. He reached out with the silver spear in his hand. In a flash, a terrifying whirlwind whipped up, and the frightening power of the great path descended onto the spear. He stood in the middle of the storm like a demon god. He's so strong. Below them, everyone's hearts were trembling. This was the third generation king of Ingzhao Mountain? It was said that the legendary demon emperor of Ingzhao Mountain regarded him very highly, and was personally training him. He was already an unblemished saint. He had just joined the battle, and already his power was clearly beyond that of most other unblemished saints. You are no match for me. He looked down at Zhu Zhao. As he said this, a storm of gray lighting whipped through the sky, and silver spears fell through the storm, forming a straight line in the sky. Zhu Zhao roared, and the golden flames swept out. However, his opponent broke out through the flames. When the spears reached their destination, they had formed a single spear that cut through the sky. Boom! The spear images pierced downward, but the figure shot straight through them. Spear after spear was broken. The other figure descended, and the storm fell with him, swallowing up everything. Boom! A terrifying noise rang out as a figure fell straight from the sky. Bang! All of the demons made way as Zhu Zhao fell to the ground, smashing a huge hole in the ground. The great demon from Ingzhao Mountain was standing there in the air. There was no expression on his face. Given his level, defeating Zhu Zhao was not something worthy of praise. What is the matter? He asked. He was still not quite sure what had happened. A figure floated out of Celestial Fox Palace. She was a breathtakingly beautiful woman of the palace, much more outstanding than the other palace women standing around Yi Futian and the others. When she stepped into the air, her every motion set everyone's hearts trembling. She looked at the demon from Ingzhao Mountain up in the sky, then turned and looked at Yi Futian. She said, "Why don't you just leave the bone here, Lord Yi? A ritual implement of a demon emperor is not worth coming to grief over. It will probably not be useful to you at all." Yi Futian looked up at the woman in the sky. She was, without a doubt, the most beautiful woman he had seen here at the Celestial Fox Palace. She was perfect in every aspect, and her every motion left people in wonder. But Yi Futian's gaze was still very calm. He gazed indifferently at the figure in the sky and said, "How do you know that it will be of no use to me?" Hu Qianmei, the lady saint of Celestial Fox Palace, looked at Yi Futian. The treasure that Yingzhao Mountain wanted had been overlooked by her celestial fox palace and was now in Yi Futian's hands. But how would it be possible for him to put it to use? Yi Futian may have known that the bone was an incredibly exceptional treasure, but if he tried to hold onto it by force and deny it to Yingzhao Mountain, it would be of no use to him. I'm sure you must realize this, Lord Yi. Moreover, I have no ulterior motive in saying this. Giving the bone up and handing it over to Yingzhao Mountain would be advantageous to you as well, continued Hu Qian. How powerful was Yingzhao Mountain? What human within the demon realm, or even which of the powerful demon families, would dare to take something away from Yingzhao Mountain? Even though Yi Futian had obtained it, how could he hope to hold on to it? Obtaining a ritual implement of a demon emperor would be the most useful possible outcome for Yi Futian. This was Yingzhao Mountain allowing him to save face since they did not dare to steal it from him directly. But if Yi Futian were not interested in their offer, then Yingzhao Mountain would have to stop being so polite. Everyone could see the prince of Celestial Demon City, Zhu Zhao, lying in a hole in the ground, spitting up blood. Yingzhao Mountain had not allowed Zhu Yan's family to maintain even the slightest bit of dignity. How could Yi Futian withstand them? She had asked Yi Futian to give up the bone. This would be best for both sides, and no one would be losing anything at all in this deal. I should thank you for saying so, Your Grace. Yi Futian smiled. He could see how valuable the bone was by how much the cultivators from Yingzhao Mountain desired it. It seemed that it was even more precious than he had imagined. And so, he had even less desire to sell such a precious item. Of course, he was at a severe disadvantage here. Yingzhao Mountain was far more powerful than Zhu Yan's clan from Celestial Demon City. Given this, if Yingzhao Mountain wanted to seize the bone from him here in the demon realm, how could he resist? No need. I am merely speaking honestly. Do not blame us, Lord Yi. This treasure came from our palace and you bought it at the auction, so we are at some fault here. But we hope we can avoid any friction, continued Hu Qian. Yi Futian smiled. He looked at the great demon of Yingzhao, who had previously been beaten back by Zhu Yan. He said, Yingzhao Mountain is so strong, and they say that I am not worthy of having it. Why don't we try this? If you can beat me, then I will give the bone to you and will ask for nothing in return. If you lose, then you will leave voluntarily and not disturb me. What do you think? The cultivators from Yingzhao Mountain stared at Yi Futian. The great demon, who had been beaten back by Zhu Zhao, regarded him coolly, his eyes as sharp as swords. He wanted to accept and seize the bone for Yingzhao Mountain without any additional complications. But this was such an important matter that it did not fall to him to take responsibility for it. Even if he lost to Yi Futian, Yingzhao Mountain would not give up their fight for it. The bone had something to do with a legendary demon. You fail to appreciate how much kindness we are showing you. He stepped out towards Yi Futian. Silver light flashed in his eyes. It was dazzling to behold. Why did Yi Futian think he was in any position to speak of terms? And by what right did he do so? If he wanted the ritual implement of the demon emperor, then he could trade the bone and have it. If he didn't want it, that was no concern of Yingzhao Mountain. The bone was Yingzhao Mountain's. He had no choice but to give it up. Although he had lost a little bit of momentum from his battle with Zhu Zhao, he was still frighteningly powerful as he stepped out. Silver light flashed throughout the entire area, covering his body. A silver halo appeared in front of him as an incomparably sharp aura pressed against Yi Futian. Bang! Yi Futian stepped forward into the air, going higher and higher. The two of them rose at the same time. Mighty demonic energy swept through the heavens, and silver light filled the sky. Yi Futian waved his hand, and suddenly, endless sword seals appeared all around him. Every sword seal looked like a sword that was swirling around his body. The shrieking sword chi produced an ear-piercing sound. The sword seals faced off against his opponent's spear. Go! The great demon from Yingzhao Mountain stepped forward. The silver light that was swirling around him transformed into silver lightning bolts. They pierced through the sky with incredible speed. Yi Futian stepped forward as well, his sword while shrieking. His endless sword seals transformed into a river of swords. They slammed towards the silver lightning bolts. The two attacks clashed in mid-air, creating an astonishing burst of destructive power. The great demon from Yingzhou Mountain's attacks seemed endless, and Yifutian's sword seals were as sharp as could be as they pressed forward with an indomitable will. Whoosh! The great demon from Yingzhou Mountain moved and turned into a point of silver light that pierced through the sky and shot towards Yifutian. The sword seals had already turned into a river of swords in the sky that swept out through the whole area. They shot towards the silver spears and crashed into them. At the same time, a brilliant divine halberd appeared in Yifutian's hands. He thrust it towards his opponent without the least bit of hesitation. His sword will smashed into his opponent's long silver spears. Although the spears were shooting towards him with great force, their strength was ebbing. At that moment, he saw Yifutian's halberd coming towards him. The great demon of Yingzhou Mountain did not try to evade Yifutian's attack. He still had extreme confidence in his power, and so he let Yifutian's halberd crash into his spears. In the instant that the spears crashed into the halberd, a terrible beam of light tried to pierce through the halberd and shoot towards Yifutian. But the beam of light did not manage to cut into him. Instead, it dissipated into nothing. And not only that, the great demon from Yingzhou Mountain felt his arm tremble and then shatter, and then it seemed like his whole body would do the same. Bang! A loud noise rang out, and the great demon from Yingzhou Mountain was sent flying. He turned into a phantom that tried to flee, but Yifutian stepped forward, his sword chi shrieking. Endless swords of Cassipia split through the sky in an instant, covering everything in the area beneath them. At the same time, a great space-binding power spread out, and the whole area began to feel like thick mud. Yifutian pierced right through the sky, crossing a vast distance in a single step. He thrust the halberd forward yet again. Bang! This time it was the great demon from Yingzhou Mountain who spat up blood. His very organs trembled. He stared up at Yifutian, who was standing above him, holding the halberd. Was his spear not as powerful as his opponent's halberd? Could this human cultivator really be so strong? Many of the demon cultivators did not know Yifutian. Of all of them, only the cultivators of Celestial Fox Palace knew a little bit about Yifutian's glorious battles. This great demon from Yingzhou Mountain had first lost to Zhuzhou, so now him losing to Yifutian seemed reasonable. Whoosh! Silver-colored lightning cracked across the sky. A tall and mighty demon appeared there, and he swept his cold gaze down on Yifutian. A silver storm gathered together. It cut down through the sky, destroying everything in its path as it descended towards Yifutian. Yifutian looked up and felt an astonishing power. The unblemished saint from Yingzhou Mountain had finally made his move. The unblemished level. He is already without flaw, thought Yifutian. He had previously defeated Zhuzhou with a single attack. This was not because Zhuzhou was not strong, but because of the difference in their levels. The unblemished level was far beyond the true self level. The deed of thought comprehension flared to life and resonated with the great path. He pulled out his divine implement, the halberd of time and space, and poured his will into it. Brilliant light shone from the halberd. Give up! Spat the great demon from Yingzhou Mountain. A silver-colored airflow cut downwards from him. Yifutian watched as the airflow gathered together into a terrifying storm. His heart was trembling. The deed of thought comprehension shone as he stepped forward. He struck out with the halberd of time and space, and terrible light shot out from it, crashing into the silver airflow and destroying it. The unblemished saint from Yingzhou Mountain watched this scene indifferently, with no emotion on his face. A terrible power descended and gathered around him, forming a terrifying, destructive storm that put pressure upon the whole sky. If you must fight, then even if you voluntarily give it up in the future, we will not give you a chance, continued the unblemished demon in the sky. His presence was overpowering. Boom! Yifutian stepped up into the air. Why do you refuse to see reason? The unblemished demon from Yingzhou mountainside as he watched Yifutian. The storm grew stronger and stronger as it wrapped around his body. Silver meteors rained down from it, each one seeming to have terrifying piercing power. But starry steels appeared all around Yifutian, wrapping around his body. Just as the silver meteors hit, the steels were cracked in the middle, making a terrible noise. The attacks were too powerful. An unblemished saint's might was unstoppable. But the light around Yifutian was endless. It seemed that it had not been extinguished. Bang! Finally, the figure in the sky stepped forward. The destructive silver storm descended, causing an apocalyptic scene. The whole world seemed like it would be destroyed in this chaos. He looked down on everything, including Yifutian. Whoosh! A beam of light shot out as his opponent disappeared from where he had been. Yifutian was flying up into the sky, piercing upwards as quickly as he could. The spear and the halberd clashed together. Boom! A wild air flow swept out as the two figures parted. Yifutian was sent flying backward and slammed into the ground with a terrible sound. The ground outside the celestial fox palace was shaking. The cultivators all around made way. Yifutian had fallen there, and his legs were slightly twisted. His halberd had plunged into the ground, sending debris everywhere. He stood up and looked into the air. The great demon from Ingzhao Mountain had been knocked back high up into the sky, but he was evidently much better off than Yifutian was. The unblemished saint-level demon was the top demonic beast from Ingzhao Mountain. He had a very high status, and thus his strength was beyond any doubt. So, he withstood a single blow. All the cultivators around them were shocked when they beheld Yifutian's posture. Although he had been knocked to the ground, he did not seem to have suffered any injury. A saint of true self-level cultivator had withstood an attack from this powerful demon and not been injured. Previously, the prince of Celestial Demon City, Zhu Zhao, had been defeated in a single blow. You are quite powerful. The great demon from Ingzhao Mountain stepped through the sky until he stood in the air above Yifutian. Looking down on him, he saw a burst of sword will shoot up into the air from beside Yifutian. The great demon from Ingzhao Mountain's eyes flashed as he looked to Yifutian's side and saw a woman there, her long hair flowing in the wind. She disappeared from where she had been standing, and a sword pattern appeared in the air. She wielded the sword pattern, slicing it through the air, seeming to ignore the distance between them. Humph! The great demon from Ingzhao Mountain snorted. A human unblemished saint swordmaster? He thrust out with his spear, and gray afterimages appeared behind it. The violent storm seemed to become one with the spear as it transformed into destructive light that pierced through the air. It slammed into the sword. Boom! A powerful wind swept out, and Yaya was sent flying backward, falling until she almost hit the ground. She stabilized herself, and her aura flared. Her opponent was still standing there, high up in the air. The wind and clouds danced around him in a roaring, destructive airflow. My patience is limited, he said. The meaning behind his cold tone was unmistakable. He had personally come here for the bone. He needed to bring it back to Ingzhao Mountain. Who could stand in his way? Even with Yifutian and his pack of human cultivators standing in his way here at the Celestial Fox Palace, he would think of a way to get the bone. Are you still considering, Lord Yi? Hu Qian, the saint of Celestial Fox Palace, looked at Yifutian. Her tone was a little bit displeased. Things had already come to this point. Did they really plan to resist Ingzhao Mountain so firmly? The question was, what could they use to resist Ingzhao Mountain here in the demon realm? There were two more demon emperor-level figures up in the air behind the great demon from Ingzhao Mountain. Of course, they would not get involved lightly. Zhu Zhao looked up at the cultivators from Ingzhao Mountain and asked, Are you trying to seize the bone by force? Then he looked at Hu Qian with his fierce and powerful eyes. Will the Celestial Fox Palace support them in this? Hu Qian frowned and said, I just don't want this incident to cause any friction. It would be best if we could come to a peaceful solution, one that does not humiliate Lord Yi. Wouldn't it be a peaceful solution for you to ask Ingzhao Mountain to leave? From what you've said, it seems like Celestial Fox Palace is more keen to have them steal the bone, countered Zhu Zhao. Hu Qian's face froze. Now that this had been said, how could Ingzhao Mountain retreat? Their strength could be seen at a glance. Yifutian looked up at the great demon from Ingzhao Mountain up in the air. Celestial Fox Palace made a gamble when they sold the bone. If you want, we can make another bet. How about that? What is the bet? Asked the demon. You and I will fight. If you win, I will give the bone to you. "If I win, you will renounce all claim to it," said Yifutian. The great demon from Ingzhao Mountain looked surprised. Yifutian, a saint of true self, was challenging him to a fight? He had said that he did not have the right to risk the bone in a fight with Zhuzhao, but he did have the right to do so for a fight like this. Moreover, he could not lose. He looked down at Yifutian a little bit playfully. "Why should I make this bet with you?" There was no need to speak of victory or defeat. He would certainly be the one leaving with the bone. Why should he make a bet? Yifutian had no right to speak of terms with him. He only had one option. Give the bone to him. Fine. Yifutian nodded. He took out the bone, lifted his palm into the air, and opened his fingers. "I don't want the artifact from the Demon Emperor," he said. "If you want the bone, then take it from me." An interested look came over the great demon from Ingzhao Mountain's face as he watched what Yifutian was doing. This human cultivator was actually pretty interesting. If he did it this way, he would be losing a little bit of face if he just took it from him. He smiled and said, "Fine, I'll give you a chance. You may start first." Yifutian wanted to gamble on a battle with him? What did he have that could threaten him? Yifutian rose into the air, quickly reaching the higher part of the sky. But the great demon from Ingzhao Mountain was still looking down on him, and his eyes were full of scorn. He was arrogant to the extreme. Yifutian could use that to his advantage. Boom! The power of the deed of thought comprehension flared, and a halo of the light of the great path began to flow. The world tree life spirit within him began to create will. The wind blew and the clouds drifted by as endless will flowed out from him and pressed against everything in the area. "Are you ready?" the great demon from Ingzhao Mountain asked him. Yifutian nodded. "I am." His opponent smiled coldly, then stepped down. In a flash, endless silver spears formed in the air and fell downwards. The whole area was covered in terrible destructive power. In the next instant, the endless silver spears shot downward like a destructive air flow. They cut through the very air itself as they were launched towards Yifutian. He stood there as if he could destroy everything. Boom! A terrible aura burst forth. Stars flowed all around Yifutian, and endless ancient characters wrapped around his body. His form resonated with the great path. As he stood there amongst a halo of light of the great path, he reached out with both hands, and a long staff appeared in his hands. He waved it around, and suddenly the air chute shook as the great airflow was destroyed. The endless stars and ancient characters shot out towards the oncoming silver spears, but they were destroyed one after another. The unblemished power destroyed them all. A terrifying vortex appeared in the sky with endless spears swirling around inside of it. Yifutian flew up higher, treading upon the air. His power was growing. When he waved his arms, the stars and characters around him moved with him, making a shrieking noise. They shot out towards the oncoming spears yet again. Bang! The image of a staff appeared and all of the silver spears were shattered by it. A look of surprise flashed in the great demon from Ingzhao Mountain's eyes as he beheld this scene. This human cultivator's attack power was so strong. The power of his staff nearly exceeded Zhuzhao's. Moreover, there were a lot of similarities between the two of them, although Yifutian's staff had greater momentum. His expression did not change. He stretched out both hands, and suddenly countless silver spears appeared in front of him. Then, they all merged into a single spear, forming a mountain of silver spears. The infinitely sharp spears shot downward. The mountain of spears grew larger and larger until there seemed to be enough of them to cover the entire world. Their destructive force was extremely terrifying. All the cultivators below were looking up into the sky. The scene unfolding there was horrifying. It looked like a silver mountain was falling. But this silver mountain had an incomparably sharp aura and carried terrible destructive power within it. Boom! There was a great roar, and the air shook as the mountain of spears descended. It was traveling at an astonishing speed. And not only that, but endless silver spears still surrounded Yifutian. Their attack power kept him hemmed in where he was, making it so that he had no way to evade the falling mountain. Even Xia Qingyuan and the others looked worried for him. It was not that they were not confident in Yifutian's strength. It was just that his opponent was so powerful. He was a top figure from Yingzhou Mountain. He was much more outstanding than people like Xingkai and the others from the Crimson Dragon realm. He was on another level entirely. He was truly a descendant of a demon emperor, and his strength was beyond any doubt. Moreover, he was at a higher level than Yi Futian. He was a demon at the unblemished saint level. Just watching his attack spells made them all feel a powerful sense of danger. Previously, Yaya had tried to attack him once and had been knocked back. It would be challenging for Yi Futian to defeat this opponent. Bang! Bang! Yi Futian struck out with his staff time after time with terrifying momentum. The stars and characters around him danced around the staff as it swung, containing the rule power of the Great Path. He was growing stronger and stronger. A storm whipped across his body. At the moment when the incomparably huge mountain peak reached him, he grabbed his starry staff tightly and waved it through the air. The stars became one with the Great Path as they slammed into the mountain that was falling towards him. A crack appeared as the mountain of spears was cut open by the staff. The starry characters wrapped around the spears, destroying them one after another. The crack grew larger and larger, inexorably splitting the spear mountain in two from the middle. The great demon from Yingzhou Mountain was still standing up there in the air. He could not help but look surprised when his attack was cut open. He reached up into the air and called upon the power of the Great Path itself. But at that moment, Yi Futian shot straight up into the air, moving at incredible speed. There was a loud roar as he shot upwards. All of the will of the Great Path in the area was gathering together into his staff. Yi Futian stopped not far away from his opponent. He lashed out with the staff, seeming to block out the sky. Ha! The great demon from Yingzhou Mountain frowned. He stepped through the air, trying to retreat, but at that moment, his brow furrowed tightly. The whole sky seemed to be filled with images of staffs, all lashing towards him along with Yi Futian's staff. That was the staff technique of the Great Path. Endless power was integrated into his staff technique. The whole sky was filled with them. The Great Path fell upon the great demon, and the whole sky was blocked off. He suddenly had an ominous feeling. It seemed that he had underestimated his enemy. When Yi Futian observed the 9 heavenly strikes all those years ago, he witnessed how attacks were made with the staff techniques. While he was unable to fathom the intricacies within back then, he had committed what he saw to memory. The moves had continuously gotten more powerful throughout the years through his training. At present, the 7th move of the 9 heavenly strikes was melded with the Great Path, crashing down with immense power. Despite being only a saint of true self, being melded with the Great Path at the moment meant that his attack would not have been any weaker than those of unblemished saints. With starry power and the way of entropy incorporated within his staff techniques, the damage dealt in an instant was nothing short of frightening. The monster of Yingzhou Mountain had clearly underestimated Yi Futian's powers. But then again, his plane and powers were laid bare for all to see, and few demonic beasts in the vast demonic realm were able to ignore the level difference and defeat him. There were few in heavenly mandate realm, including the human cultivators, who would be capable of pulling off that feat. As such, he never committed too much attention to a battle that he thought would be brief and have left little to the imagination. That, in turn, made it so that he was caught completely off guard at the moment. Its body sustained extreme pressures and might of the Great Path of space. Rumbling formless methods of the Great Path fallen onto it before the attack even reached it, seemingly about to break through and ultimately squash its body. Terrifying, devastating might burst from his body, turning into a bolt of lightning and bursting through the binding of the Great Path, trying to leave the battlefield momentarily to evade the attack from the staff. However, the attack landed all the same. He knew that there was no escaping it. The grayish-silver spears around him turned into a vortex, sweeping out in all directions to destroy all other powers. Boom! Their surroundings rumbled, and a towering wave appeared in the sky, sweeping out in all directions. The ones watching from the ground were able to feel just how devastatingly shocking that strike in the sky had been. Their surroundings seemed to have been frozen over altogether. At that moment, a figure burst through and spat up blood from its mouth, and it was none other than that monster of Yingzhou Mountain. Yifutian's body followed, and he brought the staff down as he moved, but the strike was halted before it hit the monster. Boom! The monster steadied itself and saw that staff above his head, as well as the one holding the staff. The look in his eyes was utterly pathetic. You lost. Yifutian spoke, but his mind was rather rattled nonetheless. The monster had taken one such ferocious beating, and yet its injuries were limited. It was a testament to how overwhelmingly powerful that monster had been. If the monster had gone all out right from the beginning and gave him no chance, there was no telling if he would have won. Regardless, he had achieved his goal. He managed to provoke the other party to gamble with him, and he won that gamble. If the other party insisted on taking the bone, then there was nothing he could have done. In the demon realm, Yingzhao Mountain was still at the very top in terms of power. If the other party were truly out to lean on him, then he would have had no choice but to hand over the bone. Countless eyes remained frozen below, and hearts were racing. That human cultivator had won the gamble using such terrifying attacks, which were so overwhelming that they had subdued and beaten that monster. The mighty ones from the Celestial Fox Palace were extremely shocked. The monster was a legendary figure in Yingzhao Mountain and was a demonic saint at the unblemished saint level, after all. That one defeat made Yifutian famous all over the demon realm. While it was indeed true that Yifutian had been playing tricks, it was extremely frightening right from the start, causing his opponent to underestimate him and ultimately allowing him to finish the fight using the fastest and most powerful attacks. One way or another, it was still a testament to his formidable powers. One way or another, it was his victory and the monster's defeat. The people of Demon Metropolis would know soon enough that the royal grandchild of Yingzhao Mountain lost to a human cultivator. That monster's expression looked utterly glum, and the air was unusually silent. He did not respond to Yifutian. It was true that he had indeed lost to Yifutian. It lost because he underestimated his enemy. That human cultivator had been frighteningly powerful. Furthermore, he had decided to have that piece of bone to serve as a wager, gambling with Yifutian. That was because the monster never thought that he would have lost. He knew just how important that bone was, and it wondered if he would have been able to let it go just because he lost the gamble. Despite his status, it would still be difficult for him to return to Yingzhao Mountain without the prize. The air appeared rather strange at that moment. Everyone looked at the monster and Yifutian. Zhu Zhao looked at both of them as well. His heart was racing. He had not expected Yifutian's staff techniques to be that frightening. When the 6th and 7th moves were executed successively, the force was so great that they looked as if they were capable of killing gods. He wondered if Yingzhao Mountain would have still clung to the bone. You are clever. A voice was heard at that moment. A demon emperor in the air looked at Yifutian and said, "Of course, you are powerful too. Since you've won the gamble, we at Yingzhao Mountain see no reason to get in your way. The bone is of great value to us at Yingzhao Mountain. Name your price, and we shall exchange for it with something you deem to be of equivalent value." The third generation leading figure of theirs lost in the gamble, and it was not in their place to just take the prize by force. That demon emperor would have lost face otherwise, and it would have reflected badly on Yingzhao Mountain as well. They were truly unable to give the bone up. They were there with a mission, and they needed to get their hands on the bone. As such, the demon emperor proposed a barter. By doing so, both parties would be able to settle it peacefully. Yifutian would know what to do, no? The demon emperor was already letting him name whatever price he dared to name, after all. Of course, without knowing the value of the bone, a human saint would not have been able to ask for something out of this world, regardless of how brutal said human saint might have been. There was no way the price would have exceeded the value of the bone. Everyone nodded deep down upon hearing what the demon emperor said. That was truly the best way to solve the matter at hand. A fair trade would have allowed that human cultivator to earn a great deal. The ones at Yingzhao Mountain would have been able to take the bone away, making it a win-win situation. Yifutian looked up at the demon emperor in the air and asked, "Do I have a choice?" He won the gamble, and the other party was still reluctant to let the bone go. One could have only imagined just how important that bone had been for them. Yifutian simply asked if he had a choice in the matter. The importance of the object held by Yingzhao Mountain was such that there was no way they would have exchanged it for something of equal value. That so-called barter was only a trick played, thinking that he knew little of the value of the piece and would not dare to name a price. It was just so that he was able to hand the bone over without looking bad doing so. Everyone was speechless upon hearing what Yifutian just said, thinking that he was stubborn. The demon emperor made it clear that he would not let go of the bone. So long as Yifutian was willing to agree to it, both parties would be able to settle things without looking too bad on both sides. What Yifutian said right there and then was indeed a way of forcing Yingzhao Mountain's hand instead. Everyone wondered if the demon emperor would answer yes or no to the question. As the supreme force in the demon realm, Yingzhao Mountain will not bully a member of the younger generation like you, and they will definitely not renege on a promise. Since the royal grandchild of Yingzhao Mountain lost, you're indeed free to choose. A voice was heard before the demon emperor of Yingzhao Mountain, telling him to choose anything. Many turned around and looked at the sky. Several figures descended right away as if they had just shown up out of nowhere. The commotion was high, as 4 demon emperors appeared at the same time. The demon emperor of Yingzhao Mountain looked at the demon emperors who just showed up and frowned, feeling that the operation would fail for the time being. A mighty one from the celestial fox palace emerged as well, who, too, was a demon emperor. That mighty one then said with a brimming voice, "All 4 emperors of Celestial Demon City are here. This is quite a scene for us today at Celestial Fox Palace indeed." "Father! Father!" Zhu Zhao, Lei Meng, and Tao Tai all called. The ones who came were none other than the 4 demon emperors of Celestial Demon City. The one who took the lead was of superior bearing and resembled Zhu Zhao somewhat. That was Zhu Yan, the demon emperor. While the demon emperor emitted no aura, the bearing of an overlord was unmistakable. The demon emperor looked unshakable, simply standing around and doing nothing. "What do you think?" Zhu Yan then looked at the demon emperor of Yingzhao Mountain and asked. The demon emperor of Yingzhao Mountain looked up and glared at Zhu Yan. Yifutian beat the monster and it was already a deal. With Zhu Yan showing up like that, there was little else the demon emperor of Yingzhao Mountain was able to say to it. If Zhu Yan were to be caught in that affair as well, things would have turned very troublesome. Since the prince of Yingzhao Mountain made that promise, we would, of course, see fit to honor it. However, after we report back, there is still no telling how Yingzhao Mountain would handle the matter. The demon emperor of Yingzhao Mountain said in reply while looking at Yifutian. Even if Zhu Yan were to emerge to vouch for him, there was still no way he could have just walked away with the bone. "No matter. Just head back and report," Zhu Yan said plainly, and then walked to Zhu Zhao's side while looking at Yifutian. "Greetings, seniors." Yifutian bowed slightly. "Yeah." Zhu Yan nodded and then looked at Yifutian, saying, "I'm rather interested in the bone as well. Would you mind lending me the bone for research for a period of time? I would like to know what kind of bone it is." Everyone turned to look at Zhu Yan as soon as that demon emperor talked. What is Zhu Yan, the demon emperor, getting at here? Is that demon emperor trying to get his hands on it? Or is it that he is trying to shake Yifutian free of the trouble at hand? There would naturally be no problem if you want to take a look at it. Yifutian nodded without hesitation, handing the bone to Zhu Yan on the spot. Zhu Yan looked at Yifutian with a rather baffled look. He never expected that Yifutian would be so decisive, and there was not a hint of hesitation seen when Yifutian handed the bone over. Yingzhao Mountain had been so hard on him, and he still refused to hand it over. Now that Yifutian was so quick to hand the bone over, Zhu Yan wondered if Yifutian had ever been worried that he would have simply taken the bone away. That demon emperor smiled and took the bone, putting it away, thinking that not only was that young man superbly talented, but his intellect was just as astute. In truth, Yifutian was very clear on what kind of a situation he had gotten himself into. Zhu Yan's objective aside, the situation at the moment was such that he would either need to exchange the bone with Yingzhao Mountain or take a leap of faith on Zhu Yan's word and hand the bone to the demon emperor. He might have ended up getting nothing in the end, but there was also the possibility that Zhu Yan was truly out to help him. At such times, he deemed it unwise to look hesitant. One way or another, there was no way he could have kept the bone to himself. Regardless of what Zhu Yan was up to, the demon emperor had helped him out of the predicament. The ones from Ingzhao Mountain aside, judging from what they pulled, he wondered just how many mighty ones throughout Demon Metropolis would eye that bone. If that is the case, I shall keep it safe in your stead for the time being. Zhu Yan smiled, and the mighty ones from Ingzhao Mountain turned glum upon seeing what happened. While it would have been easy to take that bone from Yifutian, the difficulty would increase if they were to take it from Zhu Yan, the overlord demon emperor of Celestial Demon City. It was not something that could have been settled just by fielding several demon emperors to the task. Zhu Yan, the demon emperor, took a look at Zhu Zhao and asked, "Why are you here?" "I heard something was going on in Demon Metropolis, so I came to have a look," Zhu Zhao answered. "No problem with you coming here. Take good care of the lot of them or I'd skin you myself," Zhu Yan said with an overbearing voice, causing Zhu Zhao to stare straight ahead. "Big brother here is going to take good care of us, uncle. You can relax," the princess of the Feather Men clan said with a smile. She was white all over, and her smile was pure. Zhu Yan clapped her shoulder and continued. "Especially her. If I were to find out that you let someone else out there bully her, you'd be getting it from me." Zhu Zhao bared his teeth somewhat at him, looking rather displeased. "Let's go." Zhu Yan did not care about Zhu Zhao's expression and walked away. The demon emperor of the Celestial Fox Palace came out and asked instead, "Aren't you going to come in and sit for a little while in the Celestial Fox Palace?" "Nah. Your place is beyond me." Zhu Yan waved his hands for a bit and said, "Best you people invite those friends of yours from Ingzhao Mountain instead." Yifutian took a look in their direction before he turned around and left as well. "I'm so sorry, Sir Yi," Hu Yaoer said in a soft voice. Yifutian took a look at her and said, "That has nothing to do with you. We'll meet again." He said this before he left as well. There was no way he could have stayed there any longer after all that had happened. Cooperating with Celestial Fox Palace was out of the question altogether as well. While it was true that those from Celestial Fox Palace were unable to keep the ones from Ingzhao Mountain in check, they could have at least stayed neutral, yet they failed to do even that. They were all eager to have Yifutian hand the stuff over to settle all that commotion. It became clear that they were siding with Ingzhao Mountain. But then again, that was normal. He was only one human cultivator, after all, and there was no way he could compare to the entire force that was Ingzhao Mountain. The two parties were not even at the same level at all, and there was little to be said between them. Yifutian did not let all that bother him, but there was no way he could have been friends with them either. After Yifutian and the others left, those from Ingzhao Mountain remained glum. The demon emperor of the Celestial Fox Palace came before the demon emperor of Ingzhao Mountain and asked, "Just what is that bone? If those from Ingzhao Mountain were to go to such lengths to secure it, then the item must be some extremely valuable treasure." The demon emperor of Ingzhao Mountain took a look at the other demon emperor and answered telepathically, "Bone of Divine Elephant Emperor of 10 Directions." The demon emperor of the Celestial Fox Palace shuddered for a bit. The aura around him flickered, and an extremely sharp look was seen in his eyes. They felt an extremely intense sharp pain in their minds all of a sudden. That divine elephant who served the demon monarch told in the legends? That divine elephant emperor of 10 directions? The demon emperor of the Celestial Fox Palace asked further telepathically. The demon emperor of Ingzhao Mountain nodded, which caused the other party to shudder further deep down. Despite being a demon emperor, his mind remained extremely rattled. Just what have we of Celestial Fox Palace traded away? He thought. Did we just trade a bone of the divine elephant emperor of 10 directions with the price of Saint Level? This is insane, he thought. If the matter were to be heard elsewhere, it would have ruined Celestial Fox Palace's reputation. The Celestial Fox Palace, which was known for its intellect, would be reduced to an utter laughingstock. That was the most powerful relic that they at Celestial Fox Palace had ever gotten their hands on, after all. While they had no idea what purpose it served, the item's status, which bore the name of Divine Elephant Emperor of 10 Directions, would have made it one of the rarest treasures to be found in the world. And yet, they just traded it just like that. That was done all because the Demon Emperor of the Celestial Fox Palace was unable to fathom its use. All because he knew that it was extremely resilient and nothing else. "I'm reporting this to the Palace Lord," he said. If the palace lord were to punish them over this, then all of the ones involved would probably end up getting caught in the mess. You know just how serious the matter is then. Don't spread it elsewhere or we'll end up with nothing in the end. Now that we of Yingzhou Mountain have become allies with you, if you were to be able to take the bone back from Zhu Yan at Origin Mountains, we of Yingzhou Mountain would definitely be sure to pay you guys of Celestial Fox Palace handsomely. The Demon Emperor of Yingzhou Mountain added telepathically. We shall talk further in the palace, the other Demon Emperor said. That mighty one from Yingzhou Mountain then shook his head and said, no need for that. Time is short and we need to report back as well. We've come secretly because we did not want to cause a commotion. Now that we've failed and the item has fallen into the hands of a very difficult person. Things have gotten rather tricky, and we need to inform the others at Yingzhou Mountain. Sure. The Demon Emperor of the Celestial Fox Palace nodded, and both left. Seeing how the Demon Emperors talked in secret up in the air, many were curious as to what that bone was. However, none of the Demon Emperors obviously wanted it known by others, and so they did not voice their concerns. There was no doubt that it was a treasured piece, however. But then again, since it was now in the hands of Zhu Yan, taking it back would be difficult as well. Zhu Yan took his men and left unusually swiftly, coming to a peak in Demon Metropolis before long. They were many cavern residences for training. Who did you learn those staff techniques from? Zhu Yan looked at Yi Futian and asked. I'm good friends with the golden apes at the lower worlds, Yi Futian answered. The apes. Zhu Yan looked far away and added, some techniques you have. The Demon Emperor then took out that piece of bone and said, the bone is extremely hard, but it looks unassuming, and there doesn't seem to be anything special about it. No telling what use would it serve. No wonder those at the Celestial Fox Palace were unable to see what it truly is. Hell, even I wouldn't be able to actually tell what this thing is, thinking that it is only a very resilient piece of bone belonging to a Demon Emperor. Do you know what this is? I do not. Yi Futian shook his head. Then how could you tell that it was an extraordinary piece and refused to trade it with Yingzhou Mountain? Zhu Yan then asked further. I have some special abilities that allow me to know this thing is extraordinary. And then, the ones at Yingzhou Mountain seem to be out to get it at all costs, so it would make sense that I actually underestimated its value, Yi Futian answered. Zhu Yan nodded. Yi Futian was right to have such thoughts. Judging by how badly those on Yingzhou Mountain wanted it, the true value of that bone might have been terrifying. Those from Yingzhou Mountain aren't going to just let it slide. This thing would be a difficult piece to keep around. Good thing that they thought that I'm the one holding on to it for the time being. You take care of it yourself then, Zhu Yan said as he threw the piece to Yi Futian. Yi Futian took it and looked up at Zhu Yan. Thank you, senior. That thing was yours to begin with. Did you seriously think I'd take it from you? Zhu Yan then said, before turning around and leaving. But don't let anyone else see it. I understand. Yi Futian nodded. Yi Futian held the bone in his hand after Zhu Yan left, heading into a cavern residence. The black-winged condor and Yi Futian were connected telepathically. The bird kept watch outside and laid out sealing powers outside the cavern residence. It then sat around and looked at Kong Xian, who was not far away, and said, Princess Kong Xian, let's talk about the relationship between you and Master. Kong Xian turned around to glare at the bird. Xianxia, who was somewhere nearby, turned around and shot a cold look as well. No need to be shy, Princess. I'm just to do you a favor as a matchmaker, as a way of thanking you for all you have done for me, the black-winged condor continued. You really have a death wish, don't you? Kong Xian quipped coldly before flashing and leaving right away. Xianxia continued to glare at the bird with cold eyes. The bird leaned around lazily and asked, What is the matter, Princess? I just think roasted condor seems like a good idea, Xianxia then answered coldly. The black-winged condor shuddered for a bit and glared at Xianxia, finding the woman to be very ferocious. This woman could never be the mistress, or I'd be in huge trouble, it thought. Yi Futian sat cross-legged inside the cavern residence. That bone was placed right before him, and his aura was extended, shrouding the bone. Ethereal branches of the world tree swayed and tangled with the bone, wrapping it up bit by bit. At that moment, Dazzling golden light was emitted from the bone, and it surprisingly merged with the ethereal branches gradually. The bone then fused with the branches altogether and was absorbed into Yi Futian's body bit by bit. The world tree in his life palace swayed, and there was a piece of bone in the leaves of the tree. The golden radiance grew increasingly bright. Powerful might of the great path spread from within and grew in strength. The specter that Yi Futian conjured with his will inside the life palace appeared, and it shuddered slightly, looking at the bone, finding the power to make the piece formidable. Rumble, rumble, under the golden radiance, the life palace seemed to be rumbling and shaking. Extremely divine pressure rained down in his life palace, causing the whole place to shake. That bone seemed intent on breaking through his life palace and escaping. The world tree continued to sway. Branches all over the place shot out and enveloped the world of his life palace, stabilizing the place like a mountain. Rumbling noises continued to be heard even so. Boundless golden divine light burst from the bone. There seemed to be dazzling runes appearing and shooting out in its surroundings. The boundless runes then coalesced into golden demon statues, and elephant trumpets were heard, shaking the place and overwhelming the air about. The bone of a demon elephant emperor. Then, Yi Futian spoke deep down, and his heart remained shaken. Furthermore, the bone definitely did not belong to a common demon emperor, but one that was extremely formidable, one who was a cut above the other demon emperors. His life palace became rather stifled as the trumpeting of the divine elephants went on. The golden light also shone even more brilliantly, and a ring of light dazzled. A figure was seen appearing gradually, and it grew in size. The golden divine elephants then faced the direction of that being and worshipped. A huge, boundless shadow of the divine elephant emperor appeared in the world of his life palace. That divine elephant emperor looked incredibly majestic as it looked down on its surroundings. It was as if it was standing high up in the clouds, and it seemed able to subdue anything with just a single step. At that moment, Yi Futian saw an image, depicting an extremely tall divine elephant emperor. Countless divine elephants worshipped it as it walked in the sky. Thick, massive legs stepped down. It was easily able to reign supreme over a region. Thousands of demons laid prostrate on the ground as it walked, all of them worshipping it, making it seem like it was the king of all demons. The rumbling of his life palace had gotten increasingly loud. Light from countless runes burst out of Yi Futian's mind. The golden essence was fused with his body as well. Intense rumbling reverberated throughout his life palace, causing even the cavern residence that Celine was in to shake as well, with rumbling noises heard outside. The black-winged condor outside then blinked and turned around to look inside, wondering what just happened. The peak shook as well. It looked as if it was about to collapse. Dazzling might of the great path punched through the peak and carved a slit, shooting inside Yi Futian's body, which was in the cavern. A dazzling beam of light shot upward from Yi Futian, turning into an extremely massive shadow of the divine elephant. One figure after another flashed and looked at the cavern residence that Yi Futian was in. All of them were wondering what he was doing inside. Zhu Yan stepped out and looked in that direction as well. He was pondering seriously. Is it getting through the secrets of that bone? He wondered. He wondered if a saint would be able to be better at such feats than he was. Furthermore, that was a bone of a demon emperor, not something left behind by a Renhuang. Many mighty ones gathered right outside the cavern residence that Yi Futian was training in. The bird blinked, thinking that its master was really impressive. That demon emperor bone, that the demon emperor of the celestial fox palace, and Zhu Yan was unable to tell what it was had already been taken care of by the bird's master. Rumbling noises continued to be heard, and there was even the trumpeting of elephants mixed within at times. Zhu Yan extended his demonic will to shroud the place, preventing anyone from peering into what was truly happening there. If anything from what he was doing leaked outside, it would have resulted in a disaster for Yi Futian. Boom! A loud rumble came from the cavern residence after a while. The seal was broken, and someone dressed in white emerged, whose silver hair billowed. The aura all around him shimmered, and golden light coursed throughout his body. His aura seemed to have grown stronger than before, and his plane seemed increasingly stabilized. A golden sheen was seen in Yi Futian's eyes. Several life spirits of his had been destroyed years ago. The life spirits of metal and earth elements were both gone. The newly born life spirit, however, was innately equipped with those two elements, and the power of Great Path resided within it. Few would have done it like he had, reforging his life spirit even after becoming a saint. The process saved him the trouble of evolving his life spirit as the power of the Great Path was innately imbued. That, coupled with the bone, allowed for his newly born life spirit to be extremely formidable. It went without saying that he rescinded the life spirit right away. It was unwise to reveal it easily, after all. While the few demon emperors had been nice to him, it was still better to keep secrets like creating a whole new life spirit to a select few. So, you have unraveled the secrets of the demon emperor bone? I take it? Zhu Yan looked at Yi Futian and asked. His expression was rather peculiar. Yi Futian had accomplished something that he failed to do. This guy is just, Zhu Yan thought. Zhu Yan had been looking at the demon emperor bone just a while ago, and he was unable to see anything. It was no surprise why those at Celestial Fox Palace overlooked its value, and those at Yingzhou Mountain probably knew its true value. However, Yi Futian seemed to have been able to unravel its secrets within mere moments. Indeed, Yi Futian nodded. Goodness gracious! Zhu Yan was utterly dumbfounded, while the other three demon emperors sported baffled expressions as well. That actually happened? This friend of Zhu Zhao may turn out to be a monster after all, no? They thought. By the way, just how did someone like this not get taken away by any of those top-notch forces in Heavenly Mandate Realm? They wondered. Are your people reliable? Zhu Yan asked telepathically. Yi Futian nodded slightly and answered, Rest assured, Senior. Those who were at his side were people who had been through thick and thin with him, with the exception of Kong Xian. He knew Kong Xian long enough, and she definitely would not sell him out. Those that the Demon Peacock Emperor left at her side would definitely be trusted monsters as well. What is that thing, anyway? Zhu Yan asked after seeing him nodding. The Demon Emperor did not hide anything as he was truly curious about the bone. A bone of the Elephant Emperor. Yi Futian answered. It contains the will of the Elephant Emperor. Please have a look. Elephant trumpeting was heard from his body as he took a step forward. A dazzling divine elephant shadow appeared shortly afterward, reigning supreme all over their surroundings. The ground shook violently. The mountain trembled. Shadows of elephants sprung from all around them. The might emanating from it was extremely formidable. Zhu Yan's face lit up, and he turned to look at the demon emperors around him, asking, What do you all think? Probably something of the current demon emperor of the divine elephants. The demon emperor of the thunder gods shook his head and said, If it is something of the current demon emperor of the divine elephants, those people back there would have acted a long time ago, and the bone wouldn't have fallen into the hands of the Celestial Fox Palace. It would have been utterly ridiculous that the bone remained so unassuming. Furthermore, the Celestial Fox Palace claimed that this thing came from the Origin Mountains. Could this be from an elephant emperor of ancient times? Then, the demon emperor of Taotai added, If the ones at Yingzhou Mountain value the bone this much, then it couldn't be from a common elephant emperor, Zhu Yan added. The demon emperor of the Feathermen's eyes gleamed and then said, It reminds me of someone. The other three demon emperors turned their eyes to look at him. They all offered a guess soon after. Their eyes became pointed, and their minds seemed rattled. Would it turn out to be that someone? Divine Elephant Emperor of 10 Directions. The demon emperors said almost at the same time. All of them looked at each other as soon as they said the name, and all of them saw the shock in each other's eyes. The Celestial Fox Palace actually came into possession of a bone that belonged to the Divine Elephant Emperor of 10 Directions by chance? Judging from how much value Yingzhou Mountain deemed it to be, the possibility was indeed very high. Divine Elephant Emperor of 10 Directions? Yi Futian asked in a low voice. A steed of an ancient demon monarch, the king of the divine elephants, who ruled a vast territory and was known as the Divine Elephant Emperor of 10 Directions. He reigned supreme right after the demon monarch himself. Zhu Yan looked at Yi Futian and added, Legends said that one step from the divine elephant emperor of 10 directions was able to pin down the great path over a vast region. He was also known as invincible in the demon realm in terms of power, and once brought the divine dragons to their knees, a testament to him being a king of sheer power. Yifutian's mind was rattled. That would have made the demon emperor a monster like none other from many, many years ago. There has been commotion sweeping all over Origin Mountain, and have you heard of some rumors regarding the place? Legends in the demon realm say that Origin Mountain might possibly be the place where the demon monarch was buried. The demon monarch's body became the land, while his blood became the lakes and rivers, giving birth to all manner of demons. That was why Origin Mountain was lauded as the ancestral land of demons. Zhu Yan then continued, if this turns out to be just like how it was told in the rumors, then it is indeed possible that the divine elephant emperor of 10 directions might have been buried at Origin Mountain. Years passed and what happened was lost in the course of history. We can only speculate with what we've got. Yifutian nodded while his mind remained rattled. He was able to vaguely sense that Zhu Yan was probably right. It was extremely probable that the bone belonged to the divine elephant emperor of 10 directions, that formidable monster that once reigned supreme in the demon realm. He never expected to have been able to internalize something like that and make it part of his powers. If this turns out to be true, your luck is off the charts indeed. But then again, there is no telling if this will turn out to be a blessing or a curse. You really need to be more careful from here on out, Zhu Yan reminded him. I understand. Yifutian nodded. Many demonic beasts looked at Yifutian and felt somewhat jealous. Even the demon emperors were unable to help but feel the same. Yifutian's luck was truly out of this world, as he had internalized a bone that belonged to the divine elephant emperor of 10 directions. But then again, even if they were given that bone, none of them would have been able to unravel its secrets. They deemed that Yifutian must have had some special means for being able to pull that off. But Zhu Yan did not ask any further. Everyone had their secrets, and there was no need to delve that deep into it. It would have made things awkward otherwise. Get back to training then, Zhu Yan then said. Everyone had their routines interrupted by all the ruckus Yifutian caused. Yifutian nodded, and the crowd dispersed, returning to their respective training grounds. Yifutian returned to his cavern residence to continue comprehending the secrets of the bone. He did not know how much time passed when he suddenly sensed a mystical aura. He opened his eyes and looked outside. There seemed to be a powerful demonic aura all over the place. What is happening? Yifutian stepped out and wondered if something emanated from any one of the demon emperor's training. It was dark and gloomy outside. While the moon was still high up in the air, it was shrouded by dark clouds. The light from the moon was entirely blocked. He looked up and found Zhu Yan was there as well. That demon emperor was not the only one, as there were also some other demon emperors around. Even Zhu Zhao and the others all looked up in different directions. Some intense demonic aura indeed, Yifutian noted to himself. Dark clouds hovered in the air as if the place harbored intense demonic aura. It did not come from someone's training. He cast his gaze far away, finding only a demonic cloud moving. But then he quickly corrected himself. It seemed that the entire sky was shrouded by demonic aura. Demonic clouds were all over the place, shrouding the entire demon metropolis. What happened? Yifutian mumbled to himself. He stepped out and headed to where Zhu Yan and the others were, feeling somewhat rattled deep down. What is with all that demonic aura? He thought. At that moment, Zhu Yan cast his gaze far away. His eyes seemed to have penetrated boundless space, making him capable of seeing the entire demon metropolis being covered in the powerful demonic aura. This demonic aura comes from Origin Mountain. Zhu Yan lowered his voice and said. The demon emperors by his side looked severe, as they all sensed something was off. They were surprised to find demonic aura from Origin Mountain about to shroud the entire demon metropolis. What is happening over there? They wondered. I've heard from the prophet that something big is about to happen in the demon realm. It seems like the prophecy is about to come true, Zhu Yan continued. He then turned around and shot a look at Yifutian. It seemed that Yifutian was the last person who had seen the prophet. He wondered if that actually meant anything. Probably not. He dared not speculate just how a human saint would be connected with the passing of the prophet. If he were to be indeed connected to the prophet's passing, he wondered just who Yi Futian was. Something big is about to happen in the demon realm, Zhu Yan mumbled to himself and added, I'll be off. Take care of yourselves. He then flashed away, taking to the air and leaving with the other demon emperors, leaving their offspring behind. The black-winged condor came high in the sky and guzzled up the demonic aura in a frenzy. Hey bird! Yi Futian called. The black-winged condor dived down and came before Yi Futian, saying, Master, the demonic aura is thick. Man, it feels so good. Yeah. Yi Futian nodded. Zhu Zhao came forth, saying, Let's get to Origin Mountain. Things are about to be shaken up. Sure, Yi Futian replied, and a group of people headed for the mountain. They were not the only ones. Countless monsters took to their air in all directions in the demon metropolis, dancing maniacally under the moon. They absorbed the demonic aura all over the place in a frenzy, feeling very at ease and relaxed. A huge demon rock zipped past in the sky, and dragons were roaring. It was the dance of the demons all over the place. There were also many human cultivators in the midst of the mighty demons all over the realm. A group of mighty ones took to the sky at that moment. That group dazzled with a flash of lightning when they moved. They were clad in formidable might all over. They took a look at the demons who were in a frenzy, and one of them looked on with contempt. The demonic aura made them feel uncomfortable. There was news in their clan a while ago, saying that Gu Tianxing's steps were traced to the Origin Mountain. As such, many human cultivator forces of Heavenly Mandate Realm came as well. It seems like the news possibly holds true after all. Gu Tianxing might not have died all those years ago, a mighty one said with a cold voice. I wonder if the Sheikh of Origin Mountain has anything to do with Gu Tianxing. Who knows? All of them moved, and one of the legendary youth among them basked in divine lightning as he said in a low voice, I wonder where Zimo and the others are right now, challenged and defeated by lone cultivators, putting us at the heavenly palace to shame. I'll have them locked up and training in isolation for years after we get back from this trip. Countless monsters were found all over the sky, in a frenzy, in the demon metropolis. There were countless demon saints all over the place, while those from the violet heavenly palace moved in the air. Human renhuangs are here in the demon realm, a demonic beast said, not far away. The look in its eyes was pointed. The demonic beast spotted a renhuang. The heavenly mandate realm was divided into two areas with the realm markers, and both sides stayed out of each other's business. It was especially so with imperial-level beings, who were usually forbidden from stepping into the other party's territories. At present, a renhuang was stepping into demon realm territory. Worse still, they came to the core region of the realm, the demon metropolis. All eyes turned in their direction. That monster who spoke earlier sensed thunderous will of the great path in the eyes of the humans. It was as if it would pierce through its brain, causing that monster to shake all over. They are from the violet heavenly palace, yet another monster asked. What are you people from the violet heavenly palace doing here in the demon realm? Silence, a cold voice said. A mighty one from the violet heavenly palace, who was at the forefront in the sky, had his hair billowing. His face was very angled, and his entire being exuded intense, overbearing will. Lightning coursed all over that man as if he had been born like that. That man was so overbearing that thunder sounded as he moved. Thunder, a body of lightning, from the violet heavenly palace. Many monsters who were in a hurry in the air turned to look at that young man. Their minds were all rattled as they were reminded of someone told in legends. They were all training in the demon realm, and as such they knew little about human cultivators in the heavenly mandate realm. But they had nonetheless heard of some of the humans who were top figures from top forces. For instance, it was said that there was a man in violet heavenly palace who had a supreme body of the great path and was born with innate lightning powers. Thunderous noise was heard when he emanated his aura, so much so that he was capable of killing by merely walking around, making him a terrifying figure. He was lauded as the #1 among the younger generations in the Violet Heavenly Palace and was fostered to become the next Palace Lord. He was taken in as the personal student of the Palace Lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace, and he was given great importance. Many great monsters zipped past the mighty ones from the Violet Heavenly Palace as this thought welled up in their minds. They were, however, not worried that the Renhuang from the Violet Heavenly Palace would do anything to harm them. Those from the Violet Heavenly Palace would have only done so if they did not mind being ganged up on by the entire demon realm. They were the ones who broke the rules, making them incapable of simply acting out against any demonic beasts below the imperial level. It would stoke flames of anger all over the demon realm. I'm rather curious about just how powerful those few humans, known to have supreme bodies of the Great Path, actually are. A monster said and breathed fire at them, burning the sky. I'd like to try it out myself. Yet another monster flapped its wings, and terrifying lightning surged all over it. That creature was a lightning rock. Consider your wish granted. A voice was heard. That young man stepped out. Rumbling noises sounded, those few monsters' eardrums to rattle. The young man was then extended his hand, and there seemed to be a huge image appearing in the sky. It was a diagram of lightning, and 8 bolts of lightning rained down from above, shrouding the entire place. The lightning matrix of doomsday. The monsters were perceptive enough to tell and intended to evade it right away. However, the beams of lightning coming down placed a lockdown on their surroundings. Countless bolts of lightning rained down throughout that vast space, which then turned into a huge screen of light. There were demonic beasts intending to burst outside, but shrieks were soon heard, and blood was spilled. There were even demonic beasts whose claws were sheared off by that screen of light. Down! That young man uttered a single word, and 8 different bolts of lightning rained down all over him, blasting every single one of the monsters caught in the area in an instant. They were unable to evade the attack and had to resist it head-on. Shrieks were continuously heard. One monster after another was either bloodied or charred. The scene looked extremely harrowing. That young man shot a plain look at them before continuing forward. Demonic beasts before him moved out of his way and no longer dared to stop him. Their eyes were filled with anger and resentment, but there was also a faint hint of fear as well. That supreme body of the great path of that man from the Violet Heavenly Palace was terrifyingly powerful indeed. Despite being an unblemished saint, that one great attack from him made everyone sense killing might of holiness of nirvana level. That man was born with a body of lightning, and it was a supreme body of lightning. A group of women clad in white was traveling in the air in another corner of the demon metropolis. Despite being under the dark of night, they were very eye-catching. Countless monsters looked in their direction. Their white garb billowed in the air, making them look like fairies and goddesses. Moonlight shone on their faces, which made them dazzling enough to cause others to forget what they were doing, and they looked like perfect illustrations. It was especially so with one of them. Her face was so perfect and flawless that she was stiflingly pretty. However, the arrogant, cold look in her eyes made her look somewhat unapproachable. Other than that, they emanated imperial-level might. Some of those beautiful women were Renhuang-level beings. Cultivators from Brahma's pure sky. They attracted countless monsters. Human cultivators of such unparalleled bearing could have only been those from Brahma's pure sky. Is a Jutian goddess among them then? They wondered. They wondered just how many Jutian goddesses were among them. So, you're here too, Xianxia goddess. A figure was seen not far away. One of the goddesses turned around and saw a group of people wearing robes. They looked dashing as they blitzed in the air, coming near the ones who came first. So you all are here as well. The Xianxia goddess turned around to look at those who were dressed in robes and quipped. She was definitely able to tell who those people were. Mighty ones from the celestial gate of vast heaven. The commotion was indeed huge. Gu Tianxing was traced to be at Origin Mountains, and the ones who were most aware of it were those from either the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty or the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. The ones from the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty were sworn enemies of Gu Tianxing, while the ones from the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven were only there because Gu Tianxing was there. Those two forces would not miss the chance to travel to Origin Mountains. How about you join us, goddess? A mighty one from the celestial gate of vast heaven said. Mighty ones from both sides hovered in front, heading towards the mountain together. Both parties were moving at blitzing speeds, crossing through vast distances in a matter of moments. Yi Futian and the others were heading towards the Origin Mountains as well. The peak that Zhu Yan taken them to had not been too far away from Origin Mountains, after all. It was evident that Zhu Yan had had plans regarding the matter. It turned that Zhu Yan was not the only one, as many powerful beings were all behaving as such. The entire demon metropolis was only roused when demonic aura permeated the entire demon metropolis. Every single mighty one headed towards the mountain at the same time. It was truly the dance of the demons all over the place. Things are getting rocky indeed. The black wind condor continued to suck in the demonic aura all around it while it was in flight. It scanned its surroundings and was in awe that the place was filled with monsters. Things were really about to get messy. Hordes of demons moved out, with the demon saints all heading towards the forbidden land that was the Origin Mountains. No one knew what actually happened there, but the demonic aura was very enticing to demonic beasts nonetheless. Furthermore, myths regarding the Origin Mountains had always been nothing short of legendary. As such, that terrifying scene at the moment happened, and the entire demon metropolis was shaken. As time passed, light was seen in the sky. The night was over, but the sun had yet to rise. Demonic clouds shrouded the entire place. It was as if the whole place had been covered by one giant dark cloud. The mighty ones came to the external fringes of Origin Mountains one after another, casting their gaze at the boundless mountain. Noise was heard all over the place. Things were utterly chaotic outside the mountains, as countless mighty ones showed up. By the time Yi Futian and the others had gotten there, countless monsters had gathered outside Origin Mountains. There were also many human cultivators found all around. The mighty ones looked ahead of them and found the mountains to be as peaceful as they had always been. It was as if it would stay this way, dead, and hardly anyone to be found. However, in the sky far above Origin Mountains, people were vaguely able to see a terrifying dark vortex with towering demonic aura. Just what the hell is happening? They thought. Many demonic beasts' eyes remained pointed, wanting very badly to charge into that area. However, their logical side told them that Origin Mountains were not a place they could easily step foot into. Countless demonic beasts were known to perish in there. After all, few spots emanated the most terrifying of auras. All demonic beasts in the areas they occupied simply stayed there quietly, not daring to even yelp. For instance, there was a clan of very formidable demons in an area, and all mighty ones in that area felt stifling pressure all around them. It's the divine elephants. Zhu Zhao then reminded Yi Futian, who was at his side. The divine elephants were still top-notch demons found throughout the demon realm. Their powers were extremely formidable, and they were frighteningly overbearing. Their sheer power was unmatched, enabling them to pin down a great path over a huge area. Of course, the divine elephants once obeyed the orders of the divine elephant emperor of 10 directions. Yi Futian thought to himself, wondering what they would have done if they found out that he had internalized a bone of the divine elephant emperor of 10 directions. Those over there are the purple gold rats, Zhu Zhao introduced as he pointed in yet another direction. Rats? Yi Futian looked somewhat surprised as he looked in that direction. He saw that all monsters had taken a human form, yet all of them looked extremely ugly. Their eyes were so small that they looked shifty. However, a purple golden sheen was all over their bodies, making them look incredibly noble. Indeed, Zhu Zhao nodded. Rat demons are originally very weak demons. However, many years ago, one tremendously powerful rat demon emerged in the ranks of the purple gold rats, and that being was lauded to be extremely legendary. It was said that that particular demon had always been submissive to other demons, yet it actually ate countless treasures and enhanced its foundation. Furthermore, that rat was extremely cunning and hardworking, as well as extremely proficient in concealment. It then consumed several monsters and grew in strength, emerging as one of the top demon emperors from being lowly rats. That rat called itself a divine rat and brought the rats to where they are presently. Yifutian nodded deep down. Innate abilities of demonic beasts played a huge factor in their growth. Being able to rise like that was indeed legendary. Best not mess with the rat demons. While they are indeed very capable now, they still feel inferior deep down. They behave in an extremely prideful way and are bloodthirsty. Get on their bad side and you can start counting your troubles. Zhu Zhao went out of his way to remind Yifutian telepathically. Seems like human cultivators are almost all here too. Zhu Zhao cast his gaze further away, and Yifutian looked in the same direction. He quickly caught sight of the extremely dazzling Xianxia goddess bringing many from Brahman's pure sky, and they looked extremely exceptional. They seemed like they were the only beings left in the world, simply standing around and doing nothing. Yifutian felt a sense of loss, and his heart ached somewhat at the sight of those women. He turned his eyes away from them and looked elsewhere. Those from the Violet Heavenly Palace were there as well. There were also some other top-notch forces present. The human cultivators had indeed fielded their top figures. There seemed to be extremely scorching divine fire coming down from above. Countless mighty ones looked up and saw a dazzling scene high up in the sky. One dazzling monster after another descended from above. Among them were golden ravens, peacocks, phoenixes, kunpengs, and other formidable demonic races. All of the mighty ones from the demonic races sported solemn looks, and they looked at the mighty ones that came. The Sky Demon Court. Zhu Zhao then said telepathically to Yifutian. Back in that awestruck battle in ancient times, human and demon cultivators fought a great, harrowing battle. The demons began to form alliances in order to resist the humans, but the kings of the flying creatures in the sky formed the toughest of alliances. Under the leadership of the Golden Raven Saint Emperor, the Peacock Saint Emperor, the Phoenix Ancestral Emperor, the Kunping Demonic Master, Golden Wing Rock Emperor and many other top-notch beings allied themselves and reigned over the flying beasts of the demon realm, establishing the Sky Demon Court and creating the most powerful of demonic armies to resist humans. Even today, the Sky Demon Court remained at the very top of the demon realm. Zhu Zhao then continued. But there seems to be a schism within the Sky Demon Court. At present, the Golden Raven Saint Emperor and the Kunping Emperor are at odds with each other. The Kunping Emperor was extremely prideful and refused to take orders from anyone. The Golden Raven Saint Raven liked being alone, too. The 9-headed phoenixes were not accepted by the phoenixes as well. Yifutian nodded deep down. All of those demonic races were of top-tier talents among the demons. While their alliances might not have been all that powerful, they would have reigned supreme in the demon realm. Furthermore, infighting was normal. All of them formed an alliance due to having to fight an external enemy, after all. It was even considered quite a miracle that the Sky Demon Court was able to stay intact for that many years. Father, Kong Xian, who, as at Yifutian's side, called. The Demon Peacock Emperor was among the mighty ones from the Sky Demon Court as well, standing beside another peacock monster. They had relatives in the demon realm, and the Emperor had been there to pay a visit to them before. Come over here, Kong Xian, the Demon Peacock Emperor called at that moment. Kong Xian took to the sky and headed straight for the place where the monsters of the Sky Demon Court in the air were. Seems like your friend has a chance of becoming part of the Sky Demon Court, Zhu Zhao said. Kong Xian was seen greeting the demon emperors high up in the sky. This is frightening. The black-winged condor at Yifutian's side shirked its brains, surprised at just how formidable Kong Xian's background was. The bird deemed that the princess was not to be messed with. Princess Qingyuan, I'm rather concerned for you. The black-winged condor looked at Xia Qingyuan at the side and said, when the backgrounds of both women were compared, Xia Qingyuan would indeed lose. Shut up. Yifutian knocked the bird's head hard. Why are you around human cultivators? A young peacock demon saint took a look at Yifutian and the others below, then asked Kong Xian. Peacocks were inherently prideful, and they were rather displeased to see Kong Xian mingling with humans. They are my friends, Kong Xian answered. Yifutian is an extraordinary young cultivator, and those people around him are indeed good people. The Demon Peacock Emperor added. Many of the monsters in the Sky Demon Court took a look at Yi Futian, and that was all. Yi Futian took notice of how the monsters' eyes. They looked composed and were hardly fettered. The demons and humans in the heavenly mandate realm carved their own territories and trained in their respective places, so it was only a given that both parties were not on good terms. What are we still staying around here for? We're already here, aren't we? Just get into the Origin Mountains then. Let the demon emperors take the lead, just so the others won't get in trouble. A booming voice was heard. A group of true dragons appeared high up in the air, looking majestic. The true dragons were composed of many dragon races, and all of them were in their true form. The scene in the air was frightening, as dragons of over 1,000 meters, one after another, were circling in the sky. That scene was indeed awe-inspiring. The dragon gods, again, a top-notch race in the demon realm, Zhu Zhao added. The dragon gods gathered many mighty dragons around, and things looked terrifying. Their powers, in general, would have allowed them to take on the Sky Demon Court by force. The one who spoke asked for the demon emperors to proceed before the others because things with Origin Mountains were special. If everyone were to venture inside at the same time, the demon emperors would probably bring bad luck and disaster to the other demonic beasts below the imperial plane. Let's go. A figure emerged, and all demon emperors took to the skies, stepping inside the Origin Mountains. Yi Futian's mind rattled as he looked at the emperors before him. It seemed that over half of the top-notch forces all over the demon realm had gathered there. Other than that, there were also many top-notch human cultivators in heavenly mandate realm gathering at the mountains. It was a testament to just how great that commotion with the Origin Mountains had been. Let's go. The demon and human cultivators below the imperial plane flashed one after another, moving forward from all sides, venturing into the Origin Mountains. Demonic clouds shrouded the sky above the mountains. The scene with over 10,000 demons moving in the same direction was awe-inspiring. The mighty ones from Yingzhou Mountain scanned around and locked their eyes on Yi Futian and Zhu Zhao. All of them sported a cold expression. That demon bone was probably in Zhu Yan's possession. That emperor's absence meant that he was probably already in the mountains, and taking that bone would be difficult. There was also another extremely alluring woman among the mighty ones from Yingzhou Mountain. It was none other than Hu Qian of Celestial Fox Palace. She moved alongside with the mighty ones from Yingzhou Mountain. Mighty ones from the Violet Heavenly Palace gathered in another direction, led by someone who seemed to have divine lightning coursing all over him, making it so that the figure was training all the time with the might of the Great Path tempering his body at all times. That man was named Zhan Yuan. He was someone with a supreme body of the Great Path in the Violet Heavenly Palace and was an unblemished saint. He was a leading figure of his generation and a personal student of the Palace Lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace. Zhan Yuan took a look at the ones beside him and asked, "Who was the one in that battle back then?" Tan Zimo and the other mighty ones searched the crowd and found someone far away after a while. His eyes were locked on Yi Futian. Zhan Yuan traced the direction where their eyes were looking, then found Yi Futian and his people. Those who were with Yi Futian seemed to have sensed the look they had got, turning their eyes around in a single direction as well before catching sight of Zhan Yuan and the others. Yi Futian seemed to have seen a pair of eyes of a thunder god within an instant. It was as if he was dragged into a world of lightning and thunder in that instant, dealing heavy impact on his spiritual will. Boom! Lightning coursed throughout Yi Futian's body. His eyes became very pointed in an instant. His hair billowed, and he felt an extremely dangerous aura about to befall him. Zhu Zhao, who was at his side, turned around to look in that direction as well, looking very defensive, about to fight someone powerful. He, too, felt an immense sense of crisis, and that cultivator who was looking at them was indeed powerful. Formidable sword will surged throughout Yaya's body, which was then directed at the other party. It was obvious that the might of the great path of the other party was not directed only at any one person. He was directing his might at many at the same time. The feeling lasted for little more than an instant. The supreme body of the great path of the Violet Heavenly Palace, Zhu Zhao muttered, and Yi Futian's eyes remained directed at the other side. He heard of that before, wondering if that person was indeed one with a supreme body of lightning at the Violet Heavenly Palace. When we get back to the Heavenly Palace, you all are to dedicate yourselves to training for the next several years and are not allowed to venture elsewhere. Zhang Yuan turned his eyes around and said to Tan Zimo and the others. All of them looked rather glum after being told that, but they all nodded without objection. In Zhang Yuan's current generation in the Violet Heavenly Palace, his words were taken as those of the palace lords. Let's go. Zhang Yuan did not do anything against Yi Futian and the others. That one look he shot at those people allowed him to have a rough idea of what they were like. With the exception of the few holiness of nirvanas in their midst, everyone else was of no threat to him. Taking them out at such a place was utterly pointless. He deemed that the Violet Heavenly Palace had not stooped so low as to cling on a group of lone cultivators. Let's go, Yi Futian then said. He was getting ready to leave when Kong Xian flashed and came to their side. The mighty ones in the Sky Demon Court in the sky looked at her. One of the Peacock Demon Saints asked, "You are with them?" "Indeed. We've been together all along," Kong Xian acknowledged with a nod. Other human cultivators are venturing inside the origin mountains of the demon realm as well. If you are to go with them, be careful on your own, the other party said in a prideful tone before leaving. The monsters of the Sky Demon Court flashed as well at great speeds, overtaking one demon beast after another. Yi Futian and the others took to the air and stepped into the origin mountains. There was a flat hill before them. It looked vast and almost endless. They had no idea where it ended. They proceeded forward without any hiccups. The terrain was getting increasingly high. It was as if they were to enter the sky above. The demonic aura high in the air was getting increasingly powerful as well. Many of the monsters absorbed those demonic aurae in a frenzy and internalized them. That area was the entry to the origin mountains. The true place of origin lay beyond where they were now. Yi Futian finally came to the peak of the hill after a while, gazing at the ridges before them. The place high in the sky felt dead, with black crows circling about, and an aura of death permeated the place. Boom! A group of black crows suddenly dove down at the mighty ones at the very forefront. Many monsters and humans unleashed their aura to resist the attack. Some monsters were swallowed whole by the crows, and the scene was extremely harrowing. However, there were also terrifying mighty ones who managed to repel the crows. For instance, those from the Violet Heavenly Palace. The lightning matrix of Doomsday made it so that the crows simply dissipated before they were able to get near. The mighty ones from the Sky Demon Court were not having a hard time either. Golden divine fires burned the skies around them, making it impossible for the crows to get near. The divine elephants trumpeted and stomped on the ground. The crows were killed and shredded in the sky before they were even able to get near, making the elephants extremely terrifying. Yi Futian and those around him moved forward as well. Yaya took the lead and held her sword in the air. Boundless sword will circled about her and swept out. Crows were diving at them, and the crows all sported terrifying demonic aura, but all were immediately destroyed by the sword will. Wu Yong and the other holiness of nirvanas at Yi Futian's side burst into flames, burning those crows away. All of the mighty ones moved forward. They were only at the beginning on the trip into the origin mountains. Terrifying demonic clouds emerged from the depths of the origin mountains at the moment. A storm conjured by a huge demonic cloud in the air circled about. Boundless might of demons seemed to have gathered around. There was vaguely a spectral being seen in that frightening storm, but the being looked rather blurry, and no one was able to make out their face. There was also another figure who was at the peak of the skyscraping mountain below. That figure was dressed in white and looked very dashing. The elegant, refined bearing of a scholar was felt from him. There was also dazzling godly light emanating from him. Other than that, it seemed that he had also been affected by the demonic aura, giving him a hint of feral grace as well. As more and more mighty ones were stepping into the origin mountains, everyone gradually spread out and headed in different directions. The origin mountains were so vast that even with countless monsters inside, it was nonetheless easy to spread out into isolated pockets. However, the fact that there were monsters found in every single direction as they moved forward remained. Yi Futian and the others around him felt all the other mighty ones distancing themselves from one another. The crows gradually disappeared as they moved forward, yet the demonic aura about became even thicker. Furthermore, the entire barren mountain seemed to be shrouded by some mysterious powers, giving off a faint stifling feeling. That pressure was something challenging to put in words, but it was something that made people feel uncomfortable. Be in the sky or on the ground, or even just in the air around, that faint sense of pressure seemed to be everywhere, prompting all the mighty ones to be on guard. However, there seemed to be little danger in the external regions. The aura of the Origin Mountains feels stifling, Xianxia quipped. She felt slightly uncomfortable but was unable to tell where her body was feeling uncomfortable. Mentally speaking, it was a feeling that she was unable to place. Same with me. Yifutian nodded. Best be careful. He wondered if Gu Tianxing were really still alive. Why had he brought his third brother to the Origin Mountains? It was said there had once been an out-of-this-world battle here. Many demon emperors and renhuangs perished, and their blood was spilled everywhere. Their frustration and resentment latched onto the place as a whole, forming into an aura that will never dissipate from the Origin Mountains, causing many inexplicable, unreasonable dangers to lurk all over the place. It is completely normal to feel stifled here. The princess of the feathered men explained to Xia Qingyuan, and she nodded to the demon princess in return. Those from Celestial Fox Palace would know more about the place. That Hu Qian is a virgin-like figure in Celestial Fox Palace, and it should be a lot safer staying around her. Yifutian cast his gaze forward. Mighty ones from Yingzhou Mountain were moving forward at very high speeds, making it seem like they were beams of silver light. Hu Qian of Celestial Fox Palace traveled into the Origin Mountains alongside those from Yingzhou Mountain on that trip. Good idea. Zhu Zhao nodded and then followed right behind them. All of them sped up, moving right behind those from Yingzhou Mountain. Yi Futian and his people were not the only ones to do so. In truth, many demons were doing so right after they stepped into the Origin Mountains. They followed right behind those from top-notch forces, forming huge groups as they moved into the depths of the mountains. They came to deeper regions of the mountains as time passed. There seemed to be a canyon right before them all, and the mighty ones from Yingzhou Mountain stopped. They were not the only ones to do so. Many mighty ones slowed down and eventually stopped. However, they were even more mighty ones who continued forward. Look out! Lei Meng's voice was thundering as he spoke. Everyone wondered if those from Celestial Fox Palace had sensed any danger. Wind blew, and shrilled noises were heard from the canyon. The noises sounded like drums and howls. While the noise was not very loud, they were quite unpleasant to the ear. The noise traveled with the wind, and the noises continued to sound like wails. Yifutian felt his eardrums ringing. The pointed winds traveled with those weird noises and made him feel as if his mind was under attack. It was very uncomfortable. Seems like we've gotten somewhere dangerous, Zhu Zhao said. At the same time, many throughout the vast space stopped, looking ahead while on high alert. That shrilled howl emanating from the canyon ahead made all of them feel uneasy. Can we take a detour? A monster from Yingzhou Mountain asked Hu Qian at that moment. Hu Qian shook her head and answered, That is the Canyon of Death, and we need to pass through it. Furthermore, we can't cause too much of a commotion while doing so. From what I've read in Celestial Fox Palace's records, the more high-profiled one is in the Canyon of Death. The easier one will end up dead. A group of mighty ones took to the air right before them as soon as she finished. Those people were trying to pass through the canyon from above, making their way to the other side. Boom! A bolt of black lightning streaked right before everyone's eyes. The speed was so fast that it looked like a mirage. It was something that the naked eye had difficult tracking. That mirage shot up to the sky and swept all of the mighty ones taking to the air away in an instant, giving them no chance even to attempt to escape. All of them were caught. Those mighty ones who were caught were flabbergasted. Powerful might of the great path was cast, but it was of little use. That thing that captured them pulled back in an instant, backing away into the canyon while breaking them down bit by bit. That group in the sky all disappeared within mere moments, leaving behind some blood. Well, the minds of many raced, feeling terrified. The eyes of many mighty ones even looked different by then. Some speed indeed. Yifutian's pupils contracted. Is that a vine from a tree? Be careful. It's the demon-eating tree, some demon fox from the Celestial Fox Palace said. Many mighty ones from the Celestial Fox Palace were invited by all manner of forces to embark on the trip into the Origin Mountains. How should we make it through? Some mighty ones asked the demon fox from the Celestial Fox Palace. We need to walk past, but we need to be careful. Do not cause a scene. The mighty one from the Celestial Fox Palace said to the crowd. More and more mighty ones came to that place. The shrill noises remained, and they slowed down as they walked, but their ears felt even more pained. Walking right through the canyon? Some demonic beast felt rather doubtful. Indeed, you have a death wish or something? Some mighty ones snickered sarcastically and shot upwards, reaching so high that they almost entered the clouds, zipping forward from above. Zoom! The dark bolt of lightning shot to the clouds as if it was able to ignore distance altogether. No! Shouts were here high up in the air. That black lightning pulled that someone down, and they disappeared in the canyon. Many extended their will to probe the inside of the canyon but quickly found that their will was blocked by some invisible force. Can we only get through by passing through the canyon? They thought. Many mighty ones frowned. At that moment, a group of mighty ones burst with dazzling brilliance. Everyone turned around and saw mighty ones among the purple-gold rats taking their original form. Bolts of golden lightning zipped past, and they burrowed underground, disappearing in an instant. Wah! Many sported peculiar expressions at that scene. While it was true that the purple-gold rats had already become a race of demons at the pinnacle of the demon realm, they still were unable to get rid of that habit of being rats. Let's go! A group of mighty ones, who were of the dragons, took the lead. They stepped forward and headed to the edges. They scanned the canyon for a bit and then dove down. The monsters of the Sky Demon Court followed suit. Let's head out, Yifutian said and began walking. The shrilled noises became increasingly annoying as they moved forward, making them feel very restless. They came to the edge of the canyon and looked down into the deep canyon. One dark ancient tree after another swayed, guzzling the aura all about them. Be careful. Try your best not to unleash your aura. A mighty one from the Celestial Fox Palace reminded. Everyone concealed their aura and walked slowly to the canyon. The ground of the canyon looked as if a grand battle had once been fought there, as the ground was cut up into pieces. The shrilled noises became even more intense. Xianxia closed her eyes, feeling extremely uneasy. Was this a battlefield? Yifutian asked in a low voice. The chaotic auras and shrill wails seemed to contain the will of the great path of countless hateful souls. Boom! At that moment, one of the dark ancient trees in the canyon grew all of a sudden, lashing out in all directions. Many mighty ones were gobbled up in an instant, and that tree gradually consumed them. Move! Many of the monsters were shocked and terrified by what just happened, running forward in a frenzy. Swishing sounds were heard as countless ancient trees ran amok, spreading out in all directions. Quick! The monsters everywhere became frenzied as they sped up and charged forward. However, those trees seemed to be even faster. One would have ended up being gobbled up as soon as they got tangled. Countless demonic beasts perished in the canyon within mere moments. Their blood stained the ground red, which was then consumed by the ground of the Black Canyon. Move already! The expression of a mighty one from the Celestial Fox Palace changed. There were simply too many demonic beasts getting into the canyon, making the situation utterly uncontrollable. Things at the moment seemed to have changed entirely. One dark ancient tree after another seemed to have sprouted from the black ground of death, and the trees continued to grow in size. They gobbled up the demonic aura all around them before attacking and consuming the demonic beasts and human cultivators to fuel their growth. A dark ancient tree grew in a frenzy at the center of the canyon and had gotten increasingly huge, shooting up to the skies. Its leaves and vines shot to great distances, intending envelope the entire canyon, looking like a dark, divine tree. That dark tree swayed, and destructive dark aura seemed to have emerged in the canyon, which seeped inside the mighty one's bodies right away. What the hell is this? Yifutian and the others around him sped up as they moved. There was no way they could have avoided running in such a situation. Things are going south. Let's move. Zhu Yan's face turned glum. A rumbling was heard from the ground, and cracks formed in the canyon. Boundless dark aura permeated the canyon and swept at all of them. The dark aura seeped into the bodies of the mighty ones, killing them on the spot and filling the place with death in an instant. Qi Xiangang burst his aura and turned it into a dazzling screen, circling those around him. He said, "There was a very formidable someone proficient in deathly powers that perished here. That someone had their power of the great path seep into the soil after death. Right now, all of this is probably something conjured by their will of the great path. Look out!" Terrifying dark aura swept at them at the moment. Qi Xiangang waved his hand about, and might of great path burst from within him, destroying much of the invading aura. However, the aura seemed to be endless and capable of permeating into anything and anywhere as it moved in the crowd's direction. Yifutian burst with divine flames all over, which burned all the dark aura coming near him, reducing it to nothing. There were also several holiness of nirvanas who stood by his side to guard him. Yusheng took to the air, and when he saw those auras coming at him, he extended his hand and conjured a terrifying whirlpool, devouring the aura instead. The dark aura seeping inside his body caused dark streaks to appear all over his body. Rumbling noise was heard from his body, and his expression continued to change as he did so. However, his hand remained extended forward, continuing to devour that dark aura and internalizing it. Yifutian took a look at Yusheng, thinking that the latter's methods of cultivation and constitutional fortitude were indeed overbearing. Yifutian was surprised by how Yusheng was able to ignore the deathly aura and simply devoured it, making it his own. While the aura had still affected him, it was unable to pose an actual threat to him. One mighty one after another hurried as they moved forward, all of them using their own ways to resist the attacks faced. Zhan Yuan of the Violet Heavenly Palace took to their air, utterly terrifying lightning matrix of doomsday appearing above. 8 divine bolts of lightning rained from the matrix, covering a huge area and destroying everything in its path, making it impossible for the deathly aura to come close. The other mighty ones of the Violet Heavenly Palace raised their hands at the same time. Boundless might of lightning surged into that matrix, making it even more powerful, enabling it to sweep away all auras around them. "Beware of that tree," Zhan Yuan said. That tree, which was still growing, had gotten so big, it blocked out the sky and spread everywhere. It spread deathly aura all over the place, and its attacks killed many cultivators, monsters, and humans. Those people were then consumed by the tree to serve as nutrients to further its growth. Many mighty ones continued to speed up, intending to pass through that seemingly endless canyon of death. It was no surprise why the Origin Mountains had always been seen as a restricted area. Demonic beasts dared not step foot inside, and even demon emperors were all fearful of the place. Years passed, and possibly due to the lack of large-scale expeditions into the Origin Mountains, the fear and reverence they had for the place weakened. That, coupled with the matter with Gu Tianxing and that terrifying demonic cloud at the Origin Mountains, brought about that massive expedition. At that moment, many mighty ones, however, began to regret coming. They thought it would have been better to just let the ones at the top fight for whatever was inside. They didn't need to have anything to do with it. The terrifying trumpeting of elephants sounded in the sky. The resulting rumble rattled everyone's eardrums within earshot. Everyone looked up and saw a group of divine elephants taking their original forms high up in the air, stomping the sky as they moved. They dazzled with golden light all over, looking brilliant. Every single step they took seemed to be able to overwhelm everything around them. That deathly aura of the great path and the branches were all pinned down, incapable of breaking through. While the elephants looked like they were advancing slowly, they were actually beginning to overtake the other mighty ones. Yifutian and those around him unleashed their auras as well. He burst with flames of the way as well as dazzling sword will. Xianxia, who was at his side, burst with catastrophe swordsmanship, which paired with her lotus powers, making her look unceasingly powerful. That dark, deathly aura in the air seemed to have sensed something and went on to lash out at Xianxia. However, most of those attacks were eliminated by the holiness of nirvanas around her. Swaying sounds were heard, and branches of one deathly tree after another headed their way in increasingly huge numbers. Worse still, countless deathly auras in the sky surged where they were. Even auras attacking the others had all surged towards Xianxia in a frenzy. What is going on here? Yifutian frowned slightly. Qi Xiangang stepped forward and lifted his arm, crushing everything before him. However, the branches and auras still came from all sides, even evading him to get to the princess. The immense tree of death seemed to have sensed something as well. One huge branch after another shot in her direction. Look out! Qi Xiangang shouted. He stepped forward, and terrifying rings of light appeared around him, blocking those branches. However, the branches simply enveloped him, paying no heed to how many vines he ended up destroying, as they continued to lash out at the target behind him. Protect the princes! Yifutian's expression changed drastically. All mighty ones came to Xianxia's side, resisting all the incoming attacks. Boom! 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 The furious attacks clashed as the branches continued to sweep out, attacking all of them. Those deathly auras were everywhere, seeping through the cracks and crevices between their bodies, heading towards Xianxia. Flames! Yifutian shouted. Wu Yong and the other holiness of nirvanas burst with dazzling divine flames at the same time, burning their surroundings, but the deathly auras sneaked through the flames nonetheless. Xianxia, who was surrounded by a huge group of people, appeared rather pale. The might of her catastrophe swordsmanship burst to the extreme, cutting down all those currents that seeped through. Dazzling, saintly lotuses wrapped around her, preventing the invasion of the auras. Crack! The branches pierced through the screens of light of the lotuses. Dark auras seeped into her body, causing her pure, saintly body to be tainted with a layer of dark aura. The power of life continued to be cranked to the extreme as she continued to wipe out those dark auras. Yet the deathly aura seemed to be utterly boundless and very attracted to her body. Death and life, the will of the great path of life. Yifutian seemed to have realized something and said, "Pull your powers back." Too late for that. Xianxia took a look at Yifutian. If she were to pull her powers away now, death would have consumed her right away. Her power of life was the only thing keeping the deathly attacks at bay. She had no way of escape. What is happening? The mighty ones around that group looked on with baffled looks. The auras that attacked them disappeared all of a sudden and were directed at one particular direction. They turned around and saw countless ancient tree branches and deathly auras surging towards Xianxia. Qi Xiangang had his hands full at the moment with the huge tree of death. All of the holiness of nirvanas around them burst with divine flames in a frenzy, preventing the attacks from getting to Xianxia. Boom! The ground cracked open right there and then, with dark branches breaking out of the ground and getting to Xianxia right away, tangling her up as if they were out to suck that brimming life force out of her. Yifutian stepped out. That fire spirit orb in his life palace burst with terrifying flames of the way. His body transformed and engulfed by boundless flames in an instant. He turned into a fiery god of war. He charged while basking in flames. Countless fiery arms grabbed at the dark branches tangling with Xianxia, burning them down right away. However, the deathly auras all around them continued to invade her body. Streaks of deathly aura appeared on her face, making her look ashen. She turned her eyes, which looked rather sad, at Yifutian. She wondered if she would die in this forbidden area. The Origin Mountains were known as a restricted area in the demon realm. Yifutian seemed to have sensed the sorrow emanating from Xianxia. He began to regret bringing her into the mountains. She would have insisted on coming even if he were to refuse, but he felt responsible and was blaming himself for what happened. Boom! Terrifying might of the great path burst from within Xianxia as if imperial might was being unleashed. All the deathly aura inside her body was wiped clean in an instant. Yi Futian was able to see Emperor Xia's visage appearing behind Xia Qingyuan. Emperor Xia. Yi Futian began to look hopeful. However, he quickly realized that the emperor was looking ahead, frowning hard with a glum expression. That huge tree made him feel uneasy. Boom! The vast, seemingly endless canyon trembled. Countless trees of death burst throughout the entire canyon. Terrifying will of death shrouded the vast, endless canyon. She's going to get us all killed. Hu Qian of the Celestial Fox Palace among those from Yingzhou Mountain looked astounded as Xia Qingyuan brought a Renhuang will to bear. However, this was the Origin Mountains, where many demon emperors and Renhuangs were buried. According to the records, will of the great path that was trapped in the Origin Mountains would be attracted by powerful auras appearing there. A Renhuang might have invoked deathly will of greater intensity to bear on all of them. It would have probably really caused all of them to die in the canyon. That was also where the ones in Imperial Plains moved before everyone else, instead of venturing into the Origin Mountains together with them. The presence of the Imperial beings would have caused them all to end up dead, instead of being of any benefit. The canyon shook, and deathly will shrouded the entire place. Many figures' faces looked rather solemn. A figure gradually rose from that divine tree as rumbles were heard continuously. What is that? Many turned their attention in that direction. Their minds continued to be rattled. Countless branches circled about with the tree in the middle. An incredibly huge figure appeared. That figure was clad in a black robe and looked pitch black. Their long hair billowed while not even a hint of aura was sensed from them, only boundless will of death. Shit! The hearts of many raced as they wondered if that thing was some incredibly powerful being who perished in the Origin Mountains. Despite having been dead for many years, that being had nonetheless remained capable of turning the canyon into a place of death. Furthermore, that being seemed to have clung to life desperately even after death, intending to consume any will of the living around. Is that thing trying to come back from the dead? Boom! Emperor Xia brought Xia Qingyuan up and shot into the air at blitzing speeds. However, countless branches of that tree of death continued to shoot to the skies, shrouding the air, seemingly about to devour the sky itself. Renhuang will burst, and the emperor burst with boundless light of catastrophe. He looked up and saw boundless vines coming at him. His face turned glum as he continued to move forward, saying, "Hurry up!" His shadow burst with boundless light of catastrophe as he spoke. The branches that covered the sky were reduced to nothing in an instant. Countless ancient trees were cut down, and the terrifying light pressured that tree of death, trying to buy time for Xia Qingyuan. Xia Qingyuan turned and continued to blitz forward. Boom! That will of the great path of Emperor Xia was disintegrated with a rumble, reduced to nothing. The branches of death shot up to the air in an instant, tangling Xia Qingyuan's body up, preventing her from moving. The will of life within her body and powers were being absorbed in a frenzy. Her body itself was taken to that figure that appeared on the tree of death. She is done for, many muttered to themselves deep down. Even with the will of Renhuang being brought to bear, it still failed to keep her safe. Someone was seen bursting into the air, coming to Xia Qingyuan's side. Countless flaming arms grabbed at the branches of death, intending to burn them down and preventing them from going forward. Xia Qingyuan looked up at that massive flaming body while feeling the life slipping out of her at a frightening rate. It seemed that she was about to die for real. There was a handsome face seen in that huge flaming body. She looked at that face, and tears were found at the corner of her eyes. She was about to die with regret. Her lips twitched, intending to say something, but eventually, nothing came out. She seemed to have recalled something all of a sudden, and she smiled. That smile looked unbelievably beautiful at the very instant it flashed. It seemed as if it was meant to leave the most beautiful memory behind. "Goodbye," Xia Qingyuan said softly as her body continued to be dragged down. There was simply no stopping her fall. There was no way Yi Futian could have stopped something that not even the will of Emperor Xia was unable to stop. Yi Futian felt heartache deep down. That scene triggered some horrible memories, the memories that pained him the most. You do look rather pretty when you smile, princess. You sure would look even prettier if you dressed in girls' clothes, Yifutian replied. Xia Qingyuan was dumbfounded. Yifutian then stepped forward and put that huge flaming body of his behind her. Flaming arms extended out and wrapped her up altogether. I won't take a goodbye from you before I get to see that, Yifutian added. At that moment, that frail body of hers seemed to have been cradled by a fiery god of war. The flaming will was reflected on her face. Xia Qingyuan felt the warmth emanating from it, and she burst into tears. Countless branches of death wrapped the fiery being up in the air, pulling it down like a bolt of black lightning. Countless branches and vines quickly enveloped that being. The skyscraping tree wrapped them both up, seemingly out to swallow them whole. While many monsters and humans had experienced what just happened to Xia Qingyuan, nothing had been as shocking as what happened before them just now. That was because the tree went out of its way to eat that one particular being up, which gave many a breather, enabling them to escape by charging outside of the canyon. This is ridiculous, Tanzimo of the Violet Heavenly Palace said after seeing what happened, wondering if it worth it dying for the sake of a woman. Yifutian had pretty much flipped the Violet Heavenly Palace over with what he did. Despite being on opposing sides, they had to acknowledge that he was very formidable and was superbly talented. It was too bad that he had to die in such a manner. Virgin Genie of Brahma's pure sky sighed deeply as well. It was a pity that Yifutian would die for a woman. While the sentiment was indeed respectable, she did not see the point of throwing one's life away because of it. Training was difficult. It would be more so if someone were to get to Yifutian's current level. Qi Xiangang and all those around Yifutian sported glum expression. There was no stopping it, and not even Emperor Xia would have been able to do anything. They stepped forward towards the Tree of Death. Qi Xiangang lashed out with both hands, shattering a great number of branches and vines outside, yet he was still unable to get through. Yaya took to the sky and had her sword in the air. Towering sword matrices appeared beneath her feet. Her expression was frosty as swords whooshed out of the sword matrix on her palm. However, like Qi Xiangang, she remained incapable of breaking through. The cut vines and branches simply regrew in an instant. She felt rather vexed and kept bringing her swords down continuously, but she remained incapable of making it through. Boom! The sound of swords zipping was heard. She charged inside the mass of branches and vines with her sword matrices. However, the will of the great path bound her immediately. She turned around and found Qi Xiangang behind her. Qi Xiangang shook his head at her and said, "His luck on this trip is incredible." Yaya was dumbfounded as she looked at Qi Xiangang. She knew that Qi Xiangang had some special ability, allowing her to peer into fate and luck. He had checked out Yifutian's luck before all of them entered. Furthermore, she recalled the death of the prophet just a while ago. As such, it seemed that Yifutian's luck was so formidable that he definitely would not just perish right there and then. She was rather relieved to find that, but she nonetheless remained anxious, keeping her eyes on the sight. Qi Xiangang stopped everyone else trying to get before him. While the older man had no idea what tricks Yifutian had up his sleeves, he knew that student of his was someone exceptional. He would survive charging into a place like that. For the others, however, it would probably have been on a one-way trip. Yifutian's body was tangled and buried by that tree of death. Boundless deathly aura and branches lashed out at him. He burst in terrifying might of the flames of the way, even utilizing the power of that fire spirit orb within his life palace, burning those deathly branches away in a frenzy. A terrifying fire zone appeared all around his body, and his eyes turned into flames. At that moment, that statue-like tall, imposing figure seemed to have manifested a great many arms, lashing out at Yifutian, who was protecting Xia Qingyuan. It burst through the binding of the will of flames and headed towards Xia Qingyuan. It was evident that despite having been dead for so many years, that figure clung to life still nonetheless. Boom! Yifutian's eyes burned. Terrifying branches burst from him. Green will shrouded the place all of a sudden, swishing out as they moved. The divine tree of life within his life contained boundless life. If you want the power of life that badly, then come and take it. Yifutian's eyes were cold. Those branches sensed it all in an instant and charged at Yi Futian in a frenzy. Boundless, deathly aura burst into his body. The deathly vines stabbed into his world tree, intending to drain all that will of life in Yi Futian's life spirit in a frenzy. The world tree swayed, and boundless divine light burst. When the will of death came upon him, it seemed to have ended up assimilated and devoured, as if it had been merged inside his life spirit. Xia Qingyuan, who was being protected by Yi Futian, was shocked at that scene. She had given in to despair before, and there was no longer sorrow in her. She thought both of them would have ended up devoured. Yet, she saw that it was Yi Futian's life spirit devouring the will of death from that tree of death instead. That is probably his primary life spirit, Xia Qingyuan muttered to herself. It was as if there was a divine tree fighting against another divine tree. That deathly aura was absorbed into Yi Futian's body, and he devoured even the branches as they surged into his body. That tree of death seemed to be alive, sending more branches at him. Furthermore, the canyon trembled violently at that moment. More branches of death burst from the bottom of the canyon, heading towards that region. That scene was very shocking. What is going on? Some who were leaving stopped at that scene. They turned around to get a better look and found countless branches from the canyon beneath them, heading towards a single direction. Is he still alive? They were shocked deep down. They found what was happening to be utterly impossible. It was something that not even the will of Renhuang had been able to resist. Both Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan were just saints, and there was no way they could have survived being buried by that tree of death. Zhan Yuan of the supreme body of the great path from the violet heavenly palace halted and looked in that direction. He did not continue moving forward but instead kept his eyes locked there. Are we sticking around? Some at his side asked. We'll check out for a little bit longer, Zhan Yuan replied. Many people of top-notch forces stopped. A terrifying 9-headed phoenix in the air devoured the deathly auras in a frenzy. Its eyes were cold and giving off a violent, unruly aura. The 9 heads of that phoenix made it look even more cold and unforgiving. The 9-headed phoenixes had been a branch of the phoenixes, yet they were seen as outcasts. However, some of terrifying powers had emerged from their ranks, and they were taken into the Sky Demon Court. They were extremely formidable and had always been at odds with the phoenixes. At that moment, that 9-headed phoenix's eyes glared at that space that was being buried. The will of death was so thick that if it were to swallow it all, it would have done a lot of good. Furthermore, if it could gain the remains of that ancient Renhuang that looked like an imposing statue, things would have even been more perfect. It was a pity that it would not be able to resist being devoured by that power. However, things seemed to have taken a peculiar turn within. Yi Futian's world tree life spirit seemed to be gobbling up the deathly auras and the branches while still being inside the tree of death, absorbing it into his life palace. At present, his life palace was filled with death. It had taken over the world of his life palace altogether. It made his entire body course with deathly auras, so much so that even his fair face seemed to have the will of death streaking about it. In that god of the death-like statue, countless ancient tree-like arms were extending and lashing out at Yi Futian, tangling with the world tree that was coiling around his body. Both powers were at odds with each other, encroaching each other. The world tree life spirit swayed, and divine light surged in every single part of the ancient tree, as if it was able to take everything in the world into it. Both divine trees seemed to be merging. The branches from that tree of death seeped into the world tree life spirit bit by bit. It looked like a snake was trying to swallow an elephant. Deathly auras continued to surge inside Xia Qingyuan's body unceasingly. The deathly auras on her grew increasingly thick, and Yi Futian was unable to do much than wrap her body up with his world tree, sending the energy of life into her body to fight the will of death in her stead. Time passed, and the ones outside continued to watch the extremely thick will of death rumbling about. The branches were all over the place, preventing them from telling what was happening inside. The will of death is subsiding, a mighty one said. Many people's pupils contracted. They were rather puzzled, wondering if Yi Futian was indeed alive. They were extremely curious as to what was happening inside. Wah? Some outside were seeing the branches wilting one after another at that moment, and they were shocked. The will of the great path of death is drying up? Just the hell is happening? They wondered. Yusheng stood about at the side and watched everything nervously. Everyone else at his side was doing the same. They were rattled at that scene, yet they were relieved deep down, thinking that it was going to be all right. That guy sure is always making miracles happen, Yusheng thought. Wu Yong and the others were very stunned as well. The longer they spent around Yifutian, the more terrifying they found him to be. What happened all those years ago back at Emperor Qua's ruins was already a testament to his mettle, and they were unable to believe that he was even able to survive such a despairing state. The drain of that ancient tree was increasingly obvious. The will of death throughout the canyon was dwindling. Many mighty ones had their eyes locked right below them. At that moment, both Yifutian and Xia Qingyuan seemed to be wrapped inside as if in a cocoon. The branches of his world tree had even extended outwards, wrapping up even that statue that looked like a god of death, devouring the deathly aura in them bit by bit. Despite having been dead for many years, that being still had the formidable great path of death in them. As a Renhuang, that power of great path had long been melded with their body and blood. Even though they had been dead for many years, their body remained intact, and the will of the great path stayed behind as well. The world tree speed into that being's body bit by bit, entangling and devouring them gradually. The will of death stained Yifutian's world tree pitch black, yet the branches of the world tree continued to wrap that being up as if they were devouring that fire spirit orb back in Emperor Qua's ruins, as well as that bone from the divine elephant emperor of 10 directions. Yifutian's body seemed to have turned into a terrifying whirlpool. The world tree rescinded back into his body and disappeared altogether. That Renhuang being was no longer seen as well. In Yifutian's life palace, however, a statue-like being appeared instead. Yifutian was pitch black all over, and the deathly aura was extremely thick about him. Xia Qingyuan was not in a good state either. Both of them seemed to have simply turned into statues, unflinching. The tree of death that wrapped them both up wilted in a frenzy. The branches shrouding the place were wilting and falling as well. The deathly aura dissipated gradually, scattering in the winds. The deathly aura is almost gone. Those outside were very shocked. Yusheng stepped forward and charged inside the branches of the ancient tree, shattering them in a frenzy. Those branches became extremely fragile by then, and one blow was all it would have taken to crush them. They were quickly reduced to dust. Yusheng appeared somewhere below. 2 figures stood quietly by his side, like 2 statues. Are they dead? People wondered. All eyes were on those 2 statue-like figures below. Both of them were pitch black all over, a result of the encroachment of the will of death. At that moment, there was a whiff of aura coursing throughout Yifutian's body, seemingly dispelling the will of death bit by bit. That caused mighty one's pupils to contract. They were able to survive that? They thought, incredulous. Untold numbers of human and demonic beast cultivators alike had ended up dead, killed right after they were gobbled up by that boundless power of death. Those 2 were devoured by that tree of death as well, buried within the boundless will of death. That god of the death-like statue seemed to still be imbued with the will of the great path that it carried while still alive, and that being had gone specifically after those 2. Yet both of them survived. The crowd had yet to forget that there had been a will of Renhuang manifesting just a short while ago, and it was unable to handle the attacks and dissipated. All of those people around them were puzzled as to how Yifutian and Xia Qingyuan managed to survive. Furthermore, they had just witnessed the will of death wilting away. The crowd then looked at the body of those 2, wondering if they had absorbed all that will of death. However, none of them found that to be remotely possible. There was no way 2 saints would have been able to consume every single bit of that tree of death's power. That would have probably only been possible if it was a Renhuang doing it. That statue of death is gone, Zhan Yuan of the Violet Heavenly Palace said while still in the air. Lightning flickered in his eyes as he walked. That statue had been the dead body of a Renhuang, and that Renhuang would have been someone extremely formidable, as that Renhuang had been able to burst with such terrifying will of the great path of death even after being dead for so long. That will was powerful enough to render the whole canyon into the Canyon of Death. However, that Renhuang statue was no more at the moment. He wondered if it had indeed been those two who had taken it away. In another direction, a 9-headed phoenix was seen flapping its wings. Its eyes were extremely cold. It had been having a good time devouring the power of death. Yet that power dried up instead. If it were to be able to get that dead body of Renhuang, it would have been of huge benefit to its training. Many mighty ones harbored similar thoughts at the moment. That was the dead body of a Renhuang who harbored extremely formidable will of the great path of death. After all, no one would have thought of such things before. It was as everyone was busy trying to stay alive. At that moment, however, the crisis was over. Yifutian managed to suck the tree of death dry. All of them naturally thought of other things at the moment. The mood in the canyon became rather peculiar. Qi Shengang was unbelievably perceptive, and he was able to sense the changes in the atmosphere around him. The mighty ones in the canyon harbored greedy thoughts at the moment. He understood that they were all out to grab that Renhuang's corpse. We have all entered the Origin Mountains and experienced quite a perilous period. We've all been through life and death situations right before this. While the two of them had never meant to pull what they did, they nonetheless helped all of us here escape the crisis in the canyon. I think we should all continue on our way right now, Qi Shengang said, seemingly hinting to everyone that both Yifutian and Xianxia could be considered their saviors. If they were to do anything against those two, that would have been like a dog biting the hand of the one who fed it. Boom! A monster dove down at that moment, heading straight for Yifutian and Xianxia at a blitzing speed. That monster was a roc, intending to zip past at high speeds and grab Yifutian and Xianxia. Qi Shuangong's expression remained cold, finding that be it humans or demons, all had greedy thoughts. Furthermore, demonic beasts would have usually expressed such thoughts in ways that were more direct. Qi Shengang stepped out, and the ring of light of the great path coursed all about him. Ancient symbols circled him as he grabbed at the air. That rock that had been zipping past felt its body bound, and it was utterly unable to move. It was as if a formless might of the great path shrouded its body, preventing it from moving forward. Access webnovel.live if you like watching manga, comics. Beings with no honor shall be cut down, Qi Shengang muttered, and a sword fell from the sky, piercing through that rock's body in an instant and shattering it. Rain of blood fell from the sky shortly after. The eyes of many monsters contracted, finding Qi Shengang to truly be formidable. Many mighty ones from the violet heavenly palace turned to look at Zhan Yuan, who was at the front. It was as if they were waiting for his order, commanding them to grab the bodies or otherwise. Zhan Yuan's eyes sparkled with lightning. He had grown very curious as to how Yifutian pulled all those extraordinary feats off. Take them, Zhan Yuan ordered. Several holiness of nirvanas from the violet heavenly palace stepped forward and moved out. Lightning flashed all over the sky in an instant. Terrifying lightning of the great path gathered in the air and struck downward. Those holiness of nirvanas were extremely formidable beings, and the flashes of lightning they brought were of such might that they made others feel stifled. Qi Shengang frowned and looked glum. The violet heavenly palace was one of the pinnacle forces to be found in the heavenly mandate realm, and it was a given that cultivators who came from such a place would be extremely difficult to deal with. Furthermore, there were also mighty ones eyeing them. Hand him over to us. We shall spare his life. A mighty one from the violet heavenly palace in the air said coldly. Qi Shengang looked up in the sky, thinking that supreme forces of heavenly mandate realm were indeed overbearing. The will of the great path coursed all about him, and the clouds in the sky howled as they resonated with the great path. The mighty ones from the violet heavenly palace willed as they saw him move. Lightning flashed, and bolts rained down on him continuously, making the scene looking like doomsday. Boom! A terrifying bolt of lightning struck from above, hitting Qi Shengang. Qi Shengang responded by pointing his finger in the air, clashing with that bolt of lightning. Intense rumbling was heard, and the air shook violently. The power of that one finger placed above Qi Shuangong's head resisted that lightning bolt from above, eventually destroying it altogether. Ha! The mighty ones from the violet heavenly palace saw that and felt astonished. They never expected that the holiness of nirvana standing before them would be so powerful. They were vaguely able to sense that Qi Xuangong's comprehension of the Great Path had surpassed that of theirs, and he stood at the very pinnacle of holiness of nirvana level. Their eyes became more serious at that thought. According to what Tanzimo said, back in that battle, Yi Futian was boastful enough to tell them to pick any plane of sainthood they would have liked to fight against, and they did not select a holiness of nirvana among themselves to do battle. From the looks of things at the moment, if there were to be a battle fought between holiness of nirvanas from both sides, they would have lost all the same. They eyed each other, and several holiness of nirvanas took to the sky, taking different corners and extended their hands, performing seals and invoking lightning from the heavens. Boom! Intense rumbling rattled in the eardrums of the mighty ones. Several holiness of nirvanas appeared at the same time, bringing down heavenly might and boundless lightning in the area of the sky, making the scene look like doomsday. Training has not been easy, and you'll have a chance of getting to Renhuang Plain in the future. Don't make such a mistake right now, a holiness of nirvana said to Qi Xiangang. That devastating might shrouded everything below within its range of attack. Qi Xiangang shot a look at those before him and then took to the air, saying, "You all, protect him." Boom! Rumbling was continuously heard in the sky. Upright bolts of lightning were conjured and brought down on him like swords. That was a terrifying killing move of the violet heavenly palace, the Zhoushan Thunder Sword. Down, they all muttered, and the move struck at Qi Xiangang like a terrifying flash. Qi Xuangong's body was turned into a furnace of the Great Path, becoming intensely brilliant as he absorbed the great paths of the world. He then extended his hand to take that sword attack. The Zhoushan Thunder Sword dropped onto him. He resisted through sheer brute force with only one hand taking the attack. Boundless, devastating lightning dropped onto him right away. His body seemed to be that of flesh and blood no longer. It instead appeared to be more like a conjuration of the Great Path. Ancient symbols circled him, and that devastating lightning attack was unable to get through to him. Boundlessly terrifying, devastating power swept all over the place in the air, making the scene look extremely shocking. Such power indeed. Many mighty ones were shocked at that scene before them. Qi Xiangang was taking on several holiness of nirvanas from the violet heavenly palace all on his own. After all, that was a scene like no other. All who witnessed what was happening wondered who that person was. Tanzimo and those around him sported pale expressions. If they were to have holiness of nirvanas fight in that battle back then, they would have, no doubt, lost. They had been allowed to take their pick at any plane of sainthood. A virgin from the supreme force that was Brahma's pure sky looked from afar, feeling shocked deep down. That person's plane is so profound that he would have probably touched the edge of Renhuang Plain. A holiness of nirvana of Brahma's pure sky said. There would have been no way a holiness of nirvana would have been able to take on several holiness of nirvanas from the violet heavenly palace otherwise. It was apparent that Qi Xuangong's plane was more profound. Who are those people? A virgin of unbelievable beauty at the very front said. That woman was the number one virgin in Brahma's pure sky, named Qin He. She was at the very pinnacle in terms of talents or appearance, and she was known as the number one of the future Juqian goddesses. The one taking the lead in that group is Yi Futian, a younger brother in training of that descendant of the Gu clan, who was taken away by Gu Tianxing. Virgin Genie elaborated. She, too, was a leading figure of a line of virgins. The prophet prophesied that she would have become one of the Juqian goddesses. However, in the Brahma's pure sky, her position paled in comparison with Qin He's. The latter had been lauded unanimously as one who came from the number one of the 9 lineages, and she would have become the leading figure of the Juqian goddesses. They were the ones who wreaked havoc in the violet heavenly palace then, Qin He said. Holy light coursed all over her body, and she looked dazzling. Indeed, Virgin Genie nodded. She thought for a bit and then continued. Furthermore, he was the last person who met the prophet. Qin He looked in the direction where the battle was taking place. She deemed that a person capable of surviving being devoured by the tree of death would have had secrets on him. It was no surprise why Zhang Yuan wanted a piece of Yi Futian. He would have wanted more than just that dead body. In that direction, Zhan Yuan, the one with the supreme body of the path of the violet heavenly palace, moved. Devastating, world-ending might of lightning was conjured. Terrifying lightning diagrams appeared in the air. At the same time, demonic beasts flashed about in other directions, heading straight for Yifutian. They deemed that Qi Shengang would probably be the strongest of all of them. With him being held back by the ones from the violet heavenly palace, the demonic beasts would have their chance. Wu Yong and the others around flashed and appeared around Yifutian, bursting with their strongest flames and bringing about a raging battle within mere moments. Sword matrices appeared on Yaya. She stepped into the air, and her eyes turned into swords, shooting straight at Zhan Yuan. Boom! 8 bolts of divine lightning were brought down. The heavenly thunder brought the lightning of doomsday. Yaya took to the air and lashed out with her sword, blasting at all 8 bolts of divine lightning, resisting them and intending to block their path. Her swords and the lightning bolts clashed. The lightning matrix of doomsday was conjured, and Zhan Yuan's eyes flashed with the terrifying will of lightning. Thunder rumbled as he stepped forward, shocking the spiritual will of everyone within earshot. "You're no match for me. Move aside," Zhan Yuan said. He pointed at the air with his palm, and thunder rumbled, making the might of lightning even more terrifying than before. He was of the supreme body of the path, and all lightning would submit to his command. A huge battle burst high up the canyon, and many monsters acted at the same time. All the other demonic beasts were looking for opportunities as well. Qi Shengang held off the holiness of nirvanas from the violet heavenly palace all on his own, fighting to a deadlock in the air. While his plane was indeed high, the ones he was fighting with were of a supreme force in the heavenly mandate realm after all, and they were extremely formidable. No common holiness of nirvanas would have been able to fight against him otherwise, given how he was already at the edge of breaking into Renhuang Plain. He had ended up killing the 9th servant at the ancient imperial city, which was known as the number 1 city back in Crimson Dragon Realm back then. Such battles would have needed the fighters to at least be at unblemished saint level before they were able to do anything. The monsters protecting Kong Shen acted as well, but given how the monsters they were about to fight were of overwhelming numbers, they would not have probably lasted for long. "Get him out of this battlefield," a cold voice said. Kong Shen, Yi Wuchen, and the others looked at the one talking. It was the Glass Saint. While she had been with them all this time, she hardly spoke, making it such that she was hardly noticeable. She spent most of her time training with Yaya. At that moment, her beautiful yet emotionless eyes seemed to be flickered with something. She flashed and moved forward. Yushang charged forward as well, intending to take Yifutian away. Boom! Might of lightning struck from above. Yushang roared, and the lightning bolt struck him. Its power coursed throughout his body, making his blood boil, and he had to stop. He looked up coldly at the mighty ones of the violet heavenly palace, who were coming down from above. Sword will on Yaya burst in the air. Thousands of swords appeared around her and were turned into a terrifying storm before charging straight at Zhan Yuan. That storm of swords seemed to be able to envelop the sky. Zhan Yuan glared at his opponent with contempt while he continued moving. Lightning of the great path was sent down, blasting onto the storm of swords, shattering them altogether. However, he then saw Yaya disappearing from where she stood altogether. At the very next moment, Yaya was seen taking Yi Futian's and Xia Qingyuan's bodies and left right away. She took only one step, which seemed like a sword zipping through the air, and she ended up somewhere far away. "You think you can just run?" The mighty ones were all dumbfounded. Zhan Yuan did not expect that Yaya would have just chosen to run so suddenly. He took one step and propelled himself forward like purple lightning. Yaya continued to be bombarded with lightning strikes all from above as he chased after her. Monsters up the air howled as they moved above. Many demonic beasts targeted her and attacked. Boom! Yaya zipped past the air like a sword, evading the incoming attacks. At times, attacks blasted right onto her, and rumbling was heard. However, she disappeared right after that, making it unclear if the attacks actually hit her. The great path of space. That speed was comparable to a holiness of nirvana. Indeed, Qin He, a virgin of Brahma's pure sky, said. She stepped forward as well, chasing after Yaya. It seemed that the mighty ones of the Canyon of Death seemed to have coalesced into a torrent within moments. It was as they were all heading in the same direction. The Canyon of Death was extremely vast. However, as she kept zipping about in the sky, she eventually came to the edge and charged outside. The place beyond was still filled with mountainous regions, looking barren and dead. Demonic clouds shrouded the sky as if to tell them that danger lurked everywhere. Lightning continued to flash around Yaya. It was evident that Zhan Yuan remained right behind her, and she had yet to shrug him away. There was a 9-headed phoenix in that demonic cloud, clad in crimson flames, riding the clouds as it moved. Its wings were able to shroud the sky as soon as they were spread, enabling it to zip past a vast distance. Its 9 pairs of eyes were incredibly sharp as it kept a close eye on the ones below. The speed at which it moved was incredible as it was able to catch up with everyone. 9-headed phoenixes were an extremely rare breed, considered to be a mutated breed of the phoenixes. While those birds were not recognized by the phoenixes to be one of them, but 9-headed phoenixes were all of terrifying talents. They were able to travel at blitzing speeds. They had 9 heads and were versed in manipulating phoenix fire. Furthermore, they harbored the potential for conjuring flames of devastation. As such, that 9-headed phoenix had been consuming the will of death back then. There were also many demonic beasts and human cultivators coming from all corners. However, unless their training was extremely formidable, they would not have been able to catch up. Zhan Yuan, who was still in the air, frowned at that moment. The Origin Mountains were filled with danger. If they were to simply shoot forward in a frenzy, it was possible that they would have met the same fate as they did back at the Canyon Death, their lives all hanging by a thread. However, the woman before Zhan Yuan simply charged forward insanely. Even if his attacks managed to hit and injure her, she adamantly refused to stop. At that moment, Zhan Yuan kept his gaze forward and began to feel slightly uneasy. Cultivators were extremely perceptive, especially when they were at his level. While they were still unable to predict what would have happened, they were still able to feel something when they were truly near somewhere dangerous. He lifted his head and looked forward, feeling that they might have stepped into somewhere dangerous again. The terrain ahead of them was a barren low ground with many swords stabbed into it. The swords were all filled with dirt and rust. It was as if they had been weathered for many, many years. One look and one was able to tell that the swords were endless. Auras that made one's heart race emanated from the land. There was a sword-shaped hill somewhere far away, looking like a hill-like gigantic sword had been plunged into the ground, pinning down everything around. As Zhan Yuan got increasingly close, that sense of danger became increasingly intense. However, that woman before him did not seem to have any intentions of stopping but had simply charged into that area. Zhan Yuan's face became pale. He wondered if she had a death wish. Yaya had actually hesitated for a bit back there, but she quickly recalled that not even that tree of death had been able to kill Yifutian, so the other dangerous areas would not have been able to pose a threat to his life. She was able to sense that Yifutian had fallen into a coma due to the will of death being too great for him to digest, but he was recovering this whole time. What was happening at that moment was but a process. Her speed had noticeably decreased. She trained in the way of swords, yet she was unable to sense any sword will at the moment. She only felt that the ground below was dangerous. A formless current seemed to have melded into the air, seeping in her body and making her feel somewhat restless. That current seemed to have harbored intense, formless resentment, affecting her will. However, she did not stop right there and then, electing to continue moving into deeper regions. Zhan Yuan, who was of supreme body of the Great Path, looked at her, thinking that she indeed had guts. He concluded that if she dared to do so, then there was nothing for him to be afraid of. Lightning flashed at that thought, and he sped forward. Lightning coursed all over his body, and rumbling thunder was heard, blasting away anything in his way. The power imbued within the will of the Great Path of Lightning was inherently capable of dispelling negative things and beings. The power of the lightning of the 9 heavens was to dispel evils and protect the righteous. After all, that aura permeating the place seeped into his mind as soon as he stepped into the area as well, intending to affect him. However, his entire being rumbled with thunderous sounds, making him look solemn. It was as if he had been enveloped in holy lightning, dispelling all that evil aura around him. He lowered his head and glanced below. That place should have been a battlefield all those years ago, suppressing the souls of many mighty ones from back then, thus giving birth to that intense resentment all over the place. Many mighty ones arrived later. However, when they had gotten near that area, they were unable to help but slow down, appearing very hesitant. Those who were able to go that far had been those of greater training, and as such they were also more perceptive as well. Just when they were still hesitating, hurricanes whipped about in the air. A 9-headed phoenix zipped past into the area. Its eyes were cold and overbearing. It was as if it was determined to get its claws on whatever it could. Yaya continued on her way forward, getting deep into the area. Negative emotions continued to affect her. It was fortunate that she had been training for 2 lifetimes, resulting in her extremely stable will. She stopped when she came to that sword-like hill, putting Yifutian and Xianxia down. Cough. Red blood was seen spilling from the corner of her mouth after a soft cough. She looked at Zhan Yuan, who was coming at her, and she burst with raging sword will. It was apparent that she had been injured when she was on the run, and she had been holding it in all the while. Zhan Yuan came to her from the air and lowered his head to look at her from afar. Thunderous lightning flashed in the air, and will of lightning was seen flickering in his eyes. He then said to Yaya, "There is no need for you to do this. Hand him over. I won't take his life." Yaya glared at him with cold eyes. She did not say anything. Sword will of great path coursed all over her and was then turned into sword diagrams. The sky was filled with intense killing intent, shrouding the entire place. Boom! There seemed to have been an ethereal figure emerging from within her in an instant, melding with her way of the sword. A dazzling sword matrix lashed out with a sword, moving quicker than a bolt of lightning. Lightning diagrams appeared above Zhan Yuan's head. 8 bolts of lightning flashed, circling about, and boundless divine lightning gathered. A bolt of lightning was fired, and it clashed with the sword. 2 extremely dazzling light of devastation crossed in midair. That devastating power swept out at the vast space all around them. Yaya's clothes and her long hair billowed. She stepped forward, and yet another ethereal figure burst out of her body, then transformed into a sword. Boom! The sword came through and melded with the sword that was previously fired, making the might of the sword even more powerful. "Fight with your life all you want. It won't be of any use," Zhan Yuan said coldly. His hands waved about, and that terrifying lightning diagram brought even more bolts of lightning down around Yaya, locking her surroundings away. A bolt of lightning that was even more terrifying blasted at the center, clashing with her swords. If it had not been for Yaya having comprehension of the great path at holiness of nirvana level, she definitely would not have been his match. In truth, despite still being an unblemished saint, Zhan Yuan's combat prowess was already at holiness of nirvana level. The bodies of Yifutian and Xianxia were placed above that sword-like mountain. Boundless resentment headed straight for both of them, absorbing the will of death all about them. Streaks of light coursed about Yifutian's body. He seemed to have been able to sense what was going on outside as he repelled the will of death with everything he had. Thunderous noises were vaguely heard from within his body. Boom! Gales whipped about. A 9-headed phoenix emerged from the demonic clouds high above the sky. A cry of the phoenix was heard as it opened its mouth, heading straight for Yifutian and Xianxia, intending to gobble them up. "You filthy beast!" Zhan Yuan shot a glance at it, and a bolt of lightning rained from above straight at the 9-headed phoenix. The bird then spread its crimson wings, taking the brunt of the lightning attack head-on. That will of lightning tempered its body. Every single feather on the bird seemed to have been impenetrable, as if they were constructs of the heavens, glimmering with dazzling light. Continued to dive down and headed straight for Yifutian's body. It was apparent that the nine-headed phoenix was a monster so ridiculously terrifying that it had no fear of the one who possessed a supreme body of the great path. The aura all about Yi Futian rumbled below. Just when the bird was about to consume him, that pitch-black body of his burst with faint dazzling light. Boom! That bird came down and picked both of them up in its beak. Its vast wings continued to flap, intending to fly away from that dangerous place. However, at that moment Yi Futian finally burst with intense, brilliant light. That pitch-black figure opened his eyes all of a sudden. Yi Futian was able to perceive what was happening at the moment, but the chi of death was too strong, and his whole body was eroded. Before, even his life spirit was occupied by the will of death, and the life spirit tree was also dyed the color of death. He had been using the power of the ancient tree to expel the will of death, but now something changed in his life spirit. He took a look at the situation he was in, and suddenly, a horrifying ray of golden light burst out of his body. The roaring sound came out, and all of a sudden, a loud shrieking was heard from Nine-Headed Phoenix's mouth. At this moment, the Nine-Headed Phoenix was leaving the space very quickly, his 9 heads exuding an aura of violence, his vast body full of lethal coldness. It was very imposing, but at this moment, tens of thousands of golden light rays burst from one of his huge mouths. He tilted his head, from which a loud roar came. He let out a long shriek. He wanted to close his beak, but it was torn up. A figure rushed out of it, bathed in golden light while holding another person, who seemed lifeless. The nine-headed phoenix breathed out at Yi Futian. The horrifying life force struck Yi Futian. Boom! Crimson lightning flashed across the sky. His body turned into a bolt of lightning. His mouth spat out a keen crimson sword of destruction, the destructive dark power, veiling the sky and hiding the sun, covering the whole void sky. The nine-headed phoenix was also an overawing figure of his clan, an unblemished demon saint, with appalling combat ability. Yi Futian looked up and felt that the force of destruction was burying this space. The sacred light shone on his whole body, the deed of thorough comprehension exploding and purifying his body. His body turned into a cauldron of the great law, expelling all forces of darkness. Above his body, suddenly, the trumpeting sound of the elephant came, trembling between the sky and the earth. Inside his body, the roaring sound continued, just like the symphony of the great law. What was more frightening was that in the light curtain of the deed of thorough comprehension, a boundless huge elephant phantom showed up above Yi Futian's body. The divine elephant was like a demon god. With one roar it could make the void air tremble. The rumbling sound continued. The flash of the divine elephant rose into the sky, slashing toward the sword of destruction that covered the sky and hid the sun. Appalling waves exploded in the space as if the trembling space would be destroyed. Puff! The nine-headed phoenix breathed the fire of destruction, engulfing the void sky and burning the sky and earth. Yi Futian held Xia Yuan's body in one hand and took one step forward. The trumpeting sound trembled between the sky and earth. His body soared into the sky like a bolt of lightning, moving forward in the flame of destruction. The devastating fire burned down but was shrouded by a sacred golden halo, blocked by the inviolable figure of a giant elephant. Yi Futian's fist punched out, and the sound of the elephant shook the sky. Tens of thousands of elephants roared in unison, trampling the space. Thousands of elephants came out, galloping, crossing the sky. What a terrifying scene! The crimson nine-headed phoenix made an extremely sharp shriek. His 9 heads spewed out flames, and his claws smashed down. Phantoms of elephants were torn and shattered, and the claws thrust toward Yi Futian. The demon aura billowed and surged between the sky and the earth. A boundless 9-headed phoenix bird appeared, its claws smashing down powerfully, collided with Yi Futian's fist. Bang! With a loud noise, the 9-headed phoenix felt that his claws didn't smash on flesh, but rather on a statue of an elephant. Between them, 2 phantoms were colliding and clashing with each other. It was the confrontation between a sacred giant elephant and a 9-headed phoenix. The imposing might shook the 9-headed phoenix's body to the sky. His appalling eyes stared at Yifutian. How could this human cultivator of true self Saint Plain contend with him by strength? The enormous power of the elephant was the ability of a demon clan. Where did he learn it? At this moment, Yifutian loosened the hand holding Xianxia, and branches and vines swept up and wrapped her body. His might was supporting her body. Yifutian's chilly eyes stared at the nine-headed phoenix in the void sky, and the imperial bone of the divine elephant emperor of 10 directions in his body emitted a dazzling brilliance. Now he was possessed by the divine elephant. Boom! He took a step out. The void air vibrated. A shocking scene of thousands of elephants trumpeting in unison appeared between the sky and earth, as if he was also the king of divine elephants. In another part of the Origin Mountains, a group of warriors was on their way. They were from the divine elephant clan and were traveling in the sky. But at this moment, as if perceiving something, they all turned back and looked toward one direction, where they faintly sensed a divine feeling of being summoned. This feeling was wonderful, but they all understood that it must be related to their divine elephant clan. Could it be any treasure left by their ancestors in the Origin Mountains? Let's go. They turned around and went in that direction, all with solemn looks. On the battlefield, the nine-headed phoenix's body was suspended in the sky. When his wings spread, they were like clouds reaching the edges of the sky, covering the sphere and hiding the sun. Around his body, phantoms of divine elephants showed up. He walked in the air, trampling on history. He opened his wings, flapping. His body was like a flash of lightning, but he could feel that the repressive force limited his speed. Birum, Yifutian's body soared into the sky. It was the first time the nine-headed phoenix felt threatened by a human cultivator. He let out a rumble. The wills of the great law turned into destructive beams of dark light, flowing up to the sky, surrounding his body, converging into an appalling storm of destruction. He spread his wings and thrust them out. Suddenly, beams of destructive light darted towards the surrounding elephant phantoms and collided violently. At this moment, Yifutian came out. He thrust 2 fists at the same time, piercing into the sky. The divine elephant guarded the sky dome, crushing the void air. The nine-headed phoenix's claws smashed down, followed by endless destructive storms, clawing toward Yifutian. Boom! 2 of them had an appalling fight in the void sky. 1 human and 1 demon beast clashed against each other. The nine-headed phoenix spread his wings and flickered. Yifutian followed closely, punching his fist again and again in the void. They kept colliding and conflicting in different locations of the sky. The air was shaking violently. Lightning flashed by. Yifutian grabbed his claws and rushed upward, breaking through his defense and smashing toward the nine-headed phoenix's belly with his relatively insignificant fist. But as the punch smashed out, both the sky and earth made a dull sound, and that attack directly hit the nine-headed phoenix's huge body, cracking his bones and tearing his organs. He let out a painful shriek and smashed his claws towards Yifutian's abdomen. One punch after another, Yifutian blasted the nine-headed phoenix's huge body into the sky. He depended on the reaction force to fly backward, then crossed the void air, and returned to where Xianxia was and held her in his arms. In the upper sky, the 9 heads of the phoenix were all bleeding, his blood dripping down. At this moment, his life force fluctuated drastically above his huge body. His body seemed somewhat unstable. His cold eyes took a glance at Yifutian. Wings flickering, he flew into the distance. He had given up. At this time, on another battlefield, Yaya did 9 sword strikes continually, one after another blowing towards Xianxia. She also turned into a sword and charged toward Zhan's body. But behind Xianxia, an appalling matrix showed up, devouring divine thunder of all skies and dropping down. Swords were all wrapped into the thunderstorm. At this moment, a devastating thunderstorm swept out, blasting on Yaya's body. Yaya spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body was struck by lightning, and she flew away, felling towards the lower sky. Bang! Yaya's body hit the ground and made a dent. Many broken swords flew out. Appalling phantoms suddenly appeared on the black earth and flung themselves at Yaya's body, like evil spirits. Boom! A flash of lightning came and wiped off the evil spirits. Xianxia looked down at Yaya in the lower sky and said, "You did a good job. From now on, you can cultivate by my side and serve me." Yaya raised her head and glanced at him coldly. This leading figure of the Violet Heavenly Dynasty was extremely arrogant. Virum. A thunderbolt struck through the void sky. Xianxia raised one hand and drew out a palm print of thunder. After a loud noise, a sword was inserted on the thunder matrix in his palm. The sword wanted to penetrate it but was turned into ashes in the might of thunder. A figure flickered and landed on the ground, picking up Yaya. He raised his head and took a cold glance at Zhan Yuan, turning around and heading towards the sword matrix. Zhan Yuan was not in a hurry. For him, capturing them was like capturing sitting ducks. None of them could escape. During his fight with Yaya, he felt this woman's combat power was quite good. Any casual cultivator of his level who was able to fight with him for a while could be considered outstanding. Moreover, she was extremely decisive in her shots and hard on herself. She was also sincere to friends and was eager to protect Yifutian at any cost. So, he appreciated her and thought it would be nice to have such a person around him. As for an intimate relationship, he only had cultivation in his mind and had never thought about it. "Are you okay?" Yifutian asked Yaya, infusing life force into Yaya's body. The will of life emitted from the branches and leaves of the world tree. Yaya's pale face turned red. Her gorgeous eyes looked at Yifutian. For these years, this elder brother had been calling her little sister, but always needed her protection. But now, he had grown to the point where she would no longer be needed soon. Her cultivation had not been restored to its peak, but Yifutian was almost catching up with her. However, she was still happy. After this trip, if they could leave the mountain of origin safely, Yifutian would no longer need her protection. Today, he had defeated the nine-headed phoenix big demon beast of unblemished Saint Plain. Yes. Yaya nodded her head slightly and said. Yifutian didn't know she had thought this much. He left Xia Qingyuan beside Yaya, then turned and stood up. He raised his head, looking toward Zhan Yuan in the void sky. His stare was extremely cold. "Give me the corpse of the Runhuang and that piece of bone," Zhan Yuan said. Just now, he had noticed the battle between Yifutian and the nine-headed phoenix. It should be the strength of that bone. He had not expected that piece of bone wanted by Yingzhou Mountain was the bone of the former divine elephant emperor of 10 directions. What an unexpected surprise. Yifutian stood there, gazing at Zhan Yuan in the void sky. There was a booming sound coming out of his body, and it became louder and louder. A faint sound of an elephant trumpeting also came out of him. The void air trembled as if an invisible might of the great law had fallen from the sky dome. The vast void air was permeated with an invisible might. The roar was getting louder and louder. Yifutian walked in the void air, his body releasing thousands of beams of golden light, enveloped by the giant phantom of a sacred elephant. Zhan Yuan stared at Yifutian's body. He seemed to have perceived the existence of the demon emperor's elephant bone. Did Yifutian use the power of the emperor's bone to defeat the nine-headed phoenix big demon beast? Seeing Yifutian coming, Zhan Yuan showed indifference as if Yifutian didn't even deserve his attention. He raised one arm, stretching out his hand to drew thunder from the sky. Above his head, the thunder divine matrix was in formation. The pattern was extremely appalling. As the Supreme Master, he was born with the talent to use the law of thunder and had cultivated in at least 3 levels of all the 8 divine thunder laws of the Violet Heavenly Palace. The 3rd level meant the unblemished Saint Plain, and the 4th level was the Nirvana Saint Plain. And he had mastered the 3rd levels or maybe even the 4th levels of the 8 thunder laws. How powerful would his lightning matrix of doomsday be? He held out one palm, and the divine thunder fell from the sky, like a punishment of heaven, exterminating all existence. Under the appalling might of the thunderous punishment, Yifutian's figure looked insignificant as if he would be turned into ashes under the mighty thunder of doomsday. Yifutian was still striding in the void sky, all elephants trumpeting. Between the sky and earth, many demon elephants appeared, trampling the sky dome, dashing toward the upper sky. Around his body, The aura of deed of thorough comprehension appeared and shrouded him. He blended into the phantom of the divine elephant. The power of the bone of divine elephant emperor of 10 directions in his body erupted. He walked in the sky like an incarnation of the divine elephant. Booming! As the thunder descended, countless giant elephants galloped, darting towards Xianxia in the void sky. The light of the divine thunder collided with countless giant elephants, which led to the disastrous scene. Phantoms of the giant elephants were annihilated and shattered by lightning and turned into nothingness. But as Yifutian kept marching, endless elephants showed up. The dazzling light of heavenly punishment fell on Yifutian's phantom of the divine elephant, trying to tear off the divine elephant's body. The sky and earth roared, and Yifutian continued moving upward. Although the divine elephants were enduring the extreme pressure of destruction and being distorted, they kept sprinting in the void air, smashing toward Xianxia. Xianxia frowned. He looked at the phantom of the divine elephant rushing into the void, raised one palm and slapped down. Thunder was hidden in his palm. When the divine elephant struck, his palm directly hit the divine elephant's skull. A horrifying booming sound came out. Xianxia's body was pumped into the sky, but the body of the divine elephant was also flashing with the horrifying thunder. However, the elephant figure was not broken or annihilated. The elephant's phantom was condensed, like a real divine elephant king on his arrival. That elephant bone. Xianxia looked down at the elephant king's figure and felt the demon emperor's might bursting out of it. He could feel the existence of the elephant king's bone from the divine elephant's body. Could it be that this elephant figure was supported by that piece of elephant emperor's bone? That piece of bone was a treasure of the Renhuang level. The celestial fox palace was full of idiots who pretended to be clever. They even took out the bone of the divine elephant emperor of 10 direction and gave it to others. However, even though he had the bone of the demon emperor, what could he do? Xianxia stretched out his hands. The divine thunder rolled in the upper sky, and the boundless sky was all covered by thunder clouds, which rushed towards the lightning matrix of doomsday above his head. The dazzling lightning illuminated this dark space as if it had been daylight. Xianxia looked down at Yifutian, with the horrifying will of thunder in his eyes. Thunder from the 8 directions of the space converged. In the lightning matrix of doomsday, the thunder clouds sealed the sky and shrouded the lower space. The center of the matrix was connected to the divine thunder in the skydome. Xianxia stretched out one hand, and suddenly an almost transparent divine sword of thunder appeared in his hand that carried such a dazzling light one could be blinded. The lightning thunder of doomsday. Xianxia stretched out one hand, and the sword fell and thrust toward Yifutian. At this moment, the sky and earth were under the power of destruction. Yifutian was shrouded in lightning from the 8 directions and could not avoid this sword and had to receive the blow. Yaya looked at them. Her face was slightly pale. This was a Nirvana-level attack. Xianxia, the supreme master of Violet Heavenly Palace, the strongest warrior of this generation, was considered as the successor of the future Violet Heavenly Palace and direct disciple of the Heavenly Palace Lord. His strength was undeniable. As an unblemished saint, he was able to use the might of the Nirvana Saint Plane. Even though she had cultivated for 2 terms, she was still lost to him, while he wasn't even putting in an effort. Seeing the Thunder Sword of Doomsday, she knew that if he had used the sword on her during the previous fight, she would not have been able to defend herself. Xianxia even didn't need to try his best when confronting her. The divine elephant let out a roar and covered Yifutian inside. He looked up to the sky, and countless demon elephants ran out. Yifutian did not escape but went straight to the sky. Savage golden divine elephants rushed toward the imminent sword of catastrophe, and the ultimate suppressing power of the great law swept out. The skydome was suffocating. Wisps of the demon emperors might burst out from the dazzling divine elephant's body. Boom! The sword slashed down. The thunder sword of doomsday thrashed on the body of the divine elephant. Endless light of destruction struck down and suddenly engulfed the divine elephant's huge body, as if it was trying to penetrate and shatter it into pieces. Bang! Thousands of rays of golden light erupted over the divine elephant, suppressing the great law between the sky and earth. The void sky where the collision happened trembled violently, roaring. The scene was extremely horrifying. With a loud sound, Yi Futian and the divine elephant's body were both shaken downward. Crevices appeared on the divine elephant's body. Lightning of destruction penetrated inside and tried to destroy it, but the divine aura emitting from the divine elephant's body instantly repaired them. On the other side, the divine sword continued shattering, turning into endless lightning and fading away between the sky and the earth. The scene made Zhan Yuan frown. He stared at Yi Futian, with a pair of eyes twinkling with the will of thunder. How did the phantom of the divine elephant remain unbroken? Just now, that blow made him feel like the divine elephant was a real body, instead of a non-existent phantom. No wonder. It is the bone of the divine elephant emperor of 10 directions, Zhan Yuan said. Saint Plain cultivators were no longer influenced by the limit of mortal flesh, let alone cultivators of the Renhuang Plain. The flesh and veins of warriors of the Renhuang Plain were no longer normal ones. Their blood and bones were all unusual things. Their robust bloodline could be inherited by future generations. Their bones were bones of laws, containing cultivation wills. That piece of demon bone obtained by Yi Futian might be an extraordinary law bone of the divine elephant emperor of 10 directions, which contained so much might that it even could cast a divine elephant's figure. Most of Zhan Yuan's conjectures were correct, but he got the most important thing wrong. The divine elephant was not born of cohesion. It was a concrete life spirit cast by Yi Futian. Moreover, the bone of the divine elephant emperor of 10 directions was smelting in the life spirit, which made the life spirit contain the imperial might. Yi Futian heard Zhan Yuan's words and knew that he could not tell the difference. When one reached the Saint Plane, their life spirit would be the same as a real entity. The demon emperor's life spirit was the same as that of a big demon beast. Normal people could not see the difference. Now, Yi Futian summoned the life spirit of the divine elephant, but Zhan Yuan thought it was born of the demon emperor's bone. Boom! The void air trembled, and the divine elephant jumped out into the void, crushing the sky, which made Zhan Yuan frown. With such a powerful sword strike, Zhan Yuan could have even threatened a Nirvana Plane saint. But he not only failed to kill this true self-saint cultivator but also didn't do much damage to him. Yi Futian kept coming toward him and launched attacks. Even though he knew Yi Futian used the power of the demon emperor's bone, it still upset him. The heavy might shrouded his body. Zhan Yuan was standing in the void air and felt an extremely repressive force. The divine elephants were galloping across the clouds, and Yi Futian was like the king of all divine elephants, leading the elephant herd toward Zhan Yuan. Zhan Yuan waved his hand, and immediately the thunder matrix of doomsday fell, like a thunderstorm that engulfed everything, heading towards the elephants. Boom! Endless light burst out of Yi Futian's body. Around him, countless demon elephants ran across the sky, and the divine elephant king directly rushed into the matrix. A devastating storm raged above the skydome. The scene was horrifying. The rumbling sound came, and the thunder matrix of doomsday was broken, crazily bursting and shattering. The thunder matrix of doomsday was completely shattered by the endless divine elephants. The divine elephant king rushed into the void air, while Zhan Yuan hurriedly retreated toward the side. Two of them once again separated. Zhan Yuan stared at Yi Futian, looking a little embarrassed. Had this cultivator been able to challenge him by using the power of the demon emperor's bone? Boom! At this moment, he saw Yi Futian stepping in the void sky. He raised his head and saw an authentic divine elephant emperor in the upper air, striding on the skydome. Each step he took was followed by the trembling of the space as if space was under his suppression. Zhan Yuan had a strong feeling that horrifying oppression was falling on his body. He started to wonder whether Yi Futian had gotten that piece of bone as well as the demon emperor's cultivation methods. Bang! The void air trembled again, and the sky began shaking. Endless might dripped from the sky. All of the sudden, countless phantoms of divine elephants appeared in the boundless sky. Yi Futian turned into the incarnation of the divine elephant emperor of 10 directions, tramping over all skies and crushing all great laws.